It's Open Comms. It's Friday. We made it. Welcome.
Another week in the books.
Yeah. Another short week.
So we got the crew here. We're joined by Ben Rush. How's it going?
Hey, I'm fantastic, and I'll get even better as I get drunker.
Hell yeah. Ben's joining us. He is a CSM candidate running for the thing, so gonna be getting into his platform here in a little bit. And you're at the Red Menace Coalition?
Yep, I'm
Yes,
from
yeah.
also like the executive team of Red Menace Coalition. That too. Plus, well, sorry in advance. Plus, I'm behind Eve Montreal, and a few other stuff.
Cool. Hell yeah.
Yeah, Drayden, he lives just down the road from us.
What?
Sorry.
He lives
Just down the
from us
road,
in
what?
Esoteria. It's another consolation over. Story space.
I was thinking real life.
I was thinking Canada too. I was like, that's really far away, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is that what you call just down the road, like 2,000 miles?
Yeah.
Technically, yeah.
All road leads to Canada. That's the saying, right?
I mean, like with Dom though, it's just like a bike ride away or something. So
Not that far,
True.
right?
Sorry?
Oh, Dom bike. He's like the Forrest Gump of biking, pretty much. So,
Yeah.
you know, he just gets to one coast. He's like, I wasn't done, so I turned around. I just started pedaling, and
As long as I'm drinking, I can ride a long way, dude. I'm telling you.
It's important to
What
stay
the
hydrated.
hell happened? I was like, what is
What
that
happened?
sound? Like, it was sunny out like a minute ago, and now it's like massive windstorm and rain is coming down in sheets. I can't even see out my window. It just looks like someone's holding a
Right.
hose on the window.
Well, actually, that I got a funny story. Some of you might have seen the Battle Royale the other day with the CSM again, and before it actually started, I had 2 tornado alerts on my phone. I was not even sure if what would actually happen during like this show. So I was like, "Oh yeah, that's gonna be fun!"
Yeah.
And actually, like I made like nearly the full 4 hours because I've came out second. So it was like really an interesting show. You can actually watch it and make your own idea of actually who's the real winner there.
Nice. Yeah, so I guess disclaimer, if the stream cuts out, my power probably died. Hopefully that doesn't happen. So
If that happens, I'm gonna come over there and just be.
yeah,
really
and I
upset.
don't think I've shared all the new setup on the Google Drive with all the stuff. So, but
Actually,
We'll figure it out.
yeah.
well, you speaking of power issue, I had my power supply grilled up a few weeks ago because of power issue. Now I got this called I think an oscillator or something like that. That actually is like really like any kind of power proof. Plus, there's a battery in it, so I can actually keep running.
Yeah, but if the internet goes out, I can't do it. Like that's another thing I'm worried about. But I don't hear any lightning, so that's a good
Well,
sign,
you can
I
actually
guess.
plug your modem and your router on that thing too. There's
Well, but I mean, if the ISP goes down and you have no internet coming into the building, then you can't do.
oh,
But
true.
that's happened a few times. But I don't know. We'll worry about it if it happens, and I'll just direct people by phone.
Indeed.
To
Let's cross the bridge once at the river.
Also, Calori Prime, Pony Club, Timbre. Thanks for the gifted sub. Appreciate it.
Very cool, guys. I like it. Oh,
Um,
Drayden. Thanks.
Oh
You
yeah.
subbed your own shit.
Yeah.
Are you trying to get some money from somewhere?
The funny is, like, that's actually just me putting. Well, I guess I don't keep the Open Comms wallet, but I was like, that's just us giving Jeff Bezos $2.50. But
Who's Jeff Bezos? Oh, he's the Prime guy, isn't he?
yeah, he's the Amazon guy.
Prime.
Yeah. So, do we want to hit the get the CSM platform stuff running first, or we want to hit some of the other lighter stuff?
Oh, do we have any shots?
We could do it
Opening shots. Come on now. We got open shots. You know what?
We can
Opening
do,
shots. To this, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
You want to do a death one?
No.
It's
Opening
Eve
shots.
related. It's
to
Eve
the
related.
Opening shots to the
Eve related.
CSM candidates, to all of them. Right.
Okay,
Thanks,
yeah,
guys,
opening
for
shot.
stepping up and wanting to do a thankless job that we will bitch about a lot. But all the candidates, thanks, guys, for stepping up and trying to make the game better.
There we go.
Shots to you.
That is something else. Yeah. So what was the Eve related one?
Now the death
Let
one.
me find the Reddit post. Hold on.
What do a sad one? What the
Was
fuck?
it
It's a death in the Eve community.
Sadness. Ridiculous.
Was it the the one that
The executor
created-
of what is it called? XX Death XX
X-
UAX.
Yeah, well,
Oh,
he
UAX
was the
Death?
father of it.
Legion of Death.
Yeah.
Was the
Legion-
father
yeah,
of
yeah.
both, like actually Red Alliance too. He created both.
Yeah.
Wait, so wait, UAXX death died?
I don't know about Red
No,
Alliance.
the father of of the Alliance back in the day. Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, like it's a red one. It's actually Dodger that told me that one.
Oh.
I thought that was Mactep.
Do we
and,
know
like,
the
Mink were
circumstances? Just
Mactech
Uh,
Solar Fleet.
No, I know that is.
Well, before that was Red Alliance, though.
Oh.
Solar
that
Fleet
is-
was from a split of
Oh.
leadership of Red Alliance. I think Nick maybe stayed behind, and Mactep went up into the Solar Fleet, Solar Dragon.
Okay.
Well, all I heard, well, it was like the day after it happened. It might be like something related to firearm, and we don't know if it's self-inflicted or not. So yeah.
That's rough.
Yeah.
We'll do
So shots UAX Death. I put the link to the Reddit post that has his funeral details in it. We're gonna broadcast the funeral online. I think we might have missed it, but
Oh
anyways,
yeah, yeah. So that's
shots-
okay.
Yeah,
That's the UAX
yeah. We were there. Like a bunch of people from RMC were there. It was really great. Like they opened all the bridges so that we can like actually go there. Yeah, it was
Yeah. Oh, okay.
proper, well done.
That's why. Yeah, I was asking if it was UA. Because I mean, we've had him on here. It was a long time ago, but yeah, he's come on before, back when we were still on
Yeah.
Matani.
Also, I don't know if the funeral are done or not, but there was like a donation to actually cover the fees because he had no one else to take care of his funeral. So the one guy of the community stepped up and did a GoFundMe. So if you got those details, yeah, on the Reddit, yeah, exactly, yeah, it's there. So just look at the dates, if it's passed or not. So on the
Yeah,
brighter
his
notes,
funeral was today. Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. Let's do a shot for something happy now. Anybody got anything good?
The Boys season 3 came out today.
Oh,
Shit,
really?
To the boys.
Nice.
To the Boys, I'm excited
The
for that
boys, baby. Yeah.
Sure.
Oh yeah.
one. Yeah. We'll do that one in a little bit. Yeah. Eve Nola's next weekend.
Yep.
Which
That's
one?
Coming up. Eve Nola, New Orleans. New Orleans.
Oh, that's great.
So yeah, it's they started. Well, it wasn't. Was last year the first one? I think the first one was.
Wasn't there a gap? I thought there was. Well, Delana's on here. Maybe she
I was
can
gonna
join
say,
us.
the
yeah.
gap was, I think they were. Yeah, it was last year. So it was meant to be 2020, and then COVID hit, and then that
That's
kinda
the
threw a
gap.
wrench in
Okay.
everything.
Yeah.
All right.
That was
Well,
the
but
gap.
there wasn't one before that, so that was supposed to be the first one, but then they had to postpone it. But then they did have it last year, so
Is there maple syrup in this one? Or bacon?
maple syrup. And, oh no! That's right. The unlimited bacon, and no, they don't have that.
No.
They have
Might not be there.
Bourbon Street and a whole bunch of drinks, and you got what was it? Blazing Bunny was like puking his guts out and passed out in the bathtub. Just like apparently they said it looked like a murder scene, but instead of like arterial sprays on the walls, it was just puke all over the wall. I was like, I heard that story and I was like, that's They all felt bad for the room service maid that had come in the next day and do like the full bio cleanup.
You spoke about like the unlimited bacon. One story from Eve Montreal. Actually, we had like this table that were not. They did not believe that the unlimited bacon was true. So after their 8th ball of bacon, they stopped because
Yeah.
well, we'd still had a lot.
I like bacon.
What
Did you
what's
say
sad?
8 ball of bacon?
A
Sorry?
ball of bacon.
Yeah, like the 8th ball of bacon, like literally like it's a lot.
Oh, a ball.
Yeah.
A ball.
Yeah. it's a whole.
I like
it's a
I
whole
like
8
8
ball,
balls, so I'm gonna tell you right now, 8 balls are okay with me.
Yeah, that plus maple
I
syrup.
fucking love bacon too, man. I wish I could have come up for that. I
Yes.
really wish I could have.
Yeah, well, I'm looking to
Maybe
make
next year.
Sounds
a bigger one
It
next
sounds
year.
like
yeah.
one would make you not want to eat the other. So you have to do
Like
the-
no,
So you do
it's
the-
this,
you do the
like
bacon
the
first and the 8 ball
perfect
second.
wedding to the like with the two. Like you can actually cook your bacon in maple syrup.
Oh, there's nothing better than having bacon on your plate when you eat pancakes and get maple syrup on it. That kicks ass. Fuck yeah.
Oh yeah, well maple syrup on everything.
Everything. Well, a lot of things. Not
Ah!
whiskey.
You got maple whiskey that
I'm getting for it though. I tried it and I like it.
well it depends on which ones.
The
If you
Crown. I didn't think the Maple Crown was very good.
no forget that one. This one never exists. Um, try Sortilège, Sorteere, Sortilège, whatever. It's from Quebec. It's like the best whiskey. Well, it's perfect. Like let's say that like it's perfect.
I'll try anything twice,
I
right?
do like
to me.
Pendleton. I think Pendleton's my favorite whiskey, and that's.
And I think Mr. Floppy Knickers is correct. Bacon flavored cocaine would be a fucking hit.
God.
I thought he was talking about
Smells
Coca-Cola.
delicious.
No.
Well, then
Could
he
you imagine
clarified
the
with
drain?
flavored drugs afterwards.
Yeah, I could see that.
Little
Bacon
drip
flavored
going
pot.
on. Mm.
Fuck yeah. Bacon flavored mushrooms. Oh, I'm getting hard on.
Couldn't we just start putting our drugs together with bacon grease and then
Fuck
like
yeah, I think I'm gonna try it
dehydrating them back
tomorrow.
up?
Right?
There's a bar in Madison, Wisconsin that will
Yes.
serve you unlimited free bacon on Tuesday nights. My
we could just
favorite
open-
bar to hang out.
We could just open a store, just open narcotics, just call it that. And... No, we
Somewhere in
can't do that.
Canada's
I don't
trying
know
it
if
out
we're
right
allowed to
now.
talk about selling anything like that. So. Where's
Well, we-
Manic? Manic is balls deep in some GIF making, I think. So he is.
He's touching himself. It's fucking
indisposed.
fantastic. He's taking videos of it. He's gonna share them with us later. He
Um,
promised that we'd show videos of it. So
Oh, and I
we're
guess
good.
wait, isn't this like Men's Health? Well, I know it's Pride Month, but isn't it like Men's Health Awareness Month or something? I remember Rain was talking something
Oh
about
yeah,
that.
That
you gotta
sounds-
check your balls.
That's like
Yeah,
2 months
check-
ago.
Oh,
I
maybe,
check
don't
my
know.
balls
She was
daily,
bringing
so I
up
don't really need a whole month
yeah,
for it.
So testicular cancer, I guess, is the number one cancer in men. So, or I guess the age range is like from 18 to 35 years old. I've passed that gap, so I'm good. I don't have to check them anymore, right? So,
I'm in
Yeah.
the fucking colon cancer zone, so I gotta watch that.
but yeah, so I guess that's the message. Check your balls.
Bacon
Yeah.
grease meth
No,
is
it's
probably the best meth
November.
there is, right?
November is the Ment Health. Well, in Canada, because I do
Yeah,
remember because
I think he's
the,
right.
too.
where like if you just shave your beard, like you can actually get money from it, like from the to the whole
Oh.
month.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a question
We
for
need
you.
Wilfred Brimley back. He could do like the check your balls, check them often. There's just no
Check
reason
'em
not
right.
to. You know, like,
So did I get online last Friday? Say hi.
you may have popped in for like a minute. I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't remember.
It was
either,
either last
honestly.
week or the week before, but yeah, I do remember.
Week before I was here. Last week I was in Missouri. I just couldn't, for some reason I think I did.
Yeah, I remember you being here when I was here 2 weeks ago. I missed last week because I was away.
Hey Jay Blaze, thanks for tuning in.
Yeah, what a topic to come in on too.
Yes. Check your balls often. That's very good. Yeah.
But anyway,
I check my balls daily. I'm gonna tell you right now.
Yeah,
I
we-
play
Oh
with
well,
them.
actually, it's a
Yeah.
good link because like speaking of balls and everything, maple syrup, like it's actually good for your prostate. So yeah, get on maple syrup.
really?
Yes.
Put them
Yeah.
on your balls.
No, like, you eat it like just like
Okay.
Yeah,
that makes more
it-
sense.
I need a
Yeah.
source. I
well
need a source for that.
actually like when I say that
It's
you can
coming from
put maple
Canadian.
syrup on
LB,
and
what do you trust another
everything,
Canadian?
you can just do like different kind of stuff depending on well if you got like an OnlyFans or something.
That's fair.
All right. Well, let's swing into.
I'm gonna ask my wife if I put maple syrup on my balls, will she lick them off?
So
I mean,
I
seems likely.
did
It
just
seems
fi- I-
unlikely.
No,
No,
I said seems likely.
No, it seems unlikely.
Oh,
I think I'm gonna be in the
Well, never
bath.
mind.
I'll be in the shower washing them. Is what will happen. What do you
Well,
mean? What
even
the
if
fuck?
it's-
You know about maple syrup and balls, Rain? Don't tell me you don't.
Well, so there actually is apparently a thing here. I just found a paper from the National Library of Medicine titled
Sounds
Inhibitory Effect of Maple Syrup on the Cell Growth and Invasion of Human Colorectal Cancer Cells.
Okay, so a new source for information is Ben Rush. If we need to know something, we're going to Ben. He's the man who knows.
Especially if it's about maple syrup.
Yeah, indeed. Like maple syrups, and yeah, like I'm the man for maple syrups, beavers, and bacon.
I think this is my new best friend. Fucking maple syrup, beavers, and fucking bacon. I love this guy.
Well, how,
I'm voting
why
for
do you
you,
think
Ben.
that Eve Montreal
Ben,
was so
you're going to
good?
be on the CSM. I'm going to tell everybody to vote for you.
Thank you. Yeah, vote for Ben.
Vote for
Oh.
Ben. That motherfucker knows shit. I like it.
Well,
Frank and
actually,
I know things.
yeah. Well,
That's
actually,
right,
like yeah, because like I was speaking about like the prostate and like maple syrup doing like good stuff on it. I'm actually like a real life biologist, so there's a lot of subjects on that matter that I got like some weird knowledge that will never serve. Well, mostly anyone.
His fucking stock is just going up and up and up. The more he talks, this guy's amazing.
Yeah. To the moon.
Yeah,
Thank
well,
you, Drayden. Drayden, or did LB do this? Who got him on?
LB brought it up to the.
LB.
I don't know.
LB.
If Ben got a
Even
hold
though
of-
the
I think Ben got a
flames
hold of
flamed
LB,
out,
LB
you did good. You did
Thanks,
good.
Dom. Yeah, he reached out to me and I got him on the show.
Fuck yeah. Good call.
Oh yeah, we could have like.
Now we have a
double-team-
medical source that will just tell us to spread our balls with maple syrup and eat bacon, and we'll be fine.
Solid
And
medical
I was
advice.
already doing half of that, so fuck.
Yeah,
I'll just start eating bacon now.
dude, the stickiness.
So we set a new record by going off the rails, like right off the bat.
Hell yeah.
I think.
Oh, okay.
Was
save
it-
that
wanna
for side-
talk
I
about,
was-
wasn't
like-
that like the goal of the whole show? I think that was what
Yeah,
I'm
we
here
actually
for.
have some Eve stuff to go on, but yeah.
Oh yeah, right.
I was saying.
Oh yeah, CSM
Ben
stuff.
is a
You mean?
scientist, so we could do We could do like a double team science hour later on, but
Ooh.
not now.
Double team.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
Double Team Science Hour. That sounds awesome.
Yeah, that's the end
Great.
of the show.
Fuck
Great.
yeah.
So today they put out a community beat today. Did anybody see the community beat?
I was looking at it
Yeah, I
just a
got my
second
face
ago.
on
Yeah.
it.
Is your face on the community beat? Hold on, let me see.
Benjamin Rushing. Yeah, right there.
Oh yeah, look at that. Your CSM card is right there. Yeah. So the articles are CSM voting season starts soon, right? So it starts on the 7th, which is next week. 7th
Yep.
to
Yeah,
14th is the period to vote. So make sure you vote and vote often.
And for
Starting
Benjamin
Tuesday,
Rushing as your first vote, that's what's the most important
Yeah.
here.
So Tuesday, Tuesday until the Tuesday following.
Yes.
All right. So, since we're talking about that already, Ben, who do you represent?
I'm represent well myself. I'm representing sorry in advance. Oops. RMC, but also all the smaller guys, like the smaller communities, because I came from literally nothing and built myself up with a bunch of amazing people, and now we're with a lot of great people in RMC, including Wrong, and we're holding our space there, and well, it's a good challenge, and that's something that I want to advocate for, because sometimes the ones that are not in the big blocks get the some game changes that are quite hard, and sometimes big blocks might just forget to speak up when it's good for them and not for the little ones. So yeah, that's one of the one of the reasons that I'm going there.
Excellent.
But also, because since we're on the subject, you might have heard that I got an English that is not up the level of everyone here. So yeah, English is not my first language, and as such, I do that also represent the French community. But I've been reached out by the German community, as you can actually see in the Eve polls. How did you call it?
The community beat.
Yeah, the Heath community beat. Sorry, yeah. So I got that this weekend, because I've been reached out by the German community, but also by the Japanese community, So yeah, everything that has to do with language, specific gameplay, and how it affected. Well, I do know about it, so yeah, like I'll be representing all those guys too.
Very cool.
What else? Oh yeah, like some things that can actually ease our life in the game. Having like the use of the ACL to use to be able to access like Anger or container or that kind of stuff, so that you like if you're like, let's say, an industrialist and you don't have access to, let's say, the corp Anger, you can do the same thing with the same level of complexity that someone that got access to the corp Anger has. So that way those one-man corps that we see all around could actually just merge together or with like bigger groups, and we can get like those people and like their uniqueness with other groups. So like more like bigger communities, like communities like richer because like there are people from other places, like all those kind of idea. And also it would be easier to manage, well, for us. Just imagine in RMC being able to just like give ships to like any alliance that want to ship, like just like open the box, it's there. You don't have to, okay, trade,
Oh, so you're
click,
yeah. So
whatever.
you're saying like making essentially like a way to like share corp hangers with non-corp groups.
Well, it could be companions, could be containers. Like there's a lot
Okay.
of stuff that could be just share. Like the access list does exist. Like just like expand a bit and be able to share everything. You
Yeah,
can have like holding corps to have like extra angers or anything. Just like make people like less sitting in station for like fitting their ships and everything, and more outside doing pew pew and stuff.
I think
So
there would also be logs because whenever someone takes something out of a container or a hangar, there's a log of who took it, right? So then
yeah.
there wouldn't be any more of these FCs like, all right, who still hasn't given me my ship back? Give me my ship back, and then so
Well,
they
as
would have
any
access to.
system, there would actually surely be a way to exploit it, but that's Eve.
Yeah, but I mean, they could
It
check
is.
like, I see you did not die in this ship, and I see you have not returned it, and you did take one.
Yeah. So yeah, like everything that has to do with third
Accountability.
parties and stuff. Yeah,
So,
exactly.
if you are elected to CSM, do you have anything in place, or do you plan on putting anything in place to make yourself
Hold on.
accessible to other players?
Hold on. Let's do the news things first, and then we'll give Ben the floor. How does that sound?
Sure.
Because we were going
There's
to go
no
through the
news, is
community
there?
beat, and then we got through the first article, and then you guys took it off the rails again. So that's
Did I?
twice now we've gone off the rails. 3 more times, and I'm going
We
to
are
shut the whole thing down.
experts. We are experts at the trolley.
I'm
Because
really
he's fake.
interested in Ben. I'm sorry.
Okay.
He's
All
shutting
right,
me out.
I'm sorry.
Anger
You can be
Games
sorry.
Weekend 2. Anger Games Weekend 2 is this weekend.
Did it happen?
It's winners bracket round 3 and losers bracket round 2 begins at 1700 tomorrow, Saturday. There's a highlight video on the link I put
do,
up,
Dan.
so go check out the highlight video. Eve Nola is this next weekend.
Yeah, starting Friday. Although, as tradition in a lot of these Eve meetups, a lot of people are getting in Wednesday and Thursday. So,
Right.
a lot of the player. Well, I mean, it's all kind of player done stuff, but a lot of the non-event stuff going on. I'm sure there's like going to be dinners and just hangouts and stuff for Wednesday and Thursday, and then the official Eve Nola Friday, Saturday, and I think Sunday. Is it just Friday? I think it has Sunday as well included. So
I should fucking drive down there.
Ride your bike.
Be a long ride. I could drive. I could take my bike with me. That's for
It's
sure.
mostly downhill, right?
Just stay in the van by the river.
I might do that actually. I don't have anything going on. I have nothing planned next weekend.
yeah, I think Delana was around. She could come in and
She told me I could stay in her
pimp out
backyard.
some Eve Nola a little bit, but.
So then after the Eve Nola thing, there's a Discord link in there too. If you want to join the Discord and get details on Eve Nola, there's a Discord link in the article. Then we got a partner spotlight with Rix Javix. We like Rix Javix here, right?
I like Rix.
Oh.
Yeah, Rix
I love Rich Javix.
Yeah,
I
he's a
have
fun
lots
guy.
of his posters. That guy is an amazing graphic artist. He's done a lot of cool stuff. He's a good dude,
Yeah.
and he's a good dude.
He's got-
he's a good dude.
Yeah, he
does the
gives like
graphic
those
artist stuff?
package of stuff. I'm gonna
Yeah.
show you actually.
He's got
great.
the blog, the Evaganda blog. He does the meetup in where is it? It's Steel City 5, which is coming up in Pittsburgh. And then he does the Stay Frosty Frigate Free for All, and he's the leader of A Band Apart. So he's got his finger in like everything. So The
Hey, he's a good
article there
guy.
on Rick's,
Yeah.
and he's a good dude, and he's on Twitter, like very active on Twitter. So if you go follow him on Twitter if you aren't already. And then they have a bonus partner spotlight on Ash Sharathi. Ash Sharathi's been putting out hour-long CSM interviews. There's some Rick
Oh,
Jadwick
yeah, I
swag
saw
right
Do,
there.
do we have a link for those, LB?
Yeah, I can get you a link for that. Just give me a couple seconds.
I can tell
Um,
whatever it is looks cool. I just can't tell what.
Yeah,
it
it's like
is.
a. Is that a coin or is that a pin?
It's the bit like it's the pin from Reykjavik, like that he gave to nearly everyone.
Oh, yeah, it's
Yeah. So it's a
was it
band
Stay
apart
Frosty?
logo.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
part,
Stay
yeah.
Frosty,
Stay
but like
Frosty,
it's
yeah.
really
Looks
really
pretty quality.
high quality. Like
Yeah.
like I got a bunch but like this one, like he's amazing, the guy.
Yeah, well, everything he does is high quality.
It's a glowy.
Plus, he probably has the record for the most cease and desist letters from CCP as well.
Yeah, and like all those, like he gave like a bag like filled with like all his stuff. It's really amazing. Like the guy, like yeah, A plus.
Maybe I should vote for him.
Well, if he was presenting himself.
There's the link to Ash Sharathi's YouTube channel.
Thank you, LB.
And all the interviews are on there, and he's still doing them. If you're running for CSM and you haven't done one yet, hit up Ash Sharathi and he'll
Yeah,
do
you can
one.
get mine there.
Oh, we're gonna link yours. I got the link all ready to go for yours.
Great.
Let's tell later, Ben.
just
We got in
bashing
trouble
through.
already, so
You
hold
gotta
on.
stay
I
on
want
top.
LB to yell at us again.
Stay on
Like
topic so
it
you
was
get
like
the-
a link, you know.
the news
LB yells
out.
at me at least once an episode.
We'll get the
I'm a bad
news
person.
out, and then we'll go on to. We'll give you the floor, buddy. Don't worry.
It's all right.
And then we got what else is going on? They got a bunch of sales on right now.
Do they?
2 for
We'll talk
1.
about the sales real quick.
Yeah.
So it's not really a. Well, I don't know. There's a little bit of controversy over this multiple character training revitalized.
Yeah, I saw some people.
You
having
guys see
some-
that one?
Yeah, I saw Akaroth and some people were getting into it, and I was like, I'm gonna wait till the show. Not.
Yeah. So the MCT, if you're not familiar with it, as a multi-character training, you can buy one, redeem it on your account, and then you can train more than one skill queue on your one account, right? So you have your
Mhm.
3 slots. Traditionally, you only get the 1 slot that trains. If you redeem an MCT, you can train 2 slots. If you redeem 2 MCTs, you can train all 3 slots at the same time.
3 slots.
If you want. So now what they're doing is if you go on the Eve store, not the Nexus store through the game, but the Eve store through the launcher, you can buy packs of 1, 2, 3, 6, 12, or 24 multi-character training tokens, but they're only redeemable to your account or giftable to another account. So you can't like sell them on the store, right? Which is what a lot of people were kind of a little bit upset about.
Yeah. Well, so you used to be able to buy it with Plex. Can you? So you can't do it with.
You
Plex
can still
anymore.
do that.
Oh,
You can
okay,
still
okay.
do that.
Yeah. So
But
I
you
mean,
can
that's
only-
kind
you
of a way
can't-
you can do. You can trade multi-character training, but then it's just the Plex market. But
Yeah. But the thing is with the in-game, the Nexus store, which is where you buy it with Plex, is you can only buy one at a time. There's no discount for buying in bulk, right? So when you buy them through the Nexus store, you can then sell them on the Jito market. When you buy them through the Eve store, through the launcher, you can't redeem them into an item and turn them into a sellable item in Jito.
okay.
So it's
So
for
that's
it's
the-
mostly like
you
for
could-
skill farming.
Yeah. So I mean, I guess you could gift
Well-
it to someone in return for Plex, but it's at that point you're doing it on a trust system, and
Yeah.
so there's no like safety net of someone's not going to scam you. So.
Right. So if your
that's-
intent is to buy it and sell it for Plex,
that- you can't do it.
you're going to go through the New Eden store or the Nexus store in the game. If your intent is to use them yourselves, which a lot of people do, buy them in bulk through the New Eden, the Eve Online store through the launcher. Well, there were some people talking about this about skill farming and how it affects skill farmers. So skill farmers don't use multi-character training.
They just
because
use
it
alpha
costs
accounts, don't
them- They typically will use an alpha account and you'll train all the alpha skills up, and then you'll wait for an event to start, right? Like the Capsuleer Day event that gives you a bunch of skill points as a gift. So you'll go through right to the end of the last day of the event, and then you'll go Omega for 1 month.
Yep.
You'll get all the gifts from that event, and your Omega should take you through to the end of the next event.
Yeah.
Right? So like
And then you have to
Capsuleer
be
Day
Omega
just
to pull
ended.
the skill points out too, right?
Right.
Okay.
So the Capsuleer Day just ended, so you would have got all the alpha rewards right until the last day. Switch to Omega, get all the Omega rewards for the whole event. Inject those skill points, extract those skill points, And then your Omega should take you through to the end of the CSM event, which is upcoming. So there'll be a CSM login event. You get all the skill points from that, extract them, sell them. Then that's how skill farmers work. They don't use multiple character training because it actually loses them money.
Right. Yeah. So
Well,
I never thought
there,
about
there
the,
was a few.
I never thought about the login rewards and using that system. That's obviously it makes sense, but
Has that
I
always
would-
been the case though? Because MCTs in game used to be like, let's say Omega's 500 plex. MCTs were like 450 or something
Yeah,
like that.
so
they were like a discount
it used
versus
to,
running a whole, standalone account.
right. But back when I haven't done MCT in forever. I did do it for a time because I was training up some side characters, but that was back before they split all the plex up and made it like 500. It was back when it was like one plex was 1 month, like, and there was no fractions of plex. And so that's back when I did it. And multi-character trading, you could activate it on your account for 1 plex, so it was the same price plex wise that way. I don't know about money wise. I never bought it for cash that way. But yeah, I mean it's pretty close. And
So here's my thoughts though. I don't know if anybody looked at it or compared it to Omega now. So it's actually more expensive to buy multi-character training things. That like it's more expensive than just having an Omega account. And I'm trying to figure out if there's any logic there that I'm just missing.
So every 3 months, they have a deal where you get 3 months of Omega and 3 months of multi-character training in one package. And that's the one that I buy. Because
No,
then
I mean,
can-
and that's fine, but like,
Well-
why would you pay more for a character slot that you can't be on simultaneously? So like, you're getting less utility out of it overall
now
than
this
just
is-
running a second
this
account.
is a really niche situation I could see it being for. Is that what if you don't want to have 2 active accounts? What if you like want to train one guy up to do a bunch of stuff, but you want to have it on one of your already existing accounts because maybe you only want to keep 2 accounts active. You don't want to have like 5 accounts with all those other characters. And yeah, you could train them on the other one and then transfer them over, but it's expensive to transfer characters over. It's like several months worth of plex, I think, to do a character.
But is
See,
that
that's-
worth
see-
more to you than just running a separate sub? Because you'll end up paying more in the short term. Like
Omega
it's more
Spectral has
expensive than
the,
an Omega.
the answer right there. PI alts are great, right? Everybody needs PI now to build fucking everything. So you need to have PI alts in order to build shit. So I have 2 PI alts on my account, right? Plus I have a reaction, an invention alt, and I have an industry alt. I don't need to have them online with me at the same time because they don't fly anything except for
Yeah.
deep space transports. So I
Correct.
use the
So
mul-
why
I
is it
use the
worth
multi-character
more to
training.
you?
Because when I'm done training them to the point where they're maxed out on reactions and invention and
You only need 2
in
accounts.
industry, I stop buying the multi-character training and I only have the one account, paid Omega. I have all 3 characters that do all the 3 things that I want to do. My PvP guy, my 2 industry alts.
So
what makes it worth it more that way, Akaroth, is with the MCT, you're not getting those extra login rewards on that too. It's the login rewards that you get on a different account that's the icing on the cake that makes it make more sense to go that route.
I'm just saying, like, I can't realize why a thing that's, I mean, the only thing I could come up with is that they're going to sell less overall, and that's why maybe they want it to be a little bit higher price point just to whatever make more money. But if you can't be simultaneously logged in or anything, like any character that you have that you MCT theoretically is an alt. Let's say you got your main and you're doing MCTs for alts for whatever your purposes are, but you get less utility out of that slot, like just wholesale. You can't play it at the same time. It will be an alt in some form or fashion, and after you stop MCTing it, it'll probably stop training and whatever. It'll just sit there and do the task. I can't see how they deem that a higher value than than your subscription value, which is already kind of high. So it's like if you're paying $20 a month, let's say that one's 21 or 22 or what, I didn't. The first one's $19.95, the same. It scales where it gets more expensive than subbing an account, and it just doesn't make any sense.
I could see like short-term trading, and then because in short-term trading and then having to spend all that extra to transfer characters over to another account might be more, or it might be a bit at first, but then in the long run, it's cheaper than having multiple active accounts. Omega, just to have that one character that does the one thing over here, the one character that does the one thing on this other account.
It seems really cruel to
Like,
the
I mean, for
consumer.
people that have like 5, 6, 8 accounts, they're like, oh, just have another account. But like, because they're used to plexing them and just earning income and buying plex and be able to do it that way. But like for people, it's like I use my credit card to make my account Omega, and I don't want to pay for 3 or 4 active accounts. And like, yeah, you're gonna pay that much for the multi-character training up front, but then it depends on what you're training. Like someone's saying, if you're just training some PI skills, that doesn't take more than like a couple months to get decent PI skills. Or if you're just training like a Sinowalt or something like that, like when you're done, you don't have to pay the character transfer fee.
I'm just looking at it from like a purely value standpoint, though.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, what is the value that you get when you buy a sub? You can log in a character, you have
access
one character,
to more stuff,
you have
and
3
the skill
slots.
training bonus.
There's a lot of things that Omega gets you, that $20 is worth. But, let's say 6 months, if you buy your 6 months at a time, well, you're paying more for that MCT than you pay for all the utility that a full-on sub gets you. Like, I'm dollars and centsing, like, it just doesn't make sense to me. But, I mean, you guys obviously have thought out ways that you would see doing it.
I mean, I did it.
But why is it worth more than a sub? Is where I'm trying.
Because I don't multi-box.
Yeah.
I do not multi-box. I only play one account.
So then they're punishing you for not multi-boxing. It seems like in the short term, like I said.
Yeah.
But
it's a self-inflicted. It's a self-inflicted punishment. I have the choice to do it or not.
Yeah.
Well, that was always the case.
That was my thing.
Like,
sub. Back when I did it, it's like, yeah, I mean, I could just have it on another account, but I was just like, but I have this guy in this account. He's already made. He's already got some skills that got trained, and
you're already paying for that account.
And I was already paying for the account.
Punished.
I'm just gonna plug it in and just have this guy because I was training for a jump freighter ult, which is like that's gonna take like 5 or 6 months because he's got to train capital skills and jump skills and calibration skills or whatever it's called. Not calibration. The whatever the thing that reduces
jump drive calibration.
Calibration. Yeah. So it's like, I needed all that stuff, and it's like that's a bit of time. So, and I was like, I just set some multi-character training thing, and then just plugged in all the skills I needed and just let it run, and then just upped it. I mean, it took like 4 or 5 months, and then when it was done, it was like it's done, and he's on this account, and it's like I didn't need to have him on another account because it's like
sure, like. The utility of MCTs makes perfect sense to me. Like I said, I just can't see it from an actual like derived value standpoint. With the product that you're getting from A, scale and then B scale, it just seems like you're getting less product for more money.
I could see that because if it's on an Omega account, you've already paid for the access to the ships that alphas don't have access to. You've already paid for the. Well, I mean, I guess you're paying.
You're not getting any of those extra login bonuses. You're getting less value.
Yeah, so you are.
But like I said, for more money over time.
I don't know.
I mean, because I have them pulled up, so and I side by sided them. Like initially they're both, one's $19.95, the other one's $19.99. Silly. I don't know why that just seems odd to me. But let me pull up the second one real quick.
It's 4 pennies though.
Over time, right? So MCT 4 cents less initially. By the second month, if you were doing them concurrently or whatever, $37.99 for 2 MCTs, $35.98 for 2 months of Omega. Then it goes up from there. $54.99 for 3, $47.98. So by 3 months in, you're already spending $7-8 like more than you should. And then it just goes from there. And I'm like, again, this is a luxury item. You can completely opt in. You could go your entire game career and never need them or use them or want them, whatever. Why is it worth more if you get less actual utility out of whatever is that you're purchasing with your $20 at a time? Like if I wanted to pay too much, and I get it, like I understand the use cases for MCT and why people would prefer to make some specialized alts or some do some things and not want to just maintain a whole nother account, because long term then you just have to keep running that account if you want to retain that utility.
That's another.
I got a question.
Password you have to remember, Akaroth.
Well, I keep them all saved and starred, but
the launcher does that. The launcher does that for you, Jordan. You just have to remember the password.
Yeah, but at times the launcher is messed up and screwed.
Or
like something's.
Just unify all your damn passwords. If I'm getting hacked, I'm getting hacked. Like it is what it is.
Actually, do you think that CCP have like a marketing team with what's happening lately?
It seems like there's some really silly moves that's being made, but anyways. Enough about multiple character training. That's fucking. We've beaten that horse to death, I think. There's free Emperor Bear skins with select Plex packages.
What?
Are you familiar with the Emperor Bear skin?
No, but I'm seeing a picture.
They look great.
Is that a ripoff of Abyssal Bear?
No, kind of. I think Emperor Bear came first, and Abyssal Bear serves the Emperor Bear.
Abyssal Bear's the lackey. It almost looks like with the colors and the bear logo on the side of it. I swear it looks like a college team, like
Yeah.
pet logo.
I
Almost
hope that
looks
at
like
some
the-
point there's gonna be like the beaver skin.
Yeah, I'm not even kidding. It almost looks like the University of Montana Grizzlies logo. Very close.
So with 500 Plex, you get a Gila Emperor Bear skin with your 500 Plex. Or for 1,000 Plex, you get the Tengu and the Gila Emperor Bear skins. Or with 1,500 Plex, you get a Tengu, Gila, and Sleipnir skin.
Mhm.
So there you go. There's your.
I'm with Drayden. This is very
Uh,
college team
I,
logo.
it,
Yeah.
all
very
I'm
good.
gonna say is it looks to me like someone at CCP is a Bears fan.
Maybe.
Sure.
Wasn't it like initially because like one of the
Gluttons for
CCP
punishment.
guy that actually passed away, and like the beginning of this collection has actually his face on it.
That
And
was
it-
No, I know the skin you're talking about. That's the
I-
Blaze Squadron
yeah, the
skin.
Blaze.
I have
yeah,
them.
Oh, they're
CCP
so
Blaze.
good.
CCP Blaze. Yep.
They're beautiful skins.
It's like an
I bought that
octopus
pack.
coming out of his beard or something. Like they're
Yeah,
real
yeah,
cool
they're
looking.
pretty
It's
solid.
really good.
Okay, sorry.
I bought a couple sets of those. Yeah.
And then
Saving
today
one
they
for
put out
speculation.
a blog called Building the Foundations for an Evolved Eve Experience, where they talked about some stuff that's going on in the Singularity test server, such as high def nebulas, preparation for the DirectX 12 is coming, a fresh new look for career agents. They're looking at the compact windows for the Photon UI. So get on the test server, check out the new fancy shit,
You see the
and
before and after
provide your
pictures there?
feedback. Yeah, they're really good.
Well, yeah, I went on today. It's like the nebula like are really like looking great.
You can't fault the art team ever.
Yeah.
The
no,
art team
our
always
team
hits a
is
home
solid.
run.
That's right. You know, we mentioned
what else is in here? The engine sounds. They're talking about engine sounds for a bit here, and it's not necessarily your engine sounds; it's the engine sounds of other ships around you. So,
That's
Pick a
gonna be
fleet.
noisy on the
All right.
undock.
oh, I fucking hope so. I
Yeah,
love
it's
it.
like when you have you get like an interceptor fleet going by or something, and it just sound like NASCAR, like
Whizzing.
Like F1, so good.
I hope.
you're being tackled and something just
Yeah, one can
annoying
only
the
hope.
shit out of you like a mosquito noise.
So I'm going to
Oh.
derail now for a second. Did you see that video of the guy who found the mic at the F1 race? And he was
No.
like up against. He found the mic, so he's sitting in the stands and he finds the mic that's recording the car sound. So every time a car would come by, he would lean in the mic and go meow meow. And it's on the
Yes.
broadcast for the race. It's fun. I'll find the video. Hold on.
I like guys that fuck with the presentations.
That's good.
Yeah, here it is.
I want to see this. Are you getting a link or are you just posted to Discord?
I'm getting a link. Why is it muted?
Why is it muted?
So something we didn't touch on that was kind of semi-related to that MCT thing was the alt promo thing that they came out with today.
Alt promo? You're not talking about the
Someone's-
2 for 1, right?
So you know how a few weeks back they were pushing for everybody to, link up all your alts under your main account, make it where they're all united in that sense, and they were proposing that at some point we're gonna roll out whatever our discount structure is for people who do run multiple accounts.
Right.
So it's similar news with the MCT thing, but slightly different. So they rolled out, I think, it's like a 1 month and a 3 month deal. So like if you sub an alt account that's linked to your main account, it's now 25% off if you do it month by month, or 15% off if you do it 3 months at a time.
So when you say link,
And-
you mean just be under the same like email address?
All under the same email and like on CCP's website that way. Like, you can link your accounts.
Thanks.
it-
That's gonna be.
which
pain.
most of mine are already done. I was doing it without thinking about it all these years anyway. Like it's not, unless some people actually thought you had to make a new email for like every account from what I've been like hearing, but
Oh,
Ages ago, you did
You
to get like
did?
the referral rewards a long time ago.
that would make sense why people did it, because I think I even did it years ago, but over the years, like
Had different
I linked
accounts
them
for
all.
referrals,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, yeah.
I've
Right.
been trying
I remember
Give your
doing that.
bonuses to yourself.
So I've been trying to, because I made my 2 accounts back when you had to have them on different emails, and now
All
I've
two
been
of
trying.
them?
I've been trying to take my alt account and like set
Don't
it to the
judge.
same email as my main account, and like every time it's like, oh, okay, it's processing your email change. I'm like, cool, and then I go back like a month later. I'm like, it didn't change it, and so I'd say it's like, okay, we're gonna process your email change. I've done that 10 times, and it still just keeps going with the old email.
Should write
Well,
a bug
that
report.
sucks.
No. I'm just gonna hope they
course
eventually
not.
fix. No,
Yeah,
they
it'll
eventually
fix on its own
Yeah, it'll
eventually.
fix itself. No, I need to get. Probably need to
It'll
Yeah,
get,
clear
use
up.
denial. That
probably need to
works.
get a hold of tech support and be like, "Yo,
It'll clear up
Help
on
me.
its own.
Some nice citizen will report this on my
yeah,"
behalf.
because that's like an email I don't ever really use anymore. So
So Swift came out on Reddit and mentioned that this is not a temporary deal in the normal sense. It's at least going to recur for a while, and that if you do use this promotional sub thing, I think if you don't have it set to auto renew, it won't pick you back up on the higher price tier. I think it'll just drop your account, and that way you can choose to go back in and try to find the promo again or whatever, however you choose to approach your alt subscriptions. But I don't know. It was a little confusing, and I was kind of bitching about it this morning on the Discord, and I did see some comments that kind of cleared it up. So the 1 month is listed as 25% off. So theoretically, I guess that would drop you down to $15. So you'd be paying what you used to pay for a sub.
Back to
for a
the
month
regular sub. Yeah, yeah.
And it shows advertised as 25% off. The 3 month shows advertised as 15% off, which seems a little off, and that's what was confusing me. I was like, why would you get a lesser discount if you're ponying up more money at a time and you're committing to wanting to be around for longer?
Because fuck you.
So apparently, I guess, and I didn't run the math myself, but there was a few comments that said this: the 3 month is already reflecting the discount that you get by doing multi-month. So
okay.
the
That
the
makes sense.
percentage just doesn't look whatever more severe, but it
Because
all
it's
plays
cheaper
out
to
to be.
subscribe to 3 months than is 1 month anyway.
So
right?
apparently, it still like comes out in the water, like it's still a reasonable deal. It's just on the advert, 25% for this, 15% for that. It just looked kind of odd and off. But like I said, some people made it sound at least logical when I dug into it.
Oh,
a
that
little
makes
bit.
senit's sense. So there is a discount for doing multiple months. at
Right.
a
So it's
time,
already
yeah.
like baked into the original price. So then the discount doesn't look as severe, but it's I guess still comes out respectable.
I'm gonna play this Meow guy.
Sorry.
Some bastards.
Potential threat from Daniel Ricciardo. The stewards have decided no further action. Daniel Ricciardo and Sebastian Vettel. So some great impressions there of Formula 1 cars. Potential threat from Daniel Ricciardo. The stewards have decided no further action.
That's fucking great.
I like that.
And of course, it was down in Texas apparently.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's
That's
been
one of
a
the most
huge-
fantastic things I've ever seen. Yeah.
Coda, yeah, is in Texas,
There's
Circuit of
been
the Americas.
a huge F1. I mean, I remember back. It's like NASCAR was what everyone talked about in the States if you were like a racing fan. But like now, all of a sudden, the last 5 years, I swear, I've just seen this explosion of people's interest in F1. They're like, "Oh, you watch F1?" Like even like my other friends that
It's
my other
in
friends, I mean,
America,
my friends that are here, and they're all like, "Oh yeah, we got F1 coming up." I'm like, when did
in
you guys
America,
watch
it's the
F1?
Drive to Survive phenomenon, which is a Netflix show that like dramatizes Formula One stuff.
Traumatized, yeah.
Sure. And so it started about 4 or 5 years ago, and that they started following the teams around and doing interviews and all this like extra like view access and then put it on American Netflix. And it drew a bunch of people in. I remember I was at my ex's house one time, and that's how I got into it. And I watched the first few seasons. Apparently, it got worse, and I dipped out on it at some point. But my ex-girlfriend's parents were just watching F1, and I was like, this isn't really like them. And it was a really cool show for the first couple seasons where they were like getting a lot of just good behind the scenes stuff, and very, I don't know, gave it a very like human feeling. And since then, I've been, actually watching races and trying to watch like media around it. I don't watch the show anymore, but there's a huge like running joke on all the F1 subreddits about how like people got there from Drive to Survive because they think that there's like these bitter, like hateful, relationships between people and like drama that doesn't necessarily exist in that capacity, because they did kind of doll it up a little bit to, sell it.
Yeah. I
I'm a bitter, hateful person.
Cause drama in anything if you'll just think that's the norm.
In this day and age, I think that's logical. There's been a lot of reality TV, which is like the saddest thing. I read somewhere that like the rise of reality TV. Do you guys remember the writer's strike back in like the mid late 2000s?
Yeah.
So apparently that's when reality TV like really took off because they didn't have to pay writers, and then like a bunch of shows just and then before you know it, America's like half of what's on TV is fucking stupid reality TV
The
shit.
death of History Channel.
That's how they had to fill
Yeah.
it with something, so that's how they filled it for a while.
Yeah,
And it's not completely recovered.
it's like
still.
fascinating like ripple effect
They
though.
dipped their toes into ice.
It changed American culture.
They just dove off the deep end after that, and I fucking hate that channel now.
Yeah.
Anyway, tangent. Back to Eve.
So they put out 2 videos today. One of them doesn't have any sound, which aggravates me. But one of them is the Pulse. New Pulse video came out today.
Ooh.
Oh.
The main theme being CSM 17, right?
Yeah.
Get out and vote. Vote early, vote often.
Yeah. Can you vote a lot?
Talk
All
about-
the more reason to run more accounts.
Yep. They put
Even
I got a
Alphas
link
can
there in chat.
Well,
Yep.
don't you have
Can
to?
they?
Doesn't your account have to be at least 30 days old?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I think they did that so that you couldn't just make a shitload of accounts and then just use them all to vote.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm unless they changed
No,
it, because I know
it's-
when alphas came out, they did allow alphas to vote, but you had to be at least 30 days old on your account. So if you want to just have a shitload of like alpha votes to just slam on somewhere, you have to make those beforehand and be.
You have to
prepped.
at least pay for 2 months.
So skill
basically.
farms are gonna have hundreds.
Oh, you have to pay for 2 months?
Well, if you've got been Omega for 30 days to.
No.
be
You
able
don't, I
to
don't think
vote.
you have to be Omega for 30 days. You just the count has to be 30 days old. So you can't be like, oh, CSM
Gotcha,
elections, make a new account, vote. Like you would have had to prep this, months back. So
You got to plan ahead. And
Yeah.
EVE Online players are known for not planning ahead
right,
at all.
yeah. Like no one's gonna
What?
just make 50 alpha accounts like a month before. Oh,
Wait,
would
but a
do
ton
that?
of people already have those.
What are you talking about?
It's not-
So they got
Oh,
the
60 days, not
they
okay. I think it was 30.
They talked about FanFest. They talked about CSM 17. They talked about Anger Games. They talked about Abyssal Proving Grounds associated with the Anger Games. I don't know if you guys are tracking that. There's like 3 of them. There was one last weekend where I think it was 1v1 Corvettes, and then there was another one that's cruisers and battleships. Anyways, they talked about the career agent updates that are on the test server right now. They talked about the Emperor Bear skins with the Plex, and that's pretty much everything that was covered in the Pulse this week. CCP Mirage once again hitting it out of the park with the EVE Online Pulse videos.
Mirage is
The Pulse
perfect.
videos just kick ass, don't they?
Yeah.
They did such a good
They're
job.
They really well
good.
done.
I fucking really like
Yeah,
them.
they took our intro for it, but that's fine.
You know, hey, what do you do?
Yeah.
We're bitches. They took it from us. It's gonna happen.
They're kicking us a little check every month, so it's
Yeah.
fine.
They give us Darwin.
And then they put out this video with no sound, and I don't know why the fuck they would do that.
Maybe it's just you.
I don't know. I don't think so.
I mean, if it's just showing menu clicks, but I think it would have been nice to have them narrated at least.
Oh, I clicked the campaign ad one. I was like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, it's like CSM
like,
17. Get ready to vote, and it just says 45 candidates. Vote now.
Aren't those like the one that they're gonna put it into the stations in game?
Oh, maybe. Is there one in my station right now? I got an Anger Games 5 ad in my station. Oh.
I mean, that would kind of make sense why they didn't care about sound. Although it wouldn't have been hard to throw some just like pizzazz sound.
Pew
on
pew
the
pew
back
pew.
feed. Yeah, yeah, some space noises.
Interesting
yeah,
that's also it's an unlisted video as well. I just noticed that.
I
Yeah,
wonder if
so-
we can
really?
get into the
I'm
key
guessing that's
files.
why like it would be like the ones on the like posters and stuff.
I wonder if they've like, yeah, that's, something's
The
not
top
finished or
comment-
something.
I
The
wonder if
top
you-
comment says Pearl Abyss budget for Eve is so low they didn't even bother to put some Eve music on this. That's how much they value the CSM player base. That's pretty.
That's
Aw.
funny.
It's
Shots
probably just
fired.
misinterpreted. Like I think the ad thing is the most likely thing, and that's why they were like, "Why would we need sound? It's going to play in the station." But
Yeah, and
That's
it's
pretty funny
unregistered, so yeah.
that's rough.
Oh
Stations and
yeah,
billboards,
Swift
I
was
guess,
talking
eh?
about it like before my interview. Yeah, it would make sense actually.
I haven't seen it roll up on my station yet. I've seen
So
a
that's two
ad for
places that
Italian
you're.
Corp, and some kind of weird energy bar. And now we're looking at.
Oh yeah, hey, you speaking of an energy bar, for those that were in Iceland, they actually served us quaif.
Oh,
And
yeah,
that
the
yeah.
drink?
yeah. Yeah, the drink, and it actually just tastes like the 90s Pepsi Blue.
Oh, Pepsi. I was hoping it'd be like the Mountain Dew. What's the blue Mountain Dew?
Baja
Voltage.
Blast.
Voltage.
Voltage.
Baja Blast?
Yeah.
Oh, voltage.
More or
Oh,
less
Baja
like
Blast is like greenish.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
But yeah,
It's
no.
very
Voltage
Caribbean
is
color.
like the blue raspberry, whatever.
Code Red or Livewire all the way though. Just
Dude, they have a
saying.
new one. It's a strawberry lemonade Mountain Dew. It's pretty fucking good.
I love
forget
strawberry
Oh, I
lemonade.
saw that. Which one was
It's
it?
got a really
There's-
loud and busy label. Like it's hard to even know that it's Mountain Dew, but I forget what it's called.
Isn't there like a Mountain Dew Flamin' Hot or something right
Yeah,
now, or
that
something
didn't sound good
crazy?
to me. I didn't even want to try that.
It
I don't want
sounds so
sounds
crazy.
I don't want a spicy
I'm gonna-
drink. Like
I'm gonna try it. Not gonna lie, I'm at least gonna.
You ever
try
feel like culture's starting to lean into like stoners and their appetites? Like
yeah.
Jack in the Box just being blatant about like
But
munchie
no one wants
boxes and
spicy
things.
soda. And I was thinking, like,
every-
well, maybe it's like a
Somebody
like a
does,
peppermint
Drayden.
or something,
Somebody
or a
does.
cinnamon or something. No, it's not that. It's like hot sauce, like Tabasco fucking Mountain Dew or some shit.
Like a
It's-
flaming hot
it's
Cheeto.
Somebody
It's
out there's
really
like,
Mountain
this
Dew.
is the stuff.
no one wants.
We haven't
liquid
even hit-
spice.
I have it here, but I've
We haven't even
tried
hit
those.
3 years here of having like legalized pot shops yet. Like just the adverts are all over the place, like billboards down the along the highway, like in the middle of downtown.
Yeah, gotta know where the weed is.
okay.
Yeah,
well,
people who do drugs is ridiculous.
where do you live? Like which state?
I'm in
Stefan?
Michigan.
Okay.
Michigan now has the we're the third largest marijuana market, legal marijuana market in the country after Colorado and California now. And it took less than 3 years.
Well,
Good
I know
job.
in Canada, advertisement is quite legalized, but it's easy to find. And when you get let's say like the provincial thing, all aside like from each side, you got like some greasy restaurant, like some poutine restaurant, like
Oh,
Bill
love
Province,
poutine.
Oh, I like
whatever.
poutine.
Yeah, so like you just get out of the shop and you're like, there's this big ad that you cannot miss because like it's 2 inches for your face. Want some poutine? Poutine crave? Oh yeah,
That's good. That's good
Smoke
marketing.
some dope.
that's
eat some
marketing.
poutine.
CCP. That's how you do marketing.
But that's the only that's other shops advertising around pot shops. The Canadian government is the only government in the world that can lose money dealing drugs. I don't understand how that's possible.
How do you lose
There's like-
money? You
What?
Just you
Well,
tax
like
it.
the Ontario government was selling pot online, but they were selling it in such crazy packaging that the packaging cost more than the dope that was in
Oh
the
well, that's
package.
stupid.
They
What
were
the
like
fuck?
child safe pill bottles in a fucking completely sealed fucking plastic case that came in a fucking
Sell in a Ziploc bag, dude.
yeah. Yeah.
This is tried and true.
Doesn't have to be a Ziploc.
Although,
It
I
could be a
don't know.
bag.
I
of
guess
it.
that I mean I don't really buy weed, but like in Spokane, like they don't sell it in like a Ziploc bag. It looks like prescription plastic bottle.
Yeah,
things.
like it's really
It's
like
the
high
orange
tech
little-
stuff.
Yeah.
And when you go into those, it's the people that serve you. It's like if you're like in some refined wine place. Like, okay, so what would be the kind of buzz that you're looking for?
Yeah, it's like what kind of weed? It's like I don't know, the kind that gets you high. Like
Then
That-
after
I
that,
was-
it's like, okay, well, how would you like it? Like, we got oil, we got like stuff for muffins, and like there's like so many
yeah.
things.
So you just go in there and tell them what's going to make me the most high, the fastest.
Oh well,
Vapes.
like
I want-
They're like, oh,
I
the
want
syringes then. Like
No, see,
That's what it is. That's what it is.
I
I'll do it.
asked that question as along with what's also the most discreet, because let's be honest, I'm a functional stoner.
that would probably be the gummies.
That, or I mean, like honestly, the vapes are really easy to be discreet.
The
with.
hash, baby. You got to get the
Yeah, you
hash.
can
Speaking
smell
my
You
language.
can smell the
Fuck
vapes.
yeah.
Even though
The
there's a
hash
bunch
is
of
the best,
stuff
man.
out, you can
Don't-
smell them. Like I
You-
if someone
you just have a
vapes
gram
next
of
to me at the
hash?
weed
Yeah,
vape,
you.
and
Oh
I
yeah,
smell
you
it.
can't do it on top of
That's what
someone.
I'm saying. If
but,
you want
like,
discreet, the gummies, you're just like, oh, you're like, oh, he's having a fruit snack. You're like,
You've seen me in Vegas.
Yeah,
I'm
it's a
very
snack.
discreet.
well, you got also like those oils that like look like nothing, like just like a mouth freshener. and that's powerful.
I haven't even been in a head shop.
It's like
That's not
essential
lie,
oil.
Dre, that's a lie. I've been in one with you.
Oh, that's true.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
He was already
Got
out of his
him.
head when he went in there.
For-
So it doesn't
forgot.
He
matter.
wasn't. We were
I
out of our head when we went in there.
It was a Vegas thing.
Marijuana is a memory loss drug. So how
Yeah.
much pot did you smoke?
Not
A
much
ton.
actually. It was like 3 a.m. though. We were in Vegas. Everyone else had gone to bed, and I looked at Donald. I'm like, I'm not tired yet. He's like, neither am I. So we just went back out and just partied for like 2 more hours.
It was a good time.
All right, let's throw it over to Ben again. I got 2 videos to link from him. One is his FanFest presentation that he gave, and the other one is his interview with Ash Rossi. I can't find a link to you on the Battle Royale. That was a 4-hour-long video, right? Is there
Oh
a
yeah,
YouTube
yeah,
link
yeah.
for
Like
that one?
I can get you like the nice place where I actually get like an 1v1 at the Sun in GTAC against the Wormholer representative because they thought that I would actually lose. Guess what? So yeah, that was good.
Do we have a link to his OnlyFans? Does that come into?
Yeah, like the
Oh,
one
do
with
you
the
have an
maple
OnlyFans?
syrups.
Yeah. Hold on, I can get you one.
Yeah, link that motherfucker. I wish
Uh,
I had an OnlyFans.
yeah.
I should do that. I think people would watch me do stupid shit.
There's something for everybody, Dom.
Yeah. You like beavers? Mm.
I do.
They're
No,
an
I
industrious
don't.
creature.
Actually, I think beavers is
Yeah, they are.
monsters.
Oh, man.
They're ridiculous. They eat their own poop, and that's disgusting.
Have y'all seen that game on Steam? It's
Oh,
some
Rabbit
beaver like
Steam.
civilization building game. don't
Yeah,
know,
I
it's
got it, man. Like it's awesome. Like
it looks
yeah,
cool. I'm just gonna.
Beaver
Like, it is.
civilization game.
Yeah,
it's
and
like a town builder.
Emberborn.
Timberborn.
That's
Yeah,
right.
that's it. Oh, wow.
Hold
That's
It
on.
like-
looks really neat.
So you are still alive. I didn't know because you never talk to me anymore.
Me? Yeah, I'm alive.
He hates me now.
CCP Dragon in the chat. What's up?
Timberborn. That's good. All right. Well, check it out.
Yeah, like empire building stuff that you have to like. It's a post-apocalyptic setting that you like control your beavers so that they can actually build dams so that you still get some water during the dams. And
Are
can...
you forced to eat your own poop?
No, actually
That's
not.
ridiculous. The beavers have to do that. So that's a
they really?
terrible game. Yes.
Well,
that
I don't know about the beavers. I know that like the rabbit does.
Beavers
Beavers
have to
eat their own
eat their own poop because they can't digest wood. And they need more enzymes that come out of their ass to help them digest the wood. I swear to God, look it
Maybe.
up. I watched a whole fucking show about it.
Oh,
Goodness.
It was disgusting.
I'll have to look that up for science.
And then they use their fucking tails as little poo-poo platters. Flip the tails underneath them, then poop on their tail, and then they eat it up. It's gross. It's gross.
Wow.
Yeah.
I've been giving them way too much credit for years.
Fuck yeah, they're disgusting creatures.
I mean, we're kind of disgusting creatures. But most of the
Yeah.
stuff I like about us.
I've been to the Angry Beaver. Yeah, that's a good bar.
There's a place in Charlotte called the Thirsty Beaver.
I'd go
I
there.
think there's
too.
one in Ottawa too called the Thirsty Beaver.
Is it a
Never seen
chain?
that.
Well, I know a station
think
like
so. This is a
in
dive bar.
Esoteria. I know a station in Esoteria that is called the Wet Beaver.
Ooh,
Why do you think they're so mad? Yeah, they're mad because they have to eat their own poop. I mean, I'd be pissed too. That sucks. No one wants to eat their own poop.
Dude,
That's
Angry
gross.
Beavers was such a good show. Good shout out, Rand. I don't know if anybody else ever
Okay.
saw Angry
I
Beavers.
have no.
Ben,
Ben,
give us your
back to Ben,
give us
sorry.
your spiel again. Give us your spiel again, Ben.
Oh well, actually, like I've linked my video. It was in like the Open
I
Comes.
have a couple of them up. Do you want the?
I want him to answer my question.
Oh, these are like an hour long. I can't play them.
So, Ben, if you are elected to the CSM, do you have in place, or what do you plan to put in place for players to be able to contact you and get information or get information to you?
Okay, so like the main place will be like my Discord that I link in my forum post. But any other way, like if they want to get me in contact in game, that's fine. Over Discord, that's fine. Also, I got like a scoop for you. Like I'll be starting my own Twitch show in a few weeks from now.
Make sure you get us a link for it.
And like I'm still like juggling up with the title, but mostly it's gonna. I think I'm gonna go for the Beaver Show.
I like it already.
See, like it's gonna get a lot of views.
Now,
I think
you will have to eat your own poop at least once.
it won't happen.
It'll happen. Excellent. All right. Fucking phone. My fucking phone's stupid. LB,
Okay, LB, I sent
I'm
you like
sorry.
the video. No, I am sorry. Remember, sorry in advance. Oops.
Oh, yeah, I got it. I put it in the chat.
Yeah.
Thank you for
the
answering
videos
my
there.
question, Ben. That was it. That was an adequate answer. I appreciate it very much.
No
You
problem,
had
man.
something planned and had something's in place. That's good
I
because that's
thought
what.
he actually had
One thing that
OnlyFans
pisses me
to
off about
address that.
CSM members is when they don't communicate with the players. If there's no pathway to communicate, then what's
That's-
the point of doing it?
No, well, actually, that's the job.
That is the job, exactly.
Yeah, so like you represent people. People need to be in touch with you. So yeah, like take your responsibility. Otherwise, don't show up.
I agree 100%. I appreciate that you have the same.
Well
said.
idea.
Ben, have you ever been under an NDA before?
Many times. It's actually part of my job.
Hmm.
Oh, okay.
So it doesn't scare you.
Not at all.
Bird is the word. I like it.
I've only been in one NDA. I was a little scared at first, and then I realized it wasn't that big of a deal. I was
No.
under an NDA with Matani. I'm like, oh god.
Well, yeah, like there are like the unofficial NDA, but there are also like the real NDA. So yeah, those that you sign as soon as you enter any kind of laboratory.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Like Dexter's laboratory.
Especially Dexter's. He's got some crazy shit. in
No,
there.
like the no,
No,
more like the
Dexter's
Wuhan.
laboratory. That's the cartoon. It's not
Wuhan
the one
lab.
that's cutting people.
Oh, yeah, I meant the
Fucking
cartoon.
crap.
Yeah, his laboratory kicked
I'm
ass.
just enjoying old
Not the
show
guy who cuts
nostalgia
people.
now.
Yeah, we don't want his laboratory. Fuck him.
We're talking about CSM, Liz.
Yeah, cutting people. No, CSM, right.
Wait, we weren't talking about CSM.
Yeah, I think.
We
We're
were just
gonna-
talking
we're-
about Eve,
we're-
Liz.
we're-
Come
we're-
on. Don't be like that.
We're keeping an average right now of roughly 5 minutes on topic, 3 minutes off. Everything's
Dude,
fine
that's
and
better
normal.
than 50%. That's
We're doing
Way
good.
better than
that's
normal.
successful than yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Look at last week. We spent 10 minutes on Eve and an hour, like 2 hours on not Eve. So
Last
Yeah,
week was
like
kind of slow,
that's
though.
what I was like expecting. So I was like,
least we're
okay, I don't
consistent,
actually
yeah.
need to be sober here.
yeah, no, I mean like it's not. You don't have to be sober. The show. I mean, like, we try to do like it's a back and forth. It's an off and on thing.
I like it, man.
Ben,
I'm having
there's
like
no
really
sober
great
here.
time
I
with
don't. I start drunk.
LB tries
Oh.
to steer the ship, but we keep fucking the rudder up. So
Well, LB, you know I'm sorry, right?
I'm aware. Yes.
What does this sail do? Just pulling things down, screwing with all the cables and lines.
Yeah, well, actually, LB, he knows, like, yeah, like in every single
See?
fleet that I
See?
can actually just get the pawns about, like, oh, we're sorry. Every time that I do stuff, I'm sorry. Like, it was this week, I think. Like, the Logi wing, we just got bored. We just set all our drones on Dodgers and healing him at the same time. And he was like, Benjamin, what you doing? I'm sorry.
Any chance they get to be sorry, they are.
What? I'm
Because
sorry.
their tag is SORRY, right? Their alliance. Sorry in advance. So they're Canadian, overplayed.
Yeah, I used to be in a Canadian group
Sorry.
named Sorry We're in Your Space, eh?
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so,
that's
like,
really aggressive. That's aggressive.
We were dicks.
That's
We were
super
started in
aggressive.
space.
That's too aggressive for Canadians. Doesn't add up.
Well, it was started by
We
somebody
can-
from PL. So
We can be aggressive. We can be aggressive when we need to.
you just say
Pat-
you say
passive
sorry about it.
aggressive.
I'm sorry. I'm aggressive.
Sometimes they
It's
don't
gonna
even
happen.
look.
Look, right?
Look at
exactly.
hockey.
You, oh,
Whole
man, you
sport.
got the idea right there.
Yeah, sometimes they don't even say please. It's atrocious.
It's easier
Yeah.
to ask for forgiveness than it is.
Well, since we're sorry in advance, we can actually do anything and just say, well, it doesn't count. Like,
Yeah,
That's
I
a
know-
good point, Ben.
No, the hockey
Say
thing's a
sorry
good point.
for-
It's like
I'm gonna wake up in the morning and go, "World, I'm sorry," because I'm gonna be a fucking dick.
yeah, Canadians like they're like the epitome of like the nicest culture ever, and it's like, oh, here's our sport. What is it? We basically just beat the shit out of
Violence,
each other,
yeah.
and then sometimes slap a piece of rubber at someone.
Really, really hard, as we can. Slap that fucker right into a net.
Well, actually,
We're-
there's this joke about like when God created like the world, and like he said, "Oh, I'm gonna create like this perfect place called Canada, like with real happy people." But there's gonna be one weakness. What's gonna be it? They're gonna be mad as soon as you drop a puck on the ground.
Kill them all.
Oh yeah, well, actually, like things can can get like really messy in the Canadian arena, like when these things happen, and you get like all those like people like are like it's more than emotional. Like you see, like it's like
Is it
it's taking
is it like the
people.
soccer games or the football games in Europe, where they have to like
Yep.
separate the fans by like fences because people throw bricks and shivs and shit all.
In
Well,
some
actually,
places,
like
yeah.
yeah, like in Montreal, if like when the Canadian get into like the finally, which did not happen this year, like we like we got like police everywhere because like there's like people like breaking stuff all around. The last Stanley Cup, it was pretty bad. Like it was like well more than 20 years back now, but yeah, like a big part of the center of Montreal as Montreal has been like wreckage by people. Like it was like really hard, and that's actually one of the reasons that our police are not like really good in the what you call like anti-emote. So when we got people like getting really like heat up, like okay, now we got the tools because of what happened with the hockey games.
Yeah. In Montreal, if the Montreal Canadiens win the Stanley Cup,
that's right.
they go outside and they riot. If they
I was-
lose the Stanley Cup, they go outside and they riot.
I was trying to figure out. I was like, I
Either
couldn't
way.
remember what Montreal's team was. Like the
Sounds like
Canadiens.
Philly.
I was like,
Yeah, the Canadians.
I was like, it's not the Senators. That's Ottawa, and I was like,
That's easy. Canadians.
right? Yeah, like I know all the rest, but
I think
What-
Calgary's the Flames, right? How'd they do?
Dumb.
I
fucking
kept wanting to say
flatten
the
your bike
Expos,
tires.
but that's basement. Is
The only reason I'm giving you shit is I fucking bet money on them for you, and then I lost.
the Expos are gone, right? They're not a thing anymore. They haven't been a thing
Yeah.
for a while.
No, but actually,
Well,
you got their mascot, and they're like the mascot is now into the Canadian. Like
Okay.
Yuppie.
Because
Where did the Expos go? Who
Yeah.
did they become?
Oh, fuck.
No one actually. I
They
think
didn't
like
move. They just
scavenged like
disappeared?
all
I
around.
think they moved and they became something else. I can't remember what team they became though.
It was one of the
Alright.
expansion teams. Maybe
Colorado.
Tampa Bay.
No, that's actually those were the Nordics from hockey.
Yeah, the Nordiques went to Colorado and became the Avalanche.
Okay,
They're in the
they
playoffs
wanted
right
to-
now.
Well,
That
the,
didn't
the
get-
Expos was
They made the
baseball though.
playoffs.
The Expos was
Yeah, I was gonna say,
baseball.
I'm looking at now.
I knew
That's
there was somebody from Canada moved to Colorado. I didn't know which one it was.
Oh, okay.
They became the Washington
That was
Nationals.
bad.
Oh, the Washington.
there we
Nationals.
go.
Okay.
Yeah, the Montreal sports fans are weird though, because I used to live in Montreal.
Oh,
And
really?
my dad would take us to like an expo. We went to an Expos game. So it's the seventh inning, and my dad's like, "Oh, they're losing. We're gonna leave to beat traffic." So we left. We beat traffic. Good job, Dad. And then we're listening to the game on the radio, and it was like the greatest comeback in Expos history. Like, oh, if you weren't here, you missed it all. Like, of course, nobody was there. Everybody left in the seventh inning, so the stadium was fucking empty.
Terrible fans.
That's so good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
One
they
of
did the same-
Felipe Halley like good games.
Yeah, the Knights are a brand new team for hockey, and then that made it an odd number, and then now the Kraken just came in to.
So the Knights
To make it
were already there, right? Kraken is the newest one.
Kraken's the
think
newest one. The
Kraken's-
Knights were a new team. Was it
2 years ago?
Golden Knights, and they, like it was like 3 years ago, I think.
3 years
Maybe
ago, okay.
4, but
Has it been that long? Okay.
yeah, they've been a little bit. But yeah, now the Kraken is. I think this last season was Kraken's first season, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
Sounds about
Yeah,
right.
this is their first season.
They didn't do that well, but they're an expansion team.
Yeah, it happens.
You never know. I mean, well, it's like
It's
you can't
not
expect a
normal.
new team to do well, and then the Golden Knights come in and they like go to Stanley
right.
Cup their first time.
Well, it's-
but-
I was
It's
just
not
reading that.
normal for that to happen. Like the
Right,
the
that's-
Vegas Knights were the outlier as far as expansion teams go. Usually, they're absolute dog shit.
For a long
Usually.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It said their 13
Vegas
playoff
Knights, yeah.
wins en route to the 2018 Stanley Cup Finals are the most for a team during their inaugural postseason run.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely notable.
So Ben uses his alliance tag soaring in advance to apologize in advance of doing diplomatic incursions. What could possibly go wrong uses our
Oh
tag
yeah.
to blame stupid ridiculous losses on what could go wrong. Let's fuck it. Let's gate the freighter through Stain. It's fine.
Well,
What could go wrong?
Actually,
could
like,
go
everything
wrong,
goes
yeah.
wrong.
Who needs a
what
scout?
why do you think that Dodger actually put us into the diplomatic sections?
Yeah, we're the retard with a bat in a corner, just waiting for orders. Which way do we go, Dodger? Over there.
Yeah, well,
Whoa.
actually, like that's a really great tool for like diplomatic. So when people actually are mad at us, I say, well, actually, like we're sorry in advance, so it doesn't count. And they are like, and actually, that's one of the things that I like. That I'm telling into my expose, like with sciencey stuff, that when you do something bad for someone, if you said like in the gaps of about like 2 hours after you're doing like something disrespectful that you're sorry, this actually like if you mean that you're sorry, actually it breaks the the fact that it's gonna go into their long term memories, and you can actually get them back into like something positive and something useful for you. So yeah, like being sorry can actually be really good for diplomacy. So yeah.
See, if you're sorry and you laugh about it, they don't think it's that. They
No,
don't,
that's
they
not
don't
the
really
same.
care.
No,
That's not
don't
the same.
laugh at the same time. Like
I have a hard time though. I laugh because it's funny.
well,
I'm
so
sorry. That was great. Wasn't it? Sorry.
that happens in fleets. Sorry, Dodger.
Does anyone have any CSM related questions for Ben?
So
Otherwise, we also got like in my little like 2-minute video that I done this week that could actually be funny. If you
well,
want to pass that.
so one of my tasks that I've been assigned, because I've got a lot of people in my alliance that so I'm a director in my alliance, and I've had a lot of people that aren't able to watch all the CSM interviews and whatnot, because there's a lot of people they're like, who should I vote for? So we always put out a recommended ballot. So my question to you, Ben, is I'm we're an alliance of about 1,000 tunes, about 300 actual people, so medium sized to small sized alliance. Why should we put you on our ballot? And we are a no alliance as well.
Okay, so well, because like I'm there for like the smaller alliance. Which alliance are you part of? Sorry.
The Road Consortium, we're part of Wrecking Crew. We live
Oh
in,
yeah, well
in
that's a really good.
Providence and Ketch.
Yeah, like yeah, okay, I know you very well. Okay, so yeah, because like those are the smaller alliance that actually has to band together to be able to do stuff. So yeah, like row consumption. Well, it's a bigger one actually, but the thing is, everything that is not like let's say like the big null block. That's one of the things that I'm looking like into to be sure that we don't get overlooked by those. And not only that, like I'm sure that you got like fleets with cross alliance setups. Do you?
Yeah.
So yeah, so everything that has to do with like the ACL access list to actually ease like your FC and everyone's life, so that people can actually be in space doing pew pew instead of being in station and waiting. Well, that's more fun. So that's a bit like a better Friday night. That's a better whatever night that you do. So well, yeah, like my goal is to bring like the fun and like stuff to be accessible, like less like bureaucratic stuff, more stuff in space, happy times. Those are those are actually like all those all things that I am actually doing, and well, some other stuff like concerning like Logi pilots and other stuff. And also, like in RC, you got this coalition, España, that is one of your like allies.
Yes.
So those actually should vote for me as their first one, because like I'm into like the language communities, and yeah, so that's would actually be a really really good for those.
Awesome. Thank
Fair
you.
enough. Good question.
I have
Anyone
a
else?
question.
There you go.
Yeah, sure.
Who's gonna be on your ballot?
That's good. Well, me.
As
Yeah. After that, like yeah, I'm actually the one that have been
I mean, you don't have to tell me full, but like, who catches your eye?
those that catches my eye. There's Jinx from Brave that is like full into all this community stuff that I really like. That is gonna be like on the ballot. Well, actually, quite for sure. After that, we have to actually think more strategy wise. There's this guy from Wormhole, Mark. Wormhole community are great, and they need like a representative. Even though I've beat him on the 1v1 at the Sun in Jita. he's a great guy. So I think that he's like the best candidate that Wormhole people actually need, and we do need Mark at this table. So those two are actually people that I think would be on the ballot. For the other ones, well, since I've been mandated by Dodger like only a few hours from now, I did not done the job yet for the rest of our MC ballot. So yeah, I'm gonna do it before the 7th.
Fair enough.
So is there anyone you foresee on the possible CSM that you'd might have a problem working with, or is that something you don't think is going to be a problem?
Problem? No. Fun with? Yeah. I'm working with different kind of people with different kinds of I won't say like special kind of behaviors, and I'm seeing those in some candidates that I think that is going to be like voted for and getting around that table. And man, I like so much playing with trolls. That's something that I've discovered a few years back, and oh, they are so fun. So yeah,
You like to troll trolls.
Yeah, I like to troll trolls.
That's
That's
one of
so
the great.
funny.
That's a not even an American pastime. That's an internet pastime. I think many people enjoy.
Yeah, because
Damn
like
straight.
there are some things that trolls never expect, and man, I like to throw that on them. That's so fun. But no, otherwise, like working at it as a team, I'm really great at it. Like I'm doing that nearly my whole work week. I'm working with people from all backgrounds. Actually, I'm a great work like a teamwork person. Sorry. Also, everything that has to be done on my own, I have no issue with that too. When there's work to be done, I do it. I'm not afraid of the amount of work that is in front of me. Yeah, what has to be done will be done, and that's it. I'm someone that is quite disciplinary. So like when I got like a goal and stuff to be done, I make sure that it's done, that I get like all my sleep scheduled right, that I do let's say like I do like a meditation at the right time so that I can be like at the best, at the top of my game, like for the like all day long. I plan my day so that like I know that after dinner when I should be like on the digestion section of my day, well that's where I put my interview with other people so that I can talk and be beating up to the test and see like, okay, so that's what's happening. So I'm scheduling all my energy curves to be at the top of my game, and I'll be doing the exact same thing with the CSM because that's who I am.
Excellent. Drayden, you have any questions for him?
Trying to think of a good one, and I kind of have an idea of
the spot. Sorry.
So no, that's fine. I was really trying to think of something. So one thing with the CSM is meant to be like a sounding board, essentially between, or not a sound, as intermediary, I guess you'd call it, between the players and the devs. But at the same time, the CSM kind of are also pushing their own ideas. So like, are you going to have like a balance of trying to push the things you would like to see in the game to CCP, or but also you're gonna have people say like, oh, we want this. How are you gonna filter out the noise of people just wanting ridiculous stuff to things that you find actually like, okay, that might actually be something that's worth bringing up to CCP?
That's a good one. And when people bring me ideas, okay, it actually started because people like want to, oh, if you do that you're gonna have my vote and I represent like 4 people. Okay, let's test your idea out. If you can answer my question, I might put that on my list. If they cannot answer my question, well, guess what? So yeah, I'm like reading, listening, writing back to every people that write to me. If like their idea is special, I won't laugh at it, but I'm gonna read it and test prove it. Speak to the person, because some of those idea that can actually be out of the box might actually be the best one. So I want those people to write to me and actually make something that, well, we never thought about. So yeah, like if you got like crazy ideas, like I'm the man that want to hear it, because crazy can actually be like super good. So yeah, like any kind of idea, like I want to get Eve to like another place. Like it's actually like a unique kind of game. Let's make it more unique. Like people are like I'm gonna like go with like the ecosystem idea here. Like in an ecosystem you need diversity for it to thrive, so those people are element of diversity, so I want to hear them and their ideas so that the whole ecosystem can be better.
Gotcha.
So there's 2 questions from chat. Drayden, you want to ask the first one?
Well, I was gonna ask Dragon had a question. I guess he says that's kind of like what I just said. Oh, did the feed go?
Caldari Prime Pony Club had one too.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh,
So
go ahead.
from Caldari, are you
go ahead.
will you have a problem or a plan to do, or will try to be involved in CSM notes, the summit notes? Is that something you want to do, planning to do?
What do you mean, like the nodes that are taken by CCP and automatically?
No,
Are
the ones that
those
are presented to
keeping
the
them-
players later.
keeping the minute.
I think kind of well.
The
So
minutes,
yeah,
the,
for
the
the
minutes are already designated to be taken by someone. I think one of the CCP people does that. I wonder if they're meaning more like kind of like what Brisk did in the past. Brisk would kind of have like here's presentation like. Now he had to not skirt around the NDA, but he had to follow the NDA, so he couldn't just be like, "This is what we talked about," or was it Brisk or was it?
Yeah,
Dunk?
there's
I think it was
the whole
Dunk that did
NDA thing that
wasn't it?
needs to be we need to be careful about.
Yeah.
But things that that I can actually talk about and I'm the kind of person that want to be as transparent as possible. Okay,
Yeah.
so while respecting an NDA, I want actually to get people to for like everything that is not RDA NDA under. So I know that there's some presentation that are like given by players at the the thing that, well, those presentations are not owned by CCP, but you know, like if it's not owned by CCP, that it's not under the NDA. Well, you get the idea there.
Yeah, yeah. I couldn't remember if it was Brisk or Dunk did it, but yeah, it was Brisk because they would have the CSM meetings with CCP, and then he would basically come out and be like, "These are kind of the things we generally talked about, and here's some of the feelings that some of the CSM had, or some of the discuss." But like he couldn't go into details because of NDA, and so he kind of like was trying to be as transparent
Yeah,
about the meetings as possible
know.
without breaking the NDA.
Brisk
so,
is really good, like on that point, because
he's
like
a lawyer, so
as
he knows how to like.
yeah, because
not
I do
infringe
deal
on
with
wording.
NDAs like daily, and like when I'm listening to him on different shows, he knows his stuff. He know when to stop, and he's really good. That's something actually that I can like maybe improve. I think because I'm quite cautious about like all NDA stuff, because well, I got stuff that like in my real life that is related for, well, any kind of security stuff, and yeah, that should not go out in any way or kind of form. And this thing, like, it's something new, but it's still like NDA stuff. Like it's in the game world, but it's still really important.
Yeah. And then the other question. So Dragon says I don't think his question is the same as mine. So I'll just read his. And I know you've kind of gone over some of this stuff. It's kind of like it's kind of like your platform. He's saying, when you call your first CSM meeting, what are you going to present to CCP? So that's kind of going over some of the stuff you've mentioned, but we can just like hit it one more time, I guess.
Okay, so well, actually, instead of me going over it, could we like just present
Just play the video?
my silly video? So that actually is gonna be in a funny
Is
and
it the?
entertaining way.
So
The
I
short
have.
one,
I
minute and a
think it's
half.
the
It's
one I
in,
don't have loaded. I have the hour and 11-minute one, and the
Not that
41-minute one. So it's
Something
not
like
those
2
two.
minutes.
The
No,
what one?
like I think it's a minute and a half, something like that.
Let me try and find. Do you have a link for it?
Yeah,
Sure.
Where do you want it? It's in Tito's Vodka Lounge. If you go in there, it's right there.
Gotcha. Okay, I'll get it pulled up in a second.
While you're pulling that up, I'll be right back.
Sure.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, I see it there. Resize it because the shorts are like on portrait mode. Ugh. For the Meow guy. Alright, here we go. Should I just put it full screen? You just do full screen.
Let's be wild.
Hi! Oh, you must be wondering who is this awesome fellow that is presenting himself for the CSM? Well, my name is Benjamin Rushing. I am the CEO of Sorry in Advance, an alliance located in the south. I am also the organizer of EVE Montreal, but also I'm one of the executors of RMC, Red Monarch Coalition, meaning that I'm the perfect representative for the smaller groups, the language community, the access list usage for the container, the hangars, and the deployables, for the Logi pilot, and for the improvement of communities. Okay, now put into your agenda that from the 7th to the 14th of June 2022, you now have to vote for Benjamin Rushing as your first vote on all your Omega accounts. So, vote Benjamin Rushing.
There we go. I was at first I was like, oh no, it's not synced, and then I was like, oh, he's doing the dub thing.
Yeah, it's dubbed.
It's dubbed. Okay.
I was wondering myself.
So
That was pretty
that's
heartwarming.
that was a good video. I got.
You got?
Sorry, I've got. I still had the stream. Yeah, I had to mute that. So I've got one bone to pick with you though over that. One request for the ACLs.
Yeah.
Standings controlled by ACLs.
Oh.
That would be
Oh.
amazing. So imagine that, no
Yeah.
more having to push out coalition standings updates to all your alliances in your coalition. Just someone who controls that, boom, done, flows out.
That
was
encourages
something
more smaller groups.
Good.
I would love
Yeah.
something like that, because that's something that I feel like every group has headaches over, is making standings be cohesive across the entire, coalition. So
It encourages more coalitions, but it does encourage more smaller groups by kind of taking away some of the curve of running your own shit.
well, and I mean, how long has it been since CCP did a pass on the corp roles interface? Like, Jesus Christ.
Like you can not even like link like alts together to know like
I've
make
been
make the
I-
things to be like a main like something that is like a corp management like but for 2022, not something like from dinosaurs.
well, it's so convoluted that like I still go back and actually will double check some of the documentation for like what role does what before when I'm setting stuff up, just to make sure, because it's not super intuitive at all.
No, I'm doing
It's
the same
my
thing.
It's my least favorite part of running a corp.
Yeah, me too. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, actually, I just wrote it down. You're now like into my platform. Congrats, man. Because like this is good idea. See,
I'm sure
It
there's
is
probably
good,
a lot
good.
of technical
System's
limitations, but it's good ideas, I think, to work toward.
yeah, and like actually, it's really good, man.
See, it's also working because Dragon's saying he's writing it down into his thing too. He's like, yeah.
So yeah, so now it's in my platform. Vote for me even more.
Okay, I have a question.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
so we have CCP Swift, who is formerly Elise Randolph. We have CCP Zealous, who is formerly General Stargazer. We have CCP Convict, who is formerly Bam Stroker.
Oh.
Well, CCP Dopamine, but he wasn't. I don't know his player name if he had played before. So 3 big players who are now the 3 big community devs. What do you bring to the table as far as CSM is concerned that they don't already have on payroll at CCP right now?
Well, actually, I'm gonna quote Ashtoreth here because, like, in my interview with him, he actually put up that everything that has to do with like the macro section of like the communities and toward where like the game is going, like that's where I gonna actually be able to shine because my my background and my studies are about like the bigger picture and see like how where like the company is going, thing that's actually might work and might not work on the ecosystem level. So like with that in mind, and also with what I'm doing like real life, where I'm actually working with a big entity like a cognitive machine that actually make big changes, I know how to present and like see that like to sync like the company needs with the player needs at the right time. So you need to present stuff at the right time, the right way, to actually hope for it to pass. And sometimes like the opportunity just doesn't show up, but some other that you didn't thought about like actually does. So that's why it's really important for any like a CSM member to have like this list of like things that player wants, and when you got the opportunity to do it at the right time in the right manner, they actually do it. That's the job. And that's something that I've been doing for over like 10 years now, like as my job, and I know how it works.
Okay.
You don't seem convinced one bit.
We'll see, I guess.
I was so you were mentioning the community devs. I was like trying to think. I was like, Satonia, what is he again?
He's a QA dev now. And
That's
Aurora
right.
is there too. She was a player, but now she's in game dev. Like in actuality, she's no longer a community dev.
Right,
Yeah.
another good resource there, yeah, for sure.
So they have a lot of
So-
resources to reach out to the community.
Well, I mean, you go back,
or just information already. But I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, Rise was a big player back in the day, and then so was Fozzie.
Well, actually, one of the CCP dev that I would like to have a good talk with would be like CCP Ghost, with his friendship machine and like the expose that I did on like how to improve communities that actually come in part from his research that I just like push a little bit further. That's something that I would like actually to have like a good exchange with.
Interesting.
So yeah. Next question. Let's go.
I feel like Dragon still was looking for whatever his what your 30-minute meeting was.
The one today, well, it was only 10 minutes. Like the one with CP
No.
Swift.
I just
No,
he
it's
said
the presentation to CCP.
right. He said, "Come on,
Yeah.
Ben, pick one and tell me what it will be."
But that's what the video did.
Well, I think that was his broad platform. I think.
Right.
Never mind. I'll leave it to.
Oh,
to
you mean
Dragon if
like
he wants to elaborate himself?
Specific.
Not sure I get
I
the
think
question.
that's what he meant. I don't know. That's why I was like, you know what? I'll leave it. Dragon can elaborate if he chooses.
Well, if I understand the question, I'll be happy to answer.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'll just put that like on the language barrier and like, hey, I'm sorry.
Fair enough. If you were a CCP dev, what would your dev name be? That's just a random question.
Why not CCP Beaver?
Of course it would.
I kind of
was
assumed you
gonna
would.
say it, and then
That was my
I was
guess.
like, yeah.
I thought it was going to be CCP maple syrup.
Oh
What
man.
about Maple Beaver
Mm,
or Beaver syrup? No, don't do Beaver syrup. Don't.
Goodness.
Beaver, CCP Beaver syrup. Oh no! Sorry.
Listen. Is that a video that's not supposed to be shown to the wide world?
Just
Which
forget
one?
I said that, okay?
Oh yeah, he was.
Yeah, just like
Always said-
edit it out. Oh man.
I put the CSM 17 candidate interview Twitch stream. in
Oh,
the
nice.
chat there
Thanks,
as
man.
well.
Yeah, that was like a good one.
With is it got the right timestamp and everything?
I don't
yeah.
think so.
It's just it's him.
Just the stream.
Oh.
Oh,
Yeah.
wait, no, it's not. Never mind. When I click it, it's got the German guy with the mustache and the fox ears.
Yeah, he's the one
Who-
after
Who
me.
was that?
Winzentowicz Matavade?
Oh.
Matavida? I'm voting for him just because of the mustache. Mustaches got to stick together.
Yeah. Does
Yeah,
he
the,
twirl-
yeah,
does he
the
twirl
guy
his
is
and put
actually
the-
quite fun. Like,
does he wax his and curl it and
Yeah, look at him.
where's I? Well, I see the link, but I'm worried that it's gonna mess something up. But I'll check it out.
like I wanted to have like a wax mustache, but like I've got some issue with the diplomatic lady in RMC, and I could not.
When I click on it, it goes to the beginning of the stream. Like,
Okay, his is at 2045. Pony Club's got a question here. The Eve creative community is currently having a lot of trouble creating 3D content due to exporting tools no longer working because of changes to the client over the last year or so. What process would you follow to find out the details? And then how would you decide if you would consider if something CCP should know? And if so, would you then present it to CCP?
Well, yeah, like it's like any other subject. Like, come to me with like an actually like possible solution or an idea, and I'm gonna question it. Like I'm gonna if you can actually get around like all those questions, and it's a good idea that I don't see like any flaws in it or any question, I'll be happy to like bring it up to the table. That's the idea. You're special. You got an idea that comes out of everything. You are the person that I want to talk with, because like you're someone that can actually make the game better. So yeah, I want to hear that. I want to challenge that, and if you can like actually like like answer those questions, and that we can both agree that those are all great stuff. Yeah, that's my future job as like a CSM member, to actually put your idea and push them forward. So yeah, sure, that's the job.
so wait, 2045. Are you talking about Kismet here?
I thought he said 25.
No. What? I don't know. Look. He's in there. It says right in the beginning, it's maybe that was Eve time when that was done. Hold on. We'll find it. I'll find it. Oh, I found it.
Oh, I was going to the stream time. It's just like elapsed time.
That's what I thought it was too, but apparently I'm wrong.
You are wrong.
Get it? Aha!
Wow, Link!
Yeah, I was like,
We did it.
I don't know much about Kismeteer. I just know that he's got the best fucking cosplay at E-Vegas I've ever seen. And he's fun to play with.
Who?
So he at the first E-Vegas that I remember seeing him at, he just came as the dude.
Nice.
Like, you know, Jeff Bridges, Lebowski, came as the dude. And he had the full get, like the exact same bathrobe, the shorts, the slippers, the shirt, the glasses, and he like grew his hair out and grew his beard out to look just like the dude in the show. And he literally could have been a fucking stunt double in the actual movie. I was like, it is perfect. And then the
All
next
those
year,
stunts they were doing.
the next year he goes and he comes as Walter Sobchak.
Wow.
And again, did the exact same. It looked exactly like fucking.
Wait,
Walter.
he pulled off both really well.
Pulled off both, like to enough to where you didn't have to like, oh, what? It's like you knew exactly who he was. You're like, holy shit! You could
Maybe it's in like the movie industry.
Yeah, from a distance you'd confuse him for John Goodman, and then the next year he comes back and he goes as the Sam Elliott character, and pulls it off to a T. I'm just like, this guy can. I don't know if he could do Donnie, but
I was wondering that. I was like, can he pull off Steve Buscemi?
I think that's the one he couldn't do, but he just pulled off like all of the big characters in that movie. I was like, what the fuck? But
shut the fuck up, Don.
Yeah.
2 hours and 5 minutes in. That's when Bang.
2 hours and 5 minutes. Okay.
So do you guys have any more questions? Are we gonna speak about beavers?
I don't know. I feel like I was already disgusted by them already.
I'm to Dom. Dom.
Oh, that might be just in his bathroom and laughing.
He's probably probably unconscious.
Oh goodness. He might have just stepped away to take a piss or get a
Free
drink
White
or something.
Russians all night. Oh yeah. No, we did have some White Russians. We did.
Yeah, my Russian is getting better.
There's another CSM candidate in the chat right now. Is he with us? Hello?
No.
Is it me? Am I the person?
It's you. You're the one.
Hey.
I'm with you, but barely, sir.
Are you
What?
okay? Is there a medical issue?
Are you well?
No, I'm just very high.
Oh well, that'll happen.
He is.
Okay, so that's the time
But-
to say stuff that will help you get elected.
I don't need
What's your
help to get
favorite?
elected.
What's your favorite flavor of Dorito?
Spicy ranch.
It's not true, Redline. No man's an island.
Spicy ranch? Is there a spicy?
Oh, there
ranch?
is a spicy ranch. I think they're like in the 3Ds form.
Limited edition.
Yeah,
Ooh.
I've had those. They're all right.
There we go. Timber's got a
They're the
question.
best.
I mean, might as well pass it. Ben, what's your favorite Dorito?
This guy doesn't have a
Very-
favorite Dorito. What do you mean?
Okay, wait. Here's a question from Kadari Prime. Seeing as you probably will get lots of questions and requests, how would you prioritize them? That's a good question.
Yep, that's a really good question. So, as I was saying before, there's all the things. Well, there's two sections in that question. So there's the reception of the idea that I spoke a lot about. So let's say that the idea passed this process, okay, and it's now into my list. Once it's in my list, that's my job to listen at the CSM and see where, when I can actually fit it in to actually get accepted, and how to present it to get it accepted. Because it's not everything and any idea that can get in the right space at the right time in the right manner to get accepted. So the prioritization will go as what's I got in front of me. If I got a blank slate, I'm gonna go to my campaign table where that's the reason where a lot of people have voted for me for. Then if those are getting passed through and everything, well, yeah, I'm gonna go with the best idea and what I got in front of me, with what's the opportunity that I can actually grasp and use. Ben for Emperor. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Dro. I like this guy.
And no,
Yeah.
you say what's the first idea you're gonna bring to CCP if you get elected? I think that's the ACL thing. You already said that, but
Yeah, it would be the ACL thing because it does have a lot of things that entangle with it that can be actually really useful for the health of community. Because if you can actually just break all those one corp guy that just use the corporation system for the anger capacity, you would get those really rich ideas and everything into other communities so that those communities can get richer with the idea, I mean. And from there the game can get to a whole other level because people will actually talk to one another more than just being those one corp guy people, like a sect corporations.
oh, Dom's back.
I'm rubbing off. on
Sorry. Oh, that's good.
Yeah, he made it back.
I did make it back. I've been back.
I
Welcome
didn't
back.
listen. Well, Drayden was making it sound like you passed out or something.
You disappeared for 20 minutes.
It wasn't 20 minutes.
It's like
Okay.
19 and a half minutes.
Was it
My
really?
question is-
I got distracted.
Were you in your bathroom laughing alone by yourself?
I think
That happens
you're
every time I go to the
private.
bathroom. I mean, fuck. What do you do?
That's good.
Dom, we got to pick a new day
yeah.
for the show.
Okay, what day?
Your call. You and Rain.
What days? I'll talk to Rain tomorrow. She's going bike riding with me. So you're gonna regret it, but that's okay. Drayden, if you think
Pain
I
is
drink
temporary.
hard in Vegas, I drink way harder on a bicycle.
Really?
I have a buddy who
I'm
busted up
scared
his
for you.
face.
I think that's
'Cause
technically
he-
illegal. Doesn't that technically count as a DUI?
Yeah, you should.
Ah.
You got to be
It
mindful.
depends on the state. So like you end up with weird things. Like say for example, Wisconsin, it is technically not illegal to operate a sailboat while intoxicated.
That's
Now a
interesting.
boat, I think, would be a little more dangerous. I mean, my thing is like, I don't care if people are drunk. Now, if they're riding like right on the shoulder, like where cars are going by, and they're so drunk they're wobbling and might fall over into traffic, then yeah, that's not good. But
I don't get like that. I do that on a
If they're, like,
trail.
off on-
I'll get like that on a trail, but not.
if they're like off on a bike trail and no one's around, it's like, okay, what worst case scenario? They fall over and scrape their own knee up. All right,
Bang themselves in the head and
I mean
break
that's
their neck.
well, I don't know.
I'm gonna
At that
knock on
point,
wood for you.
it's-
That's the
it's like-
terrible worst thing that could happen.
Yeah, not much of a danger to others, in my opinion. But
A buddy of mine was riding a bike for many years, living in Houston. Something happened to his car, and he just embraced bike lifestyle because he could make it work. And one night he'd been drinking pretty heavily, and he hit a curb and busted his chipped his teeth up, he scratched his face all up. And what it was is he thought it, in a lot of corners they have the little ramp thing, and this particular one didn't, but it was kind of dark and he couldn't tell. And so I just I think about that when I think of drinking and riding all the time. I'm like, oof.
I don't. Do you remember my pictures of my face? I guess maybe you haven't seen it. I crashed last year. I protected my bike with my face. It was fantastic.
Fair enough.
But I
got
had
the
been drinking
priority
for
in the
8
right
hours
place,
straight,
man.
so.
I think I've never really wrecked on a. Well, there was one time actually. I was heading to. I lived not too far from work, so I was riding my bike to work. And there's like a street, but the bike trail was down kind of in a pit, and so it was just like a dirt trail that you ride on. But it went up in an incline, and then there's a street, and then it would go down. So I'd always just ride it and just kind of jump over.
Like just whee.
Yeah, just kind of like a little. It wasn't like a mass. It was just a single. It was like a driveway almost. So it was just you didn't really have to jump that far. It wasn't like BMX launch, but I didn't realize my the bolts must have been a little loose on my tire because I went up, and as I popped up over the concrete, my front wheel just came dislodged and came out. And I'm just like, oh no! It's like I'm coming down with no front wheel. It's just tumbled and ate shit, scraped the hell out of both my elbows, and I was like, what the fuck just happened to my bike?
Oh my God, Calder, that's terrible. So I forgot what. Oh yeah, Liz asked a good question. What's your favorite ship and why? That's a great question.
Okay, so let's go with the meme one.
Why is it the Badger?
The Badger. Well, actually, I do like the Calderi hook bill because, well, like the meme of the Nosec guy killing the Nosec the wormhole representative. So yeah, I do like this ship because of this one time. Aside from that, I really do like the T3s because of the versatility,
Versatility.
That's
Cruisers or destroyers?
Actually, both. The destroyers first. I really like the Jackdaw. Man, this thing is awesome. You can chase up after fleets. You can then have high DPS or low signature. I like that. You can really have really a lot of fun with those. Then you get into the T3 cruisers that you don't know what you got in front of you. Is it Logi? Is it boosters? Is it explorer stuff?
What's your favorite flavor?
My favorite, well, actually, I'm a Logi pilot, so yeah, the Logi T3s are actually quite awesome. So
T3
yeah.
Logi.
No, but which T3 do you like the best? Which race?
Well, Caldari for sure.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you
I just
for
make
the
sure you
win.
know what you're talking about.
What if they did T3 Logi?
Sorry?
T3 Logi. You could go in ultra rep mode, rep range modes. One could extend the range of your reps. One could increase the amount of reps, and one could and then maybe sustain mode, decrease the capacitor usage of reps or something like that. Fuck
Yeah, and that's something that I really like because Yeah, like you got so much versatility, so you don't know. So you get like the Logi like gameplay, and you get it to another level. So yeah, like the T3s are so
I
good.
kind of like the transform. Well, I like the. I feel like they couldn't do it like that because that'd just be copying the style of the destroyers. Because you have the T3 cruisers, which they're based on the subsystem. So like you can only really change the ship in either docked up or like through a ship fitting in a capital or something like that. So you have to change the fit of the ship to change the ship performance. Whereas the T3 destroyers are you just have
You
you just have
and
your different
that's
modes.
magic.
It was just funny because like when those came out, I was like really intimidated. Like I don't know how to fly them. Then I finally flew it. I got in a. I think it was before the we did. It wasn't Jackdaws when it was when Sweeples were still like the Sweeples were still
Sweeples,
the flavor. And I finally flew one. I was like, oh, this is easy. It's like this is so easy. You just click on the thing you need. Oh, why was I so scared of these?
Yeah,
It's,
that's
but-
something that I would like actually to be like in RMC doctrines, but like since I'm no AFC, like I won't push it.
But yeah,
they're
so I mean, like, I feel like if they did like a
fun.
T3 Logi, they'd have to make a whole new system. It'd have to be something different. You can't just copy one of the
Yeah.
existing
Well,
T3
actually-
systems. But
let's talk about like what I want to bring to the Logi.
yeah,
Well, first of all, yeah, Logi on kill mails because duh. But
Rat mails.
also, like get the all like no like if this person is it really a good Logi or is he just like a dead weight in the team? Because some people get into Logi and just like, nah, I'm too stoned to actually heal. Like my thing are not landing, or I'm a spy. I'm just gonna be a dead weight, so they won't know what I'm there, which could be a gameplay. But actually, no, like how much of your like ripping is like a get down? Like, what's your response time after like a broadcast? How good are you? What's your reputation? Like, you got the reputation as a killer, and like everything that has to deal with it, but not as a Logi. Can we get some kind of reputation all around and see like who's good, like who's the best? Who will I primary as a AFC because I know he's the best Logi? Like all that gameplay that come around, like that's something great.
So one of the things that I've been thinking of around Logi on kill mills, and I'm sure they've thought it up, and who knows at this point why it's not in the game. I assume it's not as easy as we think it is, but something that I always thought would be interesting and maybe could play into what you were just touching on. I always thought for Logi on a kill mail, why wouldn't you just show it as negative damage, right? You were adding health back, but you can only ever give health back for as much space as they have or whatever, as much damage that they've taken. So maybe over time you show a stat or ranking or something on like a Z kill or however we choose, as players to display our mails and stuff, but make it like, that would probably have to be something like a Z kill where they make their own little like categories and
I was
rank
just
Sure.
like a separate stat because like the thing is like because there's damage, but if you show like positive or negative, that's gonna like if you're a Logi with let's say warriors, you're doing damage but also repping like, and that could cause issues with if you just have the same stat line. So just maybe like have like damage this much,
Are you-
reps this much, and then damage taken.
But you
Yeah,
could
but-
be on two different kill mails. You would be on your buddy's lost mail as negative damage, and you'd be on hopefully not your buddy's lost mail, but other people's kill
Well,
mails.
and that's
with
fine.
positive
Like
damage.
the fact
Yeah.
that because the proliferation of kill mails is up there anyway. Like the thing is like kill horny. It's like you look at a capital that dies, you're gonna see friendlies on there just because they're gonna keep the kill board green. They'll pop a random whoring shot on a carrier.
Yeah, but
or a
why
Titan or
should
something.
Logi actually have to bring warriors and stuff to actually be on the kill mail? Like
No,
they
you,
should.
well, right.
They
you don't
should
have
be able to do their stuff. Like, why? Like, would I not have like something special for
I bring
having
rep
like
drones, 'cause-
all drones to heal your drones and save your ass? Cause like this drone save your ass. Then that's what actually made like the saving of your armor or your shield after the awards. Cause like I had the presence of mind to bring Hull's drone.
That's what I do. So if I'm a shield Logi, I will bring a few armored Logi drones and a couple hull repping drones, because those are the things I can't fix. If I'm in an armor repping, I don't need to bring armor drones. Shields, like if you're in an armor fleet, shields aren't really that important, so I don't, and they'll rep up on their own, so I don't bring shield. So if I'm in an armor Logi ship, I will bring just hull drones. And then but sometimes I will bring some damage drones, but usually those aren't necessary to like horror on other ships as much as they are to like just slowly but surely clear off the drone hordes that are on our ships. Like, oh, there's a bunch.
Yeah.
There's a swarm of enemy warriors on that guy. I'm just gonna start picking off warriors here and there, or you just try and
So-
micromanage like your own little battlefield.
So
instead of-
Duerden, what's the best kind of healing that you like to operate? Shield or armor?
Shield is easy.
Hull.
I feel like Hull. I wish Hull rep. That would be my recommendation. Is make Hull repping, like make Hull tanking with Hull reps actually good.
Make it viable.
Oh.
It's the whole logi is
The
awful.
Hull reps suck. They
So
they
far
rep
behind
for
everything
they
else.
rep
Yeah,
for
at
garbage
least
amounts, and the cycle time
close.
is massive. Like there's no point to like the fact that yes, Hull reppers exist in the game, but they're trash. There's no reason
Yeah.
to actually use them.
Well,
Unless,
no, like the Hull's Ripper are only to use as like bait ships.
Yeah, I just
Because like let's say like you want to use a bait, like that's how you're gonna fit, let's say like a mining fleet, or like let's say a porpoise, like a Hull tanking. It's a bit of a surprise when you hit it, you look, oh
yeah. But when you hit a
there's
Hull
something
tank,
going on there.
yeah, when you hit a Hull tank though, it's just buffer, and you will eventually get through it. But I mean, if Hull
Well,
repping
it
was an
depends,
actual
like-
thing,
Hull's ripping is mid slot. So
right,
on a
but it-
porpoise, it could be quite something.
but at the same time, it's like it takes a lot of fitting to put a decent Hull repper on there, and the decent Hull repper, it reps a very negligible amount, and it's like 30-second cycle time or something like that. So it's like you're not realistically going to
Yeah,
sustain. It's probably better to just fit other stuff on there rather than put an actual Hull repper. That's
Yeah, but
that's the
Yeah,
thing,
the
like,
amount-
Hull
the
reppers-
amount
Hull
of
reppers
reps,
just
the
aren't
length
worth
time.
it, and I wish
Yeah.
they
As a
were
bait,
worth
it does
it
the job,
in the right
man.
situation. Because now you'd have to balance it, because right now Hull tanking, like Galente ships are really good for it, and Hull tanking with the damage controls is decent because like this one module gives you decent resists on it, but
But it's still only
and like, you get the
absolute passive.
bulkheads.
There's
The
no
bulkheads are decent, but you're basically just going on a huge buffer. But if you could somehow make it to where you don't need to fill your lows with bulkheads to make your Hull tank decent, if you could like actually like put like one, maybe two bulkheads on there, maybe have, I don't know if putting more Hull resistances would be a good thing, but at least make the Hull reps do something. Like,
oh my god,
viable.
we're doing into
They're
like
too
the,
slow and do
the whole
very well.
rabbit
too
hole.
slow and they don't heal
That's
enough.
nice.
Make them rep a lot more, or make the cycle times less, or both, and make it to where like balance it. I mean, like, hey, they're the game devs. They figure that stuff out.
Oh,
Like, we don't
like
have to
with-
come up with the numbers. That's their job. But I mean, you're like, hey,
yeah,
do something.
like
with Hull
I really
reps.
like the idea, and it's a whole other type of gameplay where like I think that there's a lot of bait into it when you're speaking about like Hull tanking, because when we usually get on the Hull, like you said, okay, job's done, kill mill incoming.
Yeah.
Then you get like, oh wait,
Yeah,
what's happening right
I
there?
feel like the only real time, aside from like Alliance, sometimes you get the Alliance tournament surprise where it's like, oh, yep, that's a fucking Navy Brutix Hull tanked, or not Navy Brutix, but like you get like the Galente Hull tanked, whatever. Sometimes it's Brutixes, I think, but oh, thanks for the gift sub, Timbre, but I would say usually when you see a Hull tank, it's on some kind of a capital. It's a bait capital, because people are like, oh yeah, we're killing it quick, we're killing it, boys. And then all of a sudden they hit that Hull tank. They're like, oof, well, we've already come this far. Let's just push through. And that's when it's
Yeah,
like,
right,
and then that's
eh?
when you see the fucking bubbles and the sinos come up, and it's like, or the fleet jumps in and gets. So I mean, like, it's Hull tank on capitals is bait. Hull tank on anything else is,
Well, on the mining
outside of
fleet
some
is
weird-
bait. What else is not bait with a whole fit?
right. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Hull is usually a bait fit, unless you're in. Maybe some small gang or solo PvP pilots have come up with some weird Hull tank fits that, some slight Hull tanks that just gives them a little bit of an edge if they min-max it, and then you have
Yeah,
the Alliance
well-
tournament stuff. But aside from that, there just really isn't much of a Hull tank.
Yeah, like
it's
somewhere
a
where like
meme,
you
it's a
use your
meme.
mids to get like whole repairers with like a good like a slow slot to get like some HP there and resistance.
Yeah,
Yeah, I can see some fits there, but like mostly it's bait, because usually with those you're slower.
yeah. It kills your speed like armor, but it's not as good as armor. So That's what I'm saying. Hull tanking right now is kind of a meme. I want it to not be a meme. I want it to be a legit option that's has some actual gameplay into it.
You're telling me that I'm like in my thread I'm speaking about like some crazy stuff about like the Noctis and like doing Noctis stuff. I got like this idea from some of my people about like getting like a Noctis gameplay where you could actually just get like a vulture into like people like hitting on one another, but I have like so much like range with your tractor beam that you can salvage the field underneath them and go away before like they can chase you, so that you can have like this whole salvage game. And that like the winning team would not like keep the lose, but like the vulture like a section of like third parties were just like, hey, that's mine.
Would be interesting to try to bring the Noctis back into relevance.
That would be quite funny. Like the Noctis was like, let's use like all other like a new kind of ore ship that you can just go there. I don't know, just like with maybe like cloaky stuff, or I don't know, so that you can like have even more bonus with like the tracking beam and just being like a low priority target for both FCs, but just like taking all the blue, like all the nice T2 loots out of them, so that you can actually build like those expensive rigs.
I mean, like the Noctis has a spot. I mean, it does what it does. I mean, like if you're cleaning up a site afterwards, that's pretty much what it's good for.
Yeah, but it would be nice to actually use a Noctis to actually, or like some other kind of ship, so that you can do like this gameplay of taking this stuff, then use like something of this, like this Sino stuff that you can just jump your whole fleet with you, like those bridges.
Oh yeah, the I know what you're talking about, like the Black Ops bridges where they go with the fleet, yeah.
So that you can actually just like really do like the vulture stuff. You come in, you take this, you take the pricey stuff, then you get out before like you get primarily by the FCs. So just like, oops, that's mine.
What if they put some kind of a PvP tractor beam on the Noctis that, like,
so that you can
it's like you can point a ship, you can web a ship, and a Noctis can actually pull them in.
Combat tractor beam and a combat
tractor beams, baby, bring it.
Yes,
that's neat.
So long as we get capital-sized ones as well. Fuck
everyone
yes.
out there is just screaming like, "Don't you fucking do it!" No,
that's a great idea. What are you talking about?
Well, you got the bush already, so why not like the pull? Yeah, like you got this monitor. Come over here.
Yeah, like, just imagine a whole fleet. You could just call it like Suck Fleet, like. Just fucking bring them on.
Greg, you put effort, you put thought into this.
No, I about 10 seconds of thought. That's all I need in it.
Well, that's all you need, because you got damn good thoughts.
Give us the suck. Like
just PvP.
You switch from suck to
PvP tractor beams.
Yeah, PvP tractors. Yeah.
What if you could have a PvP salvager as well?
I said that just seconds
salvage
ago.
an active ship and
actually
pull,
just
like, armor
slowly
chunks
damage.
You don't fucking listen.
And like, it's just like as you do damage, you just get whatever materials the ship is made of.
Like you're in a battle cruiser, you have 8
Yeah,
turrets.
but then people just like suction
now
off their own ships. And
now I have 6. Oh, now I have 5. Oh, where are my
but then
turrets
people
going?
just suction off.
It's just fucking.
Well, what would be nice?
I would love
if
that.
if you could use your like mining ship to mine like the other person's ship. So instead of mining like the shield or the armor, you mine the hull. So you do direct hull damage up to a point, let's say, so that you cannot kill it with like a miner, but so that you can actually just mine the hull away, because you got mining lasers.
Down to one armor.
Salvages
one
their
hull
modules off.
Yeah, so
awesome.
Dude, look at Dragon coming up with game dev shit.
No damage, just salvage the modules.
Yeah, if you do enough damage,
salvaging the module.
Yeah, it's like
an E-War module that did that. That'd be a great fleet comp.
Combat salvager, yeah. That'd be
Dude,
awesome.
imagine,
just imagine like those elite module that you got on the Titans.
It just takes not the module. I would say that have it take off the rigs. Like, think of that. So however many rig slots your ship has, divide your ship's health into that, and if you do or maybe even have it like a separate damage. But man, that's so much more coding. Like if it
Could it-
damages past a certain point, it's like boom, it destroyed one of your rigs. Now that
The
rig is
sound
just
effect-
unfit on your shit.
The sound effect for this weapon though has to be sucking through a straw.
Oh,
just saying.
Rain can totally provide that.
Hell yeah!
We-
that's it.
we-
You don't
Yeah,
have-
just
pretty
use
sure
the
we've
rain,
already
the
got-
rain sound.
So
Actually-
a salvager only has like a salvager tech 2 only has a range of like 6K. So this would have to be like a close in weapon system.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you could have one of
even
these as
less
like
than
a
that.
fleet support ship, right? So Saber comes in to tackle your fleet, and then you just fucking with the PvP salvager and suck the warp
yeah.
disruption module right off the guy.
Hell yeah!
Covert PvP salvagers.
Look
Well,
at me.
actually,
Sneak up on
Look at
people and
me. I am the
just
bubbler now.
decloak and then salvage the shit out of them.
What would be nice if you could actually like just like get like this how do you call that, like this thing that you grab the people towards you, like the tractor beam,
Tried to be it.
but that you can actually spin it and throw it away, just like,
Oh, like,
I
a,
don't
like
know.
a space lasso?
Yeah.
Or
Like
no,
they-
not
like-
a space
Woo!
sling. Sorry, not a lasso.
Sling,
a sling.
yeah, basically. Then you have
That
to
would
spin
be
your ship to
great.
spin in circles and throws it off, and then you're
Yeah.
That'd be fantastic. I'd fucking have that motherfucker on my ship all the time.
Could you imagine that would be like the like, we're talking about all these like different like E-war type shit. This is like the new age of fuck you fleet. They just warp to your fleet at 0, and then all of a sudden like the enemy fleet
literally
just starts like shedding ships out into this just space.
Literally just fucks you. You
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. It's a true
Instead
fuck
of
you
getting
fleet.
like the
That's fantastic.
Macarials to bump you, like you get like I don't know which other ship just to spin you around and throw you out.
Or like it just what if instead of it pulls modules out of your cargo, what if it like starts sucking the ammo out of your cargo?
Oh, that's something.
That would really
Why
suck
you
for
wanna
laser
suck
ships because they don't have much ammo to begin with. They've got like 1 crystal per gun, so that's unfortunate for them. But I mean, you know,
Well, I see CC Big Dragon a lot in the chat.
or
Like
bombers.
I don't know, like in which team is he?
I'm not sure.
I hope he's not in marketing.
He was saying he does like events. I don't. It was events or arena stuff or.
Is he our temporary assignment? Well,
Team
Well, our
Europa.
guy-
So he's on Team Europa, and he mentioned before it was like encounters. That's what. Yeah, so he does encounters.
Encounters. Okay, great.
Close encounters of all 4
Yeah,
kinds.
I was like, I saw instances. I saw, but I was like, I think that's what Tambra was asking him, and not what he said he did. So, yeah, sites.
Okay, so you're
Okay.
the one that's gonna bring back the asteroid belts, are you? If you bring
that's
back the belt,
ecosystem.
Yeah, there's
like,
no
vote
commitment
for
there.
me and I'll get the suspender with it.
So I asked a CCPer at Vegas about that, and the response that I essentially got was, "Oh, you don't think that's intended?" I was like, "Oh, okay." It was very intentional that they removed those.
It wasn't
Yeah,
by
but-
accident. What do you mean? Yeah, of course it was intentional.
Yeah, like, well, it's part of their whole plan.
Yeah,
Like,
of course it is. Good plan.
Yeah, well, like then you get into the RP like argument that it makes no sense of them being on the gate, like, and then why
yeah.
can I just get like chummy with them and have like the peace and like in the area that I live in, so that actually, well, it makes sense. Like I live in this area, I'm chummy with those, like they won't attack me, and why can't actually I paid like to actually get NPCs into my enemy system to actually attack them while I'm doing some other stuff like on the other side, so that they actually get, I don't know, like 5 dreadnought on like on their like in their space that they need to take care of like in their downtime period, so that I can actually hit their jump bridge while they have to deal with those dreadnoughts or titans or whatever. Just an idea there.
The cat ears question came up. What's your opinion on cat ears?
Oh, if you get cat ears, you also need to get beaver teeth and beaver tail.
Fair
Interesting
enough.
combo. Yeah. What about
Beaver
beaver?
food.
Why not beaver ears?
Beaver ears, well, they're small and not that like easy to see, because like they need like to fall like on the head and
Yeah.
everything. But
You need a
I
haircut
just
like Ben's in order to see the beaver ears.
Okay. Dang.
Smooth.
What
But yeah,
what if you put the beaver ears on? It just instantly made you bald on your avatar.
yeah, like with a pinch, yeah, like that would be
Yeah.
just awesome. Like yeah, like I'm gonna vote for that.
What was I gonna say? I mean, I'm surprised with the Mana Cat ears. I don't. I know it's like a joke now and people just want it, but I don't understand why CSP hasn't done it because it's like everyone's like, oh, don't put cat ears in the game. It's like you don't have to wear them. Like you don't have to. And if you don't like seeing avatars with them on, you don't even have to show the avatars in your chat windows and stuff, right? But
Well, you don't have to see like a lot of stuff like you can just
Yeah, they're gonna
see
ruin
like
my
the
immersion
pictogram mini.
yeah, I mean, like, what's
with
that
all the walking
shortcut for like?
stations I'm
What's
doing.
the shortcut for pure like just vector potato mode? Like someone said, like, oh, if you guys are having trouble, just push this, and I pushed. I'm like,
Try
you can't even
Alt
play the game like that.
F4.
You can't even play the game. It's literally just lines. It looks like someone just threw some. I can't even explain it. Like it was a mode that I didn't even know existed, and it's like that is. You know the F11 or F12, like the little side map view where it just shows lines going between systems. Take that and like that is the game you're watching, and then try to play. It's like, what the fuck does any of this mean? I don't.
I've never tried it out, but I heard that a lot of people used it like towards the end of the last war.
Yeah.
Like for the big
Shift
fleet
Control
fights.
F9. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, Control Shift F9. That's what the. I don't even I get it. Yeah, it might make your machine run in a 4,000 plus fight environment, but I don't even. It's like you don't even have. Do you even have the overview at that point? I guess if you do have the overview in the broadcast window, you could still function essentially. But
I guess like it depends on what's your overview. If you get like on broadcast everything and that like so that you see like every single drones and everything. Well,
but if you go into this view, it doesn't show any of that out in space. So like that's what I'm saying. Like all of your show all brackets or don't show, like there is no brackets in this view. It's literally, I think, dots and lines, and that's it. Just dots and lines, solid dots and lines. Doesn't even make sense.
I think it's like you see the brackets there. You don't see like what's behind like the 3D stuff.
I don't even think I saw brackets. Like, when I did it, I was just like, I didn't even know what I was looking at. It looked like a freaking some contemporary abstract art piece.
Chat, please help us out here.
I gotta bow out, guys. I'm gonna.
All right, see you, Dom.
Friday. Have a great night.
Have a great Poutine,
Have fun
man.
tomorrow, Dom.
Poutine is great. Vote for me, man.
I will do that. Vote for Ben.
Vote for the Beavers. Vote for Ben.
Yes.
You gotta make that your slogan. Don't do it, but.
Well, actually, one of the slogo.
The slogos.
Wow, that was great.
The slogos.
Well, yeah, the slogos. Let's go with that. That's a nice word. One of the slogans was like V4B because on like Ash Charity's shows, he got like how do you call that? Like when you say the V word, like he got suspended from doing like the YouTube videos because of that. So all
The
I
V
did,
word?
yeah, the V word.
The sexual V word?
No,
vote.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I got a little lost. I was filling in the nameplates, and I was just like, "What's the V word?" I thought that wasn't very offensive.
Vote for ban could not go on YouTube because of the word vote. So all like through my whole interview, because he just like texted it like a few hours ago on Twitter. I was just, oh, so I need to not to see the V word, and he was like, oh. Wow, you're the first candidate actually to care for that. So yeah, well, I want to get on YouTube, dude.
Okay, so I wasn't the only one. Everyone, I was like, when you say the V word, I'm like,
yeah,
the V word. You know, like beaver.
Is that what we have to call it now? It's offensive.
No, like no. I do say the V word. I call that beaver. But yeah,
B word, yeah.
Yeah, like so V4B would be like one of the slogan there or the slogan.
Yeah, V4B.
So V4B.
VBR. Vote Ben Rush.
Yeah, VBR. That sounds great. Isn't that one of those games that just came out?
I have no clue.
I don't play much because like you were speaking about like a Mountain Dew earlier. I was like, oh, the last time I drank more Mountain Dew was when I was like in this forbidden game and quite younger. So yeah, I like it. Like Mountain Dew and Doritos really does make me think about like this, like my time when I was in a WoW, and I was like, oh no, that's not real gaming. Oh, did I say that out loud? Oh, sorry.
Hashtag sorry, not sorry.
What's wrong with
Sorry
me
in
on the left
advance.
and LB on the right? That's how, Tamper. That's how it used to always run. Before Manic, that's his name. Before Manic made this whole set thing, because now the cameras they move around, so all I have to do is change the names of where the cameras are, which is a lot easier. Before I tried to like manage it to where like people were in certain spots. But yeah, when it was like that, I was always on the left. LB was always on the right. So
Why does it make him uncomfortable? That doesn't make sense.
Because I have noticed like
People
now
don't like
that the,
change, LB.
now that the shows like now that our cameras just are not in set spots, but before they used to be in set spots, it was like I was up at the top left, LB was top right, Manic was usually bottom left, and Dom was usually bottom right, and then we'd fill other people in wherever there was room, and so people just when you get used to like this person's always in this spot, but then like when you come in, you're like, wait, what the fuck? People are in the right spot. It's like when people go to the dinner table and they're not sitting in the spots they normally sit at. Everyone just it's
Right.
weird, right?
I get it, I guess.
Yeah.
Akrath,
Akrath is always on.
top.
Akrath is he's like a strong top. Yeah, I don't
What
mind
else
it
happened
changing.
this week?
What's up?
What else happened this week?
Did the Southern War
we
end?
didn't cover the 2-for-1 sale. I mean, it's a small thing, but 2-for-1 sale on skill extractors.
Oh, yeah, we covered that. We covered that
Did-
last
did-
week. That was like the one piece of news we had.
Oh, okay. That must have been the one thing that I thought was from this week. I was like, why didn't we cover this? Okay.
Did the war in the South end?
The
I
what?
didn't see anything like official come out. I saw an unofficial
was-
thing was saying that
There
like,
was
guns are
no
back
there
up.
was no real official war.
So yes, I don't know what that.
It was never like a war, like all of goons deploying to the south
Sure,
to do
okay.
stuff. It was only like
So was
what do they
the
call it?
the
GEF?
military operation, whatever.
How
Yeah, the
long have
special
you been in
military
Goons,
operation in the
LB?
south is over. I have not been in goons. for
Are
a
you
long time.
sure? Because you sound like
is
a
that what they're
goon.
actually calling it?
It did sound like the party line there.
No, they
I
didn't
will
call it
admit.
that.
Oh, I was like, oh no.
No, that would have been
I mean,
poor taste.
I wouldn't be
Okay.
surprised if they did, but I was just like, oh
And that's
man,
why
yikes.
they're-
Yikes.
That's why
They've
they're
been
gonna.
super, super bad taste. They don't
Yeah.
do that anymore.
Yeah, they've gotten better over the years.
Yeah,
I'll
I mean,
give them
they
that.
sometimes will, but I
So-
think it's
some-
a little
some
more. I think
places
they're a
they've got-
little more. They're trying to be proper.
Yeah, they make an attempt now, whereas
It's the
back in
same
the day,
way
they
that Pandemic Horde and Pandemic Legion have not deployed to the south either, right? They're both doing the same thing. They send SIGs, and then regions get glassed, and then there's a war that nobody talks about, and then everybody just goes home when the fun's over.
So, I guess the phone was over on that one. I read like
so.
one Reddit thread about it, like it wasn't talked about at all, really. And then I was like, oh well, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
people are probably tired and they want to do more crabbing, so they've gone home.
Fair enough. Did anybody
See
win?
what happens now. I don't think there's any real winners or losers in this whole thing. Like, Fire Coalition held like 9 regions of sovereignty. Like 9 regions. They're the same size as Red Menace Coalition. Why would you own 9 fucking regions? Anyways,
Got to get that cheddar.
Because nobody
Well,
else was.
it's just
They don't
for
have the
vanity,
people
right?
to get that much cheddar.
No, they can't. Like, not getting any cheddar out of it. Anyways,
It's
So they got-
it's an EP thing. You know, back in the day when they had the Sov map, and people were like, look how big our bubble is. When I first
Look
came
at
into the
it.
game, I kept looking. I was like, look how small our bubble is. But we got a bubble. We actually have one.
Yeah.
Look it, that's us. So,
that's what we're excited for. We gotta
Yeah.
run the bubble now.
yeah, we got the bubble. But then you get
So
these whole
whatever,
things
they
where
got-
it's like, look at these
Yeah.
big blobs.
So they got pushed. They've got pushed out of a few regions, and now the people are going home. So we'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens. Yeah.
Fire might move back in. Maybe other little groups will move back in. Who knows? Who knows?
I saw many a goon saying that they do it for the little guys that need a place to live.
Yeah, but they always say that.
What's the thing
Yeah, it
with
seemed like kind of a hollow narrative.
what's the
It
thing with
worked in,
Evonians?
That was actually, I think, last week I saw it was, I mean, Eve Onion, it's like the Onion, but Eve related. So they do like parody news stuff.
Yeah, those are funny.
Yeah, so they did a parody thing where they're saying that they're no longer doing parody or something, but they are. And then they were talking about CSM canceling, CCP canceling CSM. I saw that thing, and that's parody. So
when satire's too real.
Yeah.
All the best satires got a little hint of truth to it.
I like Evonians. Like they're
Yeah,
funny.
it's pretty well done. There's usually some funny ones there.
Yeah.
Who puts that out? Does anybody know?
It was
Fucking Evonian guy.
well, no, but he gave it away to someone else.
What a
So there's
He's got a name.
So the guy that did Eve Onion, I can't remember his name now, but he was the one that started it. He was a guy from Georgia, and I can't remember what his actual Eve name was, because I always saw him like on Twitter. He always just used the Eve Onion account, and like when he came into chat, it would be like Eve Onion News on his, like that was the Twitch account he used and stuff. So that's what I got to know him as. But he was an Eve player that I used to know the name, but then he did that for several years, and I think it was a couple years back that he was basically, I think he was getting tired of doing it. He's been doing it for so long, and I think he was going to hang it up. But instead of just closing it all down, he passed it on to a couple of the other people that were still writing for the site, so they took it over. So it is a new guy running it. Well, new. He's been doing it for 2 or 3 years now, but it's not the original creator that's running the stuff now. And I don't know who the new guy is.
Yeah, I've always been kind of
Thank
curious.
you.
Yeah. So basically, I don't have an answer to your question, but there's a little bit of background to it.
That's fair. You gave me what you got.
Drink. I just did a drink.
Yeah, I need to be drinking faster than I am. This isn't. We're not
Gibberish?
accelerating.
No,
into
it's
that.
not gibberish.
Yeah.
We
I put
we
like
slowed
down
down
the
on the
link.
shots.
I put down like the link that actually inspires some of like the beaver jokes that you can see, like for those that fly around. Sorry.
You know, that's a show that I've never actually seen. I hear good things all the time, but
Oh
never
shit!
saw it.
I didn't buy fucking Top Gun tickets.
Do you need to?
Yeah, I'm supposed to. We're going to see it tomorrow night. I hope it's not sold out.
To each their own.
All right, I'm going to Fandango. I'll be back in a second.
Have you seen like the new Doctor Strange?
No, I want to see that too.
That's great.
It's pretty good.
Did y'all see
movie,
that they might be making, I think, a 5th Indiana Jones movie?
Yep, they
No.
are.
That'd be a big mistake.
I'm not
they-
sure how
Oh,
to feel
you-
about
you
that.
mean the
after
They're
Christmas.
trying to squeeze one more
mean
in
the
before Harrison
fourth?
Ford croaks.
You mean the 4th? Because I don't count the that's not in any fucking.
That's what I'm
Jones.
saying. After Crystal Skull, how do they feel like that's a
And like
solid
they
decision?
honestly, it's like it was a great franchise. The first 3 movies were fun. Like the first,
They could have left it alone and it would have stayed
the
legendary.
first 2 were kooky, but they were fun. I think the third one's
They're all
as far
fun.
as like overall quality. I think the third one is by far the best one. But
So I'm
and
just
then
gonna
they
be
made
honest.
Crystal
Had a
Skull,
short-
and it was like, what the fuck did you guys? Disney, stop it! Don't touch it.
So here's the thing.
I'm gonna be.
Why are studios afraid of like writing original work anymore? And I know I've like read on this and why it's just such a safer gamble to beat the shit out of a franchise that you already know makes money, but like it's really sad to see that like they're just making remakes and all this stuff instead of making like original movies anymore.
Well,
Do you know
like,
how hard
just
it is
ask
to have an
yourself,
original thought, dude?
where is
I'm
the
not
money?
suggesting-
Ask
Honestly,
yourself,
I've
where's the money? Like,
And
is it
apparently
like
it's
in the
eating
like
the
in
hell
the
out of
people that are in
franchises.
their 20s or in their 30s or late 30s, early 20s that got like their their stuff figured out, and they got extra money that they're gonna actually go and pay for that and get their people excited that they got influence with. So yeah, like nostalgia sells a lot. So that's sure that they're gonna go that way because that's where the money is.
I've made it through 30 years on this earth, and I've never seen a single minute of Indiana Jones aside from a trailer.
I liked them a lot. I think the first three are a lot of fun, and if you ever get the chance, I would recommend them. They're just fun.
It's
to do.
definitely it's one of those things that's been on my list for a long time, but never high in the priority. So just stuff keeps getting added ahead of it.
I throw them on sometimes to like fall asleep to, because they are kind of silly. Like they're not
But
real thought provoking movies or anything. They're just fun like adventures
yeah,
that
indeed.
it's
But
kind of
like,
cheeky and.
do you like Star Wars?
Yes.
It's the same
love-
actor, so listen to it.
Oh yeah, I love Star Wars, except the last 3 movies that came out don't exist. The episode 7, 8, 9. I'm a diehard fan of what is now the Star Wars Legends books. Like I grew up reading those, and the fact that Disney tossed those out, like I'm forever bitter because of that. New Jedi Order series should have been a TV show.
I haven't seen any of the new stuff since Disney bought Lucas.
Stuff that like
one, whatever, 4, 5, 6, 1 through 6 is all I've ever seen.
Stuff
I did
that,
watch some of Kenobi last week with Drayden, and I like passed out halfway through, so I didn't.
It's amazing. So stuff that they've done that takes place in between the storylines of episodes 1 and episode 6, those have actually all been good. Like I even enjoyed Solo, even though like I know a lot of people didn't. Rogue One was absolutely fantastic.
I heard good things about it. I started that one like multiple times, and like while I was like headed to bed, and would conk out like 15 minutes in. So I know like little girl goes and hides while people come on to like take her dad or something, and that's all I ever got out of that.
Rogue One was great. I loved Rogue One.
I
Yeah,
heard
that
good
was
things.
well
I just
done.
never made it into it because, like I said,
there's-
I always put it on at the worst time.
There's a lot of people that did. Rogue One was like, it was a 50-50. It felt like half the people that watched it hated it, and then half the people that watched it thought it was one of the best Star Wars movies ever.
Rogue One?
Yeah.
No one disliked Rogue One.
No, that's
Rogue
not
One-
true. I heard
that was Solo.
I've heard no. I've heard tons of people that said Rogue One was lame because the character development was garbage. And I'm like,
I think you're hallucinating
No,
because
no.
Rogue
Like,
One was
most-
amazing.
I mean, Caldari Prime saying
Everybody
the same thing.
loved Rogue One.
I agree.
I got two people saying it already.
My thing is like, I think Empire Strikes Back is my favorite Star Wars movie. Rogue One is number 2. I actually like Rogue One better than Return of the Jedi or A New Hope. It felt like Star Wars. It was really good.
That's interesting.
Just give me movies about Thrawn. I want the Thrawn books
I
turned
want
into
Thrawn.
movies.
Yeah.
I saw somebody link a picture of some
Thrawn
actor
was
the other
cool.
day that was like would be really good for Thrawn.
Puppers.
Yeah, Thrawn. I've read a lot of Star Wars movie or books as well, and all the Thrawn books are fucking excellent.
Have you read the new Jedi Order series?
No.
I highly recommend it. I always just love the concept. I won't go like super far into it, but the basic concept is there's a invasion from outside the galaxy. The civilization's invading. They believe that technology is evil. All of their quote technology is like biologically engineered stuff, including their ships, like literally everything. And oh, by the way, they can't be detected in the Force.
Aw.
I always thought it would make a fantastic TV show.
You know what else to make a fantastic TV show?
Tell us.
Me.
So no, probably not you. They
Oof.
say that
Well, the
the-
Beaver Show I think is
before-
gonna be great.
I don't think anybody's gonna watch it.
Yeah,
Beaver
well,
Show, it'll
that's your
guaranteed get hit.
opinion, and I do respect it to a matter.
You shouldn't respect my opinion.
Yeah, well, actually, maybe you
Ooh.
just need like a hug or someone to say I love you because you're a person, and I think that you need to have like this special thing that you make you unique and contribute to the community in some way, matter of form.
He's a Bissell Bear.
Yes. I forgot.
He's a what?
You sound
My
well,
contributions to the
he's
community.
Abyssal Bear. Yeah.
Abyssal Bear. So,
sound-
so he's the
he
one that
sounds
is
more
hiding
like,
from the content.
He's Abyssal Bear and the host of the talk show where everyone yells at each other.
The fourth
I would
best
say
talk
that's
show
the-
in EVE Online.
That's the easier one to associate him with because Abyssal Bear was a pretty short-lived thing from what I've seen so far.
I mean, he might come
He
back.
made like 3 episodes. How dare you?
That's-
He
sir?
sounds
That's pretty
he sounds
short-lived.
more like right now. He sounds
Kind of a
more like
gimmick.
Eve Eeyore to me. He
Yeah, it kinda
sounds
I do
sounds
not
that way, doesn't
sound
it?
like Eevee.
mind
Somebody
me,
needs to
nobody
pin his
just
tail
not,
back or
does.
something.
Oh,
Oh,
bother.
I'm
I'm
just
running
leaning
for
back in my chair.
CSM.
I'm chilling.
Oh.
I said I was walking for CSM
Everything
first off.
sucks.
No, everything's great. But anyway,
I
Yeah,
expect you to.
it
I
sounds
expect
like
you
it,
to.
man.
I expect you to be marathoning for CSM. Just saying.
Cool, pulled it off.
Power walk.
No.
My brother was like, "Hey, so what time did you get the movie tickets for?" I'm like, "Fuck." It was like, "Oh, this time I got great seats, like perfectly, like 2/3 of the way back, right in front of the aisle thing, so no one's sitting directly in front of you. About like up in the 3rd level, right in the middle of the screen, fucking like the best seats in the house." And so I just played off like, "Oh yeah, I got these earlier. This price, this time, got it."
I'm
care
gonna
of it.
I'm gonna need CCP Dragon to not come for me right now. Everything is great, I promise.
Don't come.
I'm just
Don't come for
it's
him.
just
Don't-
it's
don't
late.
come.
It's late. And
No, late
I'm
is a
just chilling.
perception.
That's right.
Book of Boba Fett. I haven't watched Book of Boba Fett. I actually haven't even watched the second. I've watched the first 2 episodes of the 2nd season of Mandalorian. I
really
have some
should
Star
watch the
Wars to
rest.
catch up on. I heard it was pretty good though.
What were you trying to say a moment ago, Redland?
I was trying to tell you guys what would make an amazing TV show.
Right. That's what
And
it was.
it's so they say that when the sun explodes, that you have 8 minutes before the Earth just everything on it dies, right? What if there was a
Possibly.
show?
Do they say that?
Oh, yeah, sure, whatever. Where people
I mean, I
knew
know
when
that's
the
how long it
sun was
takes.
going to explode, and so they'd planned out their 8 minutes, and each episode was one of those 8 minutes for like a bunch of different people.
It's
So
like
you
a
like
mini
did
series,
this.
or I guess you would
Yeah,
get a lot
so
of
you did,
mileage
like,
out of it
your-
because you were doing different people.
Yeah, you get a lot of character development of just 1 minute at a time. But it's not like
So it'd be
1
like
minute of
24,
our time,
which I
it's
never
1 minute
saw.
of their time. Kind
like
of,
each
yeah, but
episode would be
instead of
like-
hours, it's minutes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That seems like it'd be tough in such a short time frame because
Right? But if it worked, it'd be great, wouldn't it?
if they did
You
it
get-
something kind of like your Pulp Fictions and your Crashes and that things where you had a bunch of stories and they had tiny little overlaps and like people passed each other on the street or little things that like they didn't necessarily have to do with each other but you saw how they overlapped in each other's lives, that'd be kind of interesting.
Yeah, and so like you'd have to take it and make it go through all this interconnectivity between the characters and link them all together and develop them. And
Wouldn't a
then
bunch of
by
people
the
just
end of
be, like,
it, well, by
doing-
the end of it, you forget that they all die, and then they die, and then boom, it's done.
Okay, dude, what are you smoking? That seems like great stuff.
It's this thing called Q. I don't. let me
Hopefully
look at
it's
the box real
marijuana.
quick.
You
Oh,
be
yeah, for
careful
sure.
out there. I don't trust these alternate products.
Full spectrum distillate cartridge is what it is.
Don't smoke the
Hey!
cartridge, man.
Distillate?
That's
That
what I
sounds real
got.
technical,
You want to know what that looks like? That's all that shit
like a
looks
little
like.
oil thing or thing. Yeah.
Yeah,
It
that's
tastes
all
like
that is.
lemon, my friend. Lemon. It's delicious. I
Oh.
love it.
The one I have, it tastes like blueberries.
I can appreciate those, but I prefer flour.
I
I
had to
just
Like
stop.
my
I,
ganja
ran
all
out.
natural.
I smoke too much, and smoking actual like at the end of the day, if you're like literally burning plant matter and breathing that into your lungs, it's not great for you. Not that
Right.
I'm saying that vaping is like healthy, but
No,
I
but
I
also,
I don't think
actually
we know enough yet on it.
well,
vaping's pretty
I-
bad actually. They've been
Say, I feel
so
like I've been hearing that.
personal experience. I was actually having breathing issues when I was smoking flower, and switching to vaping made
What
a
if you're
marked
just numbing
increase
out
for
those
me.
nerves?
yeah. But me,
I
was
mean,
the
like
opposite.
I can actually exercise and like not feel like
What
I'm
did
dying.
they?
So I was the
What they
opposite.
find
That's
out
weird,
about
'cause-
vaping, Drayden?
I well, I was saying, like, I found that when I started vaping, like, well, a year or two after I started, like, into vaping, I found that my lung capacity felt way lower. And not just that my lung capacity felt lower, it felt like sometimes I'd have a hard time taking a full breath. And if I did, I felt like there was, like, gurgling and, like, liquid in my lungs.
Well, so I want to draw a distinction that was that THC vaping or nicotine vaping?
Because
they are different.
The nicotine vaping.
They are fundamentally different.
Oh, okay,
like,
because
the
like yeah, and
ingredients. So
they've been
they are
finding that
different.
the nicotine vapes, all the oil, because it was a lot of vegetable glycol and propylene glycol, or vegetable glycerin and
Yeah.
propylene glycol was the main things, but those weren't the problem. Although the propylene glycol is
Polyester?
fine in small amounts, but the amount that people would vape, it's like that
So,
becomes
one of the
massively
things that
unhealthy. Hold on, but the main unhealthy part with those is that I don't know if it's in the flavorings or some of the other stuff they put in them, but there's actually like a bunch of like heavy metals that you're actually like, not mercury,
Yeah.
but like, there's other heavy metals that you're actually vaping in. Like that's just really bad to just like be pulling in direct heavy metal concentrates like just right into your fucking lungs. So they've been finding that the nicotine vapes they're probably just as bad for you as smoking actual cigarettes, just in a different way.
So one of the nice things about
weighs
how
them?
Michigan
'Cause I've been
legalized
vaping for like 10 years
It's
and I don't
not
have any problem.
carcinogenic, but it has other massively negative health effects.
What are
So-
they?
Riddlin, I
I
feel
don't
like
know off the top
that's
of my
kind of
head.
anecdotal because there's people who smoke cigarettes until they're like 95 and they're like, my
Right,
my
but then there's
grandma's
also people that smoke
fine,"
cigarettes
you know,
and get
so
lung cancer at 30. So
that's what I'm saying. So like what you're saying right now is anecdotal.
I've
You
totally
could vape for
gone.
10 years, that's fine. We don't know yet. Vaping is still a fairly new concept, and smoking cigarettes has been around for fuck off 200, 500,
But
who knows how long.
the
but
thing is,
like
but
only just recently are we actually getting the real science.
But
like,
yeah, but
really
that's the thing. Is like
stuff,
vaping has been around for close to 10 years now, I think. And the thing is, like, early on in the first few years, they haven't found anything because they haven't really had any long-term testing to really do. But now that there's been like 5 and 10 year long tests on vape, they're starting to find out like vaping's actually pretty fucking bad for you. It's not like that's not as bad as cigarettes. It's like it's actually just pretty fucking bad for you. It's everyone's choice. If you want to fucking vape, go for it. Like I'm not one. I smoked and
one
vaped.
versus the other.
Yeah, I smoked cigarettes for like 5 years and I vaped for like 4 or 5 years. So I'm not one to sit there and be like, oh, you're a bad person for. You do what you want to do. I'm just saying that they have found that they're both really fucking unhealthy. So
harmful.
This is why, though, that I really like how Michigan is approaching at least like the legalization of marijuana here. So every batch of whatever THC product it is, be it edibles, flower, vaping stuff, etc., it all has to go through laboratory testing each batch. So they're able to track it a lot better than they are with, like, say, nicotine, which is actually kind of bad, I think, at least for the nicotine side of things. So they're able to keep a closer eye on things, and if they discover like, oh, this is a thing that we need to make sure is not included, they can enforce that right away.
yeah. So I mean, all the science aside, just like from personal experience, when I was vaping, I liked doing it because it was like, oh, it doesn't stink like cigarettes, and it's it was
Do it in public
but
places.
it
easy
was
and
still
things.
like enjoyable like a cigarette. But then after, like I said, like after 2 or 3 years of doing it, I really felt it. I was like, I can physically feel in my lungs like that this is not good for me because before I started doing this vaping thing, I could breathe normally, and then like 3 or 4 years after vaping, it's like my breathing is much more labored and hard to do, and it's harder to take a full breath. And then now that I haven't vaped in like it was like what, July 2019 was the last time it was when I quit vaping, so it's been like 2.5 years. I feel like so much better breathing wise. Like I feel like it's easier for me to breathe and just like get a full breath. So like I don't know, it's I mean like the science be damned, but for personal, like when I vaped, I had a hard time breathing. I stopped vaping, better at breathing.
So here's how I look at it. I have no doubt that if I were to stop vaping, I would feel better when it comes to lung capacity. But comparing vaping THC to smoking actual flower, vaping has made me feel way better.
Yeah, fair enough. It's certainly, yeah, it's like smoking in any form is not a good thing for your body. Like, but yeah, I think we are all probably clear
Yeah.
on that. But obviously, there's probably a scale or a gradient to it, or spectrum.
Yeah, I haven't touched cigarettes since like high school. That was a long
I'll
So
time
smoke
the
one
ago.
for
only
you.
things that I'm seeing about vaping are the stuff that are linking the vitamin E acetate to those 2,800 bad cases of it. Is there anything
They-
else you've seen
they-
recently?
They
Because
tested.
I've been waiting ever since the day that I started vaping. I've been waiting for somebody to release something that said that it was actually like bad,
You've been
and
waiting
not.
for it.
I've been waiting for it because once I see something that says, "Hey, look, this is actually bad for you," I'll just stop.
Well, I mean,
So I'd like to see it.
it's got to be bad for you at some level or another.
There hasn't been like really anything concrete specifically about THC vaping, Redline.
Well, I mean nicotine vaping too. That's what I do mostly.
Yeah, but now, so
That
Chamber's
that
talking about
can
like
be
he
bad.
didn't notice the difference when he went from smoking to vape. Now that's the thing. Like, I noticed the difference because I didn't directly swap. Like, I smoked cigarettes when I was younger. Like, I was a teenager, like 17. And I smoked till I was like 23, and then I quit. And then I didn't smoke anything until vaping came out. So I basically quit for like 6 or 7 years, and then I started vaping, and I vaped for about 5 years, and then I had a massive gap between smoking cigarettes and vaping, so I did notice a difference, and that could have just been the fact that you're inhaling not normal air into your lungs all the time. So that could have been what I noticed in my breathing. And then when I quit, then I noticed like, hey, you're just breathing normal air into your lungs again. So
Dude, you might just getting old.
Yeah, but
Aren't we all?
well, yeah. But no,
Yeah.
I'm older now than I was when I vaped, and I feel I have better time.
I'm
breathing
older
now.
Yeah,
now
I'm
than I was
older
a
now than I
moment
was
ago.
yesterday, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's weird.
But like I said,
Can't
I
get
don't
away
know,
from it.
just I don't. The science can be what it is, but I noticed a difference when I started vaping, and I noticed a difference when I stopped vaping. So
At the end of the day, like the best advice that you can really give anyone is listen to your body.
yeah,
Yeah.
Your body is a theme park, not a temple, and you should make sure and use it because it will die.
Oh yeah.
Have all the fun you can with it. It's gonna fail you no matter what you do. Just have a great time.
Eventually. So yeah.
yeah. I was there. Yeah.
Be
Okay.
happy.
Yeah,
Caldari Pony Club, you are correct. The science does confirm that you were younger yesterday than today. That
That's
is
bullshit.
absolutely true.
That's bullshit.
I mean, I
Big
know
news.
there's a lot of argument on both sides, but everything I've read shows that to be the case.
Yeah, well,
Same
it's
here.
not my specialty. Like I'm more into like life stuff, but like from what I recall from my physics classes, I think it's probably mostly right under like instead you go like back in time and you get into the core theory and stuff. That might be wrong, but you know, if you're not wrong, at least be sorry.
Yeah. I'm a Zennial too, Timbre. What's wrong with Zennials?
What a late.
What's a Zennial?
It's like when you're like on the cusp between a millennial and a Gen X.
No, that's not.
Are
a
we making
thing.
more terms for things now? Do we
That's
need
Not a
that?
fucking thing. Just whichever mindset you identify with, that's what you are.
But that's the thing.
No,
I
shut up.
there's
Whichever
definitely some
mindset.
aspects of Gen X that I'm like, yeah,
Pick.
that, and then there's some aspects of
Pick
millennial. I'm
one.
like, yeah, that. So I'm both. I'm like a mixture of both, but not the entirety of both. I am parts of both combined.
So I'm a Zennial?
Yeah, I guess. I don't
Why
know.
not just have your diverse set of ideas and just go with that and not put
I mean,
a
that
label on
like,
it?
because we gotta label shit. We're humans, Akrath.
But why not just
Well-
leave labeling for when you were born, like not for how you formulate your
Well,
ideas?
my labeling is quite easy. I'm awesome. And you should have the same labeling for yourself.
Yeah.
I have my good days.
Well, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with any kind. I'm just saying like, yo, I'm in that cusp because like I was, like the Gen X millennial split is like the mid 80s to like mid to late 80s.
Well, and that's
early
the thing
90s
too,
kind
is
of thing.
it varies depending on where you look or what you read. Like there's
Right.
not a hard and fast definition on any of it. So like
Yeah.
The fact that
But,
people are trying to like discern things from within it, like the intricacies of it, I'm like, but nobody can even agree on exactly what it is.
But that's the thing is like that's why they have such a. That's why there's no like this date before is Gen X, this date after is millennial. They're like people in this 5 to 8 year range. Like this is the range, and then you have a previous range of like the other.
Yeah, like there's
generation.
this.
And you're like in between these ranges are definitely that. Now that doesn't necessarily mean that the people in that range are going to have that personality type, but like the majority tend to follow a pattern. But then you have the cusp ranges, which vary, and I'm in one of those cusp ranges. So I was born in '85, which is like kind of the cusp between Gen X and millennial.
Okay. The middle sister, but my older sister was 85. I'm 88.
But yeah.
So yeah, like Eve stuff, blah blah, pew pew, right?
Right.
Oh, we're past all.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're almost 3
Yeah,
hours in.
I know,
There's
but
no
like if
expectation.
like I saw that you got like this Eve partnership program, so I think that
Wait,
every
did we get
15 minutes.
partnership?
No, not us.
No, it's
No,
someone
we're not
else.
partners.
Yeah, I was like, I mean, like,
No,
like,
no,
oh,
that,
man.
that wouldn't be this show.
Dragon,
That would-
Dragon. Do you guys know that you gave us partner?
Hey, Dragons, give them partners.
I
Yo, I
consider
want
this
one of them
show to be
Hecate
fortunate
skins.
Yeah, give
just
them
that
skins.
CCP people show up here.
Because they're forced. They're court appointed.
So apparently, I had
Or-
a PM from somebody earlier, DM, whatever the kids are calling it these days.
It's a DM.
Dar-
PM is
Dar-
back in like instant.
Private
instant
message,
messenger.
direct
Yeah,
message.
like
Yeah, and we were kids. They were PMs. So like when everybody started calling them DMs, I feel like an old man.
DMs.
But anyway,
Right? Yeah, it was private message back in the day.
dumb as fuck because
Yeah.
this is still a private message. But anyway, Darwin was not 100% sure that that was a joke. I guess that's a recurring joke here.
You thought we were
I'd heard-
serious? We're never
I'd
serious.
heard that, and so I just, if it was not clear, and I know obviously Darwin's not here, but I'm just like, I think it's funny that that's a recurring joke, but he may not have realized that if we get the chance to
Oh
clarify.
yeah,
for him.
DMs are for. Dude, I need to get on the D&D. So
Okay, so
I-
this
I-
Darwin guy is not the same guy as I really know in biology. I guess it's like someone
no, that's
CCP
not,
alive.
no, it's
CCP
not that Darwin. Although you know what,
There's
it's probably just a reincarnation of him because he wrote the entire game. If you don't know that. He also runs the whole financial district of. They have a district. Did you know they have a financial district in CCP?
Yeah, actually, I met one of the
Wow.
girls that is running it, and I started speaking with her about like the price increase, and she was like, "Ah, la, 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 la," and walked away.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah. So well, Darwin made that, and then he also wrote the game, and then he also just is assigned to our show. Also, Odatop. Yeah, I was
he's
gonna go-
assigned to your show.
He-
That's
he-
the
well, yeah,
recurring-
Yeah.
and he's
We have
Darwin's on vacation, which is why we have our temporary
Yeah,
court.
we have an
appointed
assigned
CCPer.
CCP dev on our show every night because they have to keep tabs on us. And normally it's Darwin, but we do get Dragon from time to time when Darwin's away.
I
Wow.
think Darwin
So
might be handing
Speaking
him
of
over.
which, who the hell approved
You think he's
Darwin's
handing over
time
the
off?
torch?
So here's
Well-
what I think happened.
He probably approved his own
Darwin
time off.
Darwin
He's
drew
CEO.
the short straw to end up being assigned to this show.
Sure, you'd assume.
And what has happened is CCP Dragon is in trouble. So he's fucked up.
Oh,
So
this
they're like, you know what? For your punishment, 3 episodes of Open Comms. You got to go there and watch it.
Is-
Ah!
got to report back notes, which has
It-
got to
like,
be
it-
a
it-
punishment itself.
You
Yeah,
gotta
take
stay up
notes.
late.
We're
We're
gonna
gonna watch
check
their
your
stupid
work.
show. We're gonna come
I
back
want to
with
know all the
detailed
bullet
notes.
points of what they talked about and be like,
Yeah.
oh, it was so bad.
I want the
They
minutes
couldn't
out of
focus
it.
for 5 minutes.
So they
Guy on
spoke
there
about
talking about
weeds, they
fucking
spoke about
beavers.
CSM, they spoke about beers, they spoke about spirits. Like what? Oh yeah, there was like some news at the beginning. Like there was like this host
See?
was like taking people under like more
Dragons admitting it in chat. Is Big Mouth
Did you guys
during
talk about
FanFest?
that price
That
was-
discount?
So is Open Comms like
right, yeah,
Siberia?
because he was the one that came out with the pre-fan fest. Like, yo, this is that was Dragon, right?
No, that was
that was
Paragon.
That was Paragon.
Paragon was the one
Paragon.
that played like
Yeah,
this.
Sorry.
See,
Dragon
you're
was
new.
the one that came on.
Have
He came on
fun.
Asherothi's show during FanFest, and then he came on. our
Yeah,
show.
and then they raided over here, and then he came on, and then we brought him on, and I thought he was gonna come on and say a few things, and then he just fucking hung with us the whole night. Yeah, I'm sorry, Dragon. I thought that's right. It was Paragon.
Oh, you're sorry? Oh,
Now he's in trouble.
Yeah, now I'm in
He's
trouble.
wrong. He was wrong.
I was wrong.
I'm with you there.
he's wrong or he's sorry?
was listening.
Like,
He's wrong. So he went back to work on Monday, and they were like, "Oh, you fucking like open comms so much? Guess what? 3 episodes."
Dude, so this is
Darwin,
this show is the
vacation.
equivalent of getting a bad station. Like you fucked up and they
Yeah.
put you off on like some terrible like
yeah,
assignment.
because like imagine being the dev assigned to like, I don't know, who's a big streamer right now. Imagine being assigned to like fucking
Zanus?
let's see, yeah, Zanus Dasif. So you just watch him gank people. Yeah, no big deal. And everybody in the chat's
or,
like,
uh,
"Oh,
Mr.
calm down,
Report,
Maya."
yeah, he
Like,
PvP'd
fine.
and
Yeah.
talked to shit.
Mr. Unlucky's been getting a lot of viewers.
well,
Mr. being assigned to that show. Imagine then you're working there, and they're like, "Okay, guess what? You drew the short straw, Darwin.
Open comms.
What? At
oh,
the
it
players
could
talking
be
about?
worse.
Those are easy
0-2
shows.
every Friday. Set your alarm because you got to get up, sit in front of your screen, and watch this stupid, shitty
Just
show.
watch
About,
open comms. He's like, ugh.
yeah.
Well, guys, it could be worse.
I'm sorry.
It could be like Uadema Scout, like 24/7 of Uadema Gate. That's something to watch.
Yeah,
So-
I think
Oh,
I
yeah,
think
you could be
LB's
assigned
onto
to that one,
something
I guess, too.
because
Yeah,
all
so-
these other streams, it's like he PvP'd, he talked to chat, he gave away some skins. You know, he asked for player suggestions on some crazy fits. You know, whatever. Like
No
did
issues.
an ESS, like easiest book report, whatever, you know, like turning in your fucking time card, expense report. Like then you come to the show and they're like they would have to break it down and it would just be awful to try to do the minutes for the show.
So they spoke about beavers, CSM, weed. Then they came back to beer, and what else did
CSM,
we
weed, and beer?
Yeah, it was whatever. Like
I
yeah,
could
like
use
this.
some more beer.
Are these in the
Yeah, well,
meetings?
I'm
Just like
out.
Weed and beer meetings, or you're at a
They
beer
spoke
bar-
about
you have
Montreal
those special
Canadiens.
bottles- You poured in those special bottles above your fireplace. I'm kidding.
Well,
You know-
yeah, like I got like it was a cheap one, so yeah.
Ah, yeah.
I made myself like some like this one is the whiskey, so whiskey and whiskey and Pepsi because it rhymes. So yeah, that's what I made myself.
Whiskey and Pepsi, right?
Yep, whiskey.
Fair
Pepsi.
enough.
Well,
I'll take your word for it.
Odatop was at so real quick. Odatop, the D&D thing is not canceled. I know it's been longer than I mentioned.
We've
Everyone's-
actually been doing it for weeks. We just didn't want to tell you.
No, it took a while for them to get the characters. I was getting stuff working. I do have a plot line and stuff going on. Akaroth was the last one to finally get his character done. We got all the characters done.
I
but
was holding it up.
I've been really busy and bogged down with this whole house buying thing. I'm not going to go to the details, but the house buying thing has been a big nightmare for like the last 3 to 4 weeks for me. So I've not had a lot of free time, but that's getting solved soon. So hopefully coming up very quickly, I will be back in the gear of like having free time to get that rolling, and then we'll find a night to do it for the week. So it's not canceled. It is still on the table. It just got put on hiatus for like a month because I had some real life shit I had to take care of. But yeah, so
Have to go cook some fools.
I had to cook some, yeah.
I'm just thinking of Hot Fuzz. Did you cook some fools? Did I what? He's like, just shoot anyone.
what did you cook?
Some fools.
The offender had the
Oh,
Kalashnikov.
fools.
Some fools.
I thought we were like in the Breaking Bad business now.
Right, okay. I was just making an obscure reference.
Oh, like yeah. Like forget, like cut that in the editing, please.
Oh, not quite fresh news, but kind of sad news because I feel like maybe a few people watch their content. Frost is stepping away for a few weeks. I don't know if everybody saw that.
Frost?
Yeah.
Frosty's OP or whatever, you know. I think
Yeah.
they just call themselves
I
Frost.
didn't see. Well, I might have. I think
It was
I'm
on one of their
Discord.
last, like kind of weekly roundup videos that they do. And it was like, hey, I'm just gonna, do a hiatus from content for like, I don't know what, maybe like 8 weeks or something. I don't remember what they were projecting. But
Yeah, we'll try to recruit her into Sorry.
yeah, man.
Well, yeah. Well, she
I really like
actually
those
did.
videos.
She actually did pay us like a coffee, like in Iceland. She's a really fine lady. Yeah.
I want an Icelandic coffee.
Yeah, her Discord
Yeah.
says she's dealing with RL stuff right now. So
Yep.
Okay,
and
there
they
you go.
real life stuff happening right now.
That fucking real life,
that's-
man. That real life gets in the way of everything.
Such
what
a
the fuck?
bitch.
Yeah, like like RLS, like real life simulation is like getting like overrated. Like just like no, like
That's an idea,
Just-
Ben.
And
So
Manic would-
if you get elected to CSM, can you bring to the table to CCP to just like eliminate real life bullshit from all of us players?
well, not
Oh,
only
don't
that,
give Helmar any ideas about the meta.
not only
I mean,
that,
that
I
would
think
be
that
nice
it
if we
should be
didn't have to
taxed.
deal with any of that. So
Yeah, I think like real life should be taxed to get in the way of Eve, so that people like actually understand that like the Eve stuff is more important, and yeah, like
yeah,
your life actually needs to be in Eve. Like CCP is telling us that they want to make a universe more credible and important than real life. So yeah, I like it. Like tax real life and make your games so that you can actually live on it.
yeah.
Don't
I'm
give
down to
Helmar
just, I'm down
any-
to actually just make a living.
Don't
I'm down
give
to
him
make a living
any more
playing
play to
Eve.
earn
I'm down
ideas.
for that. Yeah.
I mean, you
it-
could, I think, if you moved to like a third world country.
I mean, if I could make a living just mining asteroids or dying, like I wouldn't call it PvP. I would call it MJD, me just dying. Me just dying in Eve. I would do that all the time if I could do that for a living. So
Somebody says micro jump drive. No, me just.
no, just me just dying. That's that's what.
Oh, I
MJD
like
is.
it.
I see how you could have been confused, but this is just me dying.
Oh, that's how a tornado fleets work. So MGD is not it's not to get
Yes.
out of the bubble.
All right, everyone,
It's
just
me.
MJD out of here. We don't have MJDs. You will. You will.
Yeah, well, you will in a second,
see what I-
man.
You're just looking at your whole fleet in the bubble. You just warp away. You're like, you will.
That's one of those like bombing runs from the war or whatever that like Pando had, where it was like cleared out multiple fleets or something on a game.
Oh yeah, that was epic.
I wasn't
Like-
around for any of those, but I read about them, and it was like it sounded like they were very
Like
surgically
200
pulled
kill
off.
mail in a second.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's real impressive. Dude,
Yeah,
I feel like
that's
bombing
awesome stuff.
is becoming a lost art in Eve. There was a time where it was actually like becoming pretty, I don't know, well respected, and
liked-
you had your bombers bar and you had your Spectre fleets doing
Yeah.
things. But you also had specialized groups within various alliances that did things.
I
feel like it's kinda
wish
died out
bombing
over
had
the
a
years.
more prevalent role again.
In
now-
huge
It
fleet fights,
does
it can,
have a
but it's not.
prevalent role.
It's not real applicable
Well, I
in
mean, like
small
in the big
stuff.
fights, like they're good against battleships, right? Slow battleships, especially
They're good against
shield
anything that they
battleships.
can hit.
Well, and maybe with battleships kind of making their comeback, maybe we'll
But-
see them more. I
But
don't know.
it's not like I don't know. I don't think it's like the old day where like it's like 2 battleship fleets get fielded versus like 3 battleship fleets. It's like, oh, big fight, and then like 5 bomber wings undock or decloak and just start launching shit all over the place. It's like, oh fuck, everyone's dead. Like, you know, but as
That's how
shitty
it
as that
works.
was to be on the battleship side, bring back those days.
Who's the guy who was all rah-rah over battleships for many years? His name escapes me right off the top of my head.
I like battleships. I think battleships are probably
Mr.
my favorite.
Hyde. It was Mr. Hyde, right?
Battleships are probably
Yeah.
my favorite class of fleet to fly in.
Has he made a comeback now that battleships got some buffs?
I don't think so. I haven't seen.
What a fucking quitter.
Battleship fleets are like the one fleet where it's normally like, you know, a hack fleet or just hack fleet or anything like that, cruisers, whatever. I'm just like, yeah, I'll fly Logi. The only
I like flying logic.
so the 2 things I generally don't like flying Logi is in like where you're flying the frigate Logi, like so like jacked
Oh,
off
those are
fleet.
cool.
I know like, the jacked off fleets where like they're flying the frigate Logi. I will do it sometimes, but I try to fly a jacked on instead. But
Frigate Logi punches way above its weight for game mechanics, in my
it's
opinion.
yeah, but so for small ships, yeah, it's powerful, but it's very weak. I like bigger firepower, but the thing is, like when it comes to battleship fleets, I hate doing Logi and battleship fleets because it's like I don't get to fly damage ever, and I love flying like DPS battleships.
That's why you
So-
need to vote for Ben.
Yeah, don't. So all right, so
Wait, so
thanks for calling
are you
out
flying-
Akrot. They're gonna nerf frigate Logi now.
oh, sorry about that.
Yeah,
Shit.
it's all. It's all you.
So what is battleship level Logi? Is that like people doing nesters, or are they still using cruiser based Logi
Probably
and battleship?
cruiser-based Logi, I would think.
Because I don't know that I've ever really
I don't
Logi'd
think.
in
I
battleship.
mean, like maybe it's small game nesters or anything, but I mean, like in larger fleets, you're not doing nesters. You're doing like guardians and scimitars or.
Okay, so still
so.
cruiser based Logi. That's what I figured.
Yeah. Because I mean, they put out enough reps, and I mean, now with the stacking penalties and stuff, you're gonna get pretty much as much reps as you're gonna get if you have a. Now, I mean, like as long as you have a big enough Logi wing. If you have like 100, if you have 100 battleships going out, and you have like 8 Logis, you're probably that's not good for you.
Weren't
But-
you always only gonna get as much Logi reps as you're gonna get?
Yeah, but I mean, like, yeah, that's true. But I mean, if you don't have an adequate Logi wing,
Sure,
then
sure.
you're going to probably have trouble with battleships. But,
Yeah.
That
indeed.
that goes both ways.
But yeah, like but when it comes to
Broadcaster, like-
battleships, especially, I don't know why. I know it's not that great, but for some reason, the Maelstrom has a special place in my heart. I think it's probably my favorite battleship of all time.
Interesting.
And especially just the Alpha Arty Maelstrom. I don't know why I love it so much, but that is one of the few fleets where it's like Arty Maelstrom's going out, and they're like, we need. Normally, I'm the one that switched to Logi before they even asked for Logi. I'm just like, I'll just fly Logi. And then if I'm like, I kind of want to do DPS this time, I'm gonna see if I can get it. So I'll load up a DPS ship. And then if we're like, sitting there like after 10 minutes, the FC's like, guys, we don't have enough Logi. We need more Logi before we undock. I'm like, all right, fuck it. I'll swap over to Logi.
Oh, so you're meaning that you don't get like the FC saying, Benjamin,
Yeah,
we
no, I don't have
need
to be called
more
that, like-
Logi.
I like flying Logi. So like in cruiser fleets, I would actually rather fly Logi. But like sometime, it's like I've been Logi like 20 fleets. I want to fly a DPS ship. I will try to do that. But if it's like, hey guys, we don't have enough Logi, we're not undocking until we get more Logi, I'm like, I'll switch. But when it's like
Exactly. When
When
you're
it's-
known as being a Logi
Yeah.
pilot, you're expected to always be a Logi pilot.
if it's an Arty Maelstrom fleet, I'm just like, I'm like that old man on the mountains, like I ain't leaving. Like I'm fucking like I am old.
Lebowski all over again.
I will either fly this ship or
Well,
we won't have a fleet. I don't give a fuck. I am flying
Pushing
this
my coffee.
goddamn ship. I will fly my Maelstrom.
Oh,
that's
by
good.
the way, Caldari Prime Pony Club, thank you for the sub that you gave me. Thank you.
Oh, we gave you a sub.
Saw that. Dude has given out. I think it's at 76 or
Yeah,
like
dude,
68.
he's
subs
like
or
the
something.
sub. He's like the Santa Claus of
he
subs.
bought it. He bought a cabana already or something. I feel like I don't know what they cost, but you know what I'm saying.
Cabana? Oh,
I
yeah.
think it's-
Yeah,
don't
he seemed
know,
pretty
I'm just-
epic, the
Oh,
guy.
dude, do we have to call it the Timbre Club? The Timbre,
Dude, you should.
the Tam.
You should put a sign that says the Caldari Prime. Pony Club,
Caldari
so it
Prime
seems-
Cabana
so
Club.
that it seems like that cabana is its own. club.
Caldari Prime Cabana Club. That's what we have to call it.
And nobody from the outside world will realize the reference, so they'll be like, "What are they doing over there?" That's the Caldari Prime Pony Club.
Could have his own drink, like in your
Micro
like opening
clubs.
sequence.
Yeah, I don't
hot new
think
thing
we're
in
calling
Vegas.
it a pony butt.
What's wrong with ponies?
I don't know. I just
Bronies
We'll
intensified.
call it the Caldari Prime Cabana Club for sure.
Yeah, ponies. Like in Iceland, I was told that like those like Icelandic horses should not be called ponies because that's insulting for the people there.
I
'Cause-
thought pony was like a young horse, but I'm probably wrong.
A real pony. Well, we
a
don't.
real
that's
pony is
the
a
thing, like,
small,
timbre.
small
there's no-
kind of horse.
There's no ponies at the cabana.
Yeah, but they don't need to know that.
Yeah, that's true.
And like I'm probably exaggerating, but that's an impressive amount of subs. So I just,
Where does open comms meet?
I'm gonna do a shot to that guy.
Yeah, well, I just answered. Man, my glass has been full all night. So Dragon. Generally, the main meetup that we all go to is Vegas. LB has yet to go. We're all wanting him to go, but he's got obligations to the
I
state.
actually wrote up a letter to Trudeau, but I haven't gotten a response back yet.
Yeah, he's got obligations to the state. He's serving and protecting the people of Canada and the Western world. So
Sure. The greater good.
yeah, so I mean, like, understandable. But now, I mean, there's people that go to. I think Rain is going to be at NOLA, and Malka. I mean, there's like the Open Comms like group, like whether or not it's like an official host or not. Like there's like the generic, like, you know, just kind of like the people that are just like always around. And so there's definitely be people at NOLA. FanFest usually has like Manic and Rain usually go to FanFest. I don't think either of them went this year, but Vegas is usually the meetup where the vast majority of people from OpenComms go to.
I mean, he would know this if he had read the handover notes.
Yeah. Did you get the sit rep for OpenComms?
There has been a couple of Vegas incidents involving the OpenComms show. I don't know.
Yeah, although that was
What?
in the old. So OpenComms is a metamorphosis of a show, right? There's been multiple iterations of different styles and presentations.
Ever evolving.
Yeah, and so there have, you know, in our past, like, this is the most tame evolution of this show, if you could believe that.
Is it for the better or the worse?
For the better, I think, honestly. Okay. We still have the fun aspect that we had before, but we've lost the aggression and just chaotic nonsense. Well, the nonsense is
still
You're
find that
getting
chaos.
old. That's
Yeah,
what it means. And
You can still find that chaos and aggression on Twitter if you want. Just follow Dirk McGurk.
Yeah, so like
the tweets
there's
you would ever
chaos and aggression.
I did notice
in
the change in
past,
direction.
and it's just been also the amount of alcohol imbibing has drastically reduced. I mean, like, and I was a victim of it before, but I don't think I was at the level of. But anyway, in the past,
Some other folks.
we've had Vegases where we were not liked by CCP. They're like, do we, you know, they let us borrow their convention rooms to do our show, and then they started seeing our show. They're like, you guys got to get the fuck out of here. You can't do a show like this. And then I remember this, like, so the first time Dopamine, he's like the new community dev leader guy, and he's like, yeah, like, open, and we're like, yeah, we want to do an Open Comms broadcast in the main room. It'll be, you know, there's no there's no presentations going on at this time. It's like on a Thursday, and they're like, yeah, it's cool. And then, so he wanted to watch, and we do a presentation of Open Comms, and like literally like 30 to 40 minutes in, it got pretty bad, like, you know, like really bad. And then he was just like, what the fuck is this? And he's just like giving like this whole like, cut them off and get them the fuck out of here. You guys can't do this here. So we've had some that's why we say like the CCP sends people to watch us, you know.
See, so that's the reason why you need to be able to say, I'm sorry.
Well, no, we trust
Then you
me.
continue.
I think I was like, you know, because back then I wasn't running the show as much. Well, I guess at that point I was, but BC used to run the show. But I think I was like the HR liaison for the show, because people would get a hold of me like, I have a problem with this and this, and it's like, okay, hold on, and I try to smooth things over as best I could, but now I guess I run it, so maybe it's better. I don't know. I'm not trying to pat myself on the back, but I think it's still just as wild and fun, but less offensive and mean, if that makes sense.
Do you like the way it is right now?
I do. I like.
So yeah, you got
like,
your answer right there.
I like all the people that are on the show. I think everyone that's on the show regularly are good people for the show. So.
Yeah, I do think that I'm a good people for the show. So yeah, thank
Well,
you.
we'll find out. I don't know if we do Eve partner, but
I don't know if we're, and I say we, I shouldn't use the royal we. I don't know if y'all are quite partner material, and I don't mean that in a disparaging way, but I think that also reserves you the right to.
Right, I agree. I think that the
Which,
show is
not to
fun.
say that partners cannot be critical of it, because that was made abundantly clear that actually, they certainly can. That's not part of their their agreement is that. I don't think you can. I don't think you can just sit there and completely rag on the game, but you can. You can naysay. You can have your own.
Yeah, no,
opinions about game changes. And
like
things
that's the
and how-
thing with it's kind of like the nature of the show, right? Because like I feel like the partner program is meant to be not just people just propping up CCP for whatever. It's people that are doing stuff Eve related that is more like just very, very, very game focused. And I feel like this show is like, now I don't think we focus on the game as much as LB would like. I think that's
There's only so much we could talk about.
But at the same time,
It's fine.
I think we touch what we can, but also I think it's just it's not meant to be Talking Stations, because Talking Stations is a nice breakdown, critical show, and then you have Meta Show, which yes, you got the bias and the spin, but it's still a fun, entertaining show. It's very
Bias and spin, dude.
Yeah, it's very Eve-centric. And then you have other just streamers that are just like, hey, this is me streaming the game. Open Comms is like, yeah, we get into Eve and stuff, and it's an Eve-related show. But at the same time, it's kind of more of just like, hey, it's Friday night. Let's all hang out, have some drinks if you're into that. And at the same time, we're all just going to like, it's kind of just more of a, let's just hang out on a Friday night.
Well,
Let's
actually,
talk about what's inside.
Let's just talk about what seems fun, and yes, we like to cover Eve and discuss what we got on it, but then we will also tangent and derail onto topics that are not Eve related whatsoever, but they seemed fun at the time. So I mean, that's kind of the that was the premise of the show when it originally started, like 10 years ago almost. I think maybe, are we coming up with a 10-year anniversary? Or did we already pass that?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I know, but you have to celebrate the 10-year, man.
But yeah, it's coming up close. Either we just passed the 10-year or it's coming up.
But
No,
do you know
we're
what,
not quite there yet, but-
tonight's show like made me think of? Like those nights when like you do like some kind of mining up with the guys, and you're just like not really there, and at some point someone is just like, check, someone in local, wake up. That's the only thing that is missing.
Yeah. Well, and so see, I'm not trying to put the show down. I'm just like, I'm just basically stating what the show is. It's a fun show where we hang out and bullshit. That's the prime directive of the show, is like, we want to have fun hanging out on a Friday night. And yes, we're going to talk about Eve, and then we'll probably talk about a bunch of other stuff, and then we'll talk about some really stupid stuff, and then I'll go to science talk, and people like roll their eyes. And then apparently, yes,
Science Talk is
apparently
one of the
lately we've been
most
talking about a
highly
lot
rated
of
segments.
we've been talking a lot about penises a lot lately from the feedback I've been getting
Half the
tonight.
world has them.
Well, no, actually, that's not true. I think technically the split. I think there's actually 55% or 54% female and like 46% roughly male. So I think
On
there's
the scope
actually
we're talking,
I
though,
think
that's
there's
roughly half
actually
full.
more vaginas than penises in the world at the moment, to be honest. But
We can hope.
where's my non-electric drawing board? Oh, you mean my doodle pad? That is electric though.
Dude, that's something we need to get Drayden, is a friggin' like Wacom tablet, so he can sit there and do diagrams on like a whiteboard for us while he's talking
Oh,
science
you
talk.
mean a whiteboard? Like,
Oh, I meant a digital one, but
where'd it go?
but I don't mind old school. Like I also like that because I'm more prone to that.
I have like it's basically like a boogie board. It's like one of those like kind of sketch thing.
A boogie board is something you ride at the beach.
Well, okay,
No,
but
there's
there's
another one.
there's a brand called Boogie Board. It's
really?
it's basically like an LCD display, but you know, like when you push on an LCD, like it has like the weird like push. But so this is like a, I don't know what they do. It's a similar concept, but like when you push pressure on it, it's like an Etch-a-Sketch. It draws and like but it's the crystals staticize and they stay, and so you could draw on it and it stays there.
This
But
sounds like the Mr. Mustache thing or something like that.
right, but then so to clear it, it's so
You know what I'm
instead of-
talking about?
It's so instead of an Etch-a-Sketch, instead of having to shake it and all the magnets or whatever pull everything off, there's a button where you just push it, and it has a battery in the board. It's like a watch battery. It doesn't need much power.
There's a link.
Yeah, boogie board. So you push the button, and it essentially sends
Oh,
an
this is
electric
interesting.
signal across the board, which then resets the crystals into the LCD crystals into their original structure, which then clears all the drawing you just did. So basically, like as you push pressure, you can use anything that's just a sharp tip. You don't need.
This was a childhood toy. We used these in a much lesser sophisticated
Well,
manner.
yeah, but we had Etch-a-Sketch. This is better.
Well, among other things, but I mean,
but Etch-a-Sketch you do like the
there was-
dials. This is like you
I
literally
had-
just
I remember
draw.
I had
You
a-
draw.
I
on
remember
it.
I had a pin thing. It had like a stylus, but it was like I remember it had like a hex pattern,
Oh,
but it was all
yeah,
still
yeah,
a magnetic thing. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes,
yeah. There's metal filings in it, and when you run the
Exactly.
magnet over the screen, the
Yes.
metal filings.
But
cling to
you
the
had to
screen.
have a
Pin
yeah.
styles.
So it's basically that, but better because that you had to have
For 40
a
fucking
magnet
dollars.
tip thing, and then you had to shake it. This you could use anything that just has pressure and a sharp point,
That's pretty cool.
and it's much more accurate. It's much more like a drawing thing, and then it clears it with just a push of a button. And then you can also there's a lock button, which is nice because then when you push the button, it doesn't send this charge. Because sometimes when I've been driving, like and then I actually with my wrist hit the button and it like clears everything. Like fuck, no. But yeah, I have one of those. But then you flip it over in the backside and it's a whiteboard.
There are some units in the military that use the boogie board,
Oh, really?
because not everybody has a radio, right? Nobody
Yeah,
has a
That's kind
headset.
of cool.
So if you're riding in a helicopter or something loud like that, and you want to pass a message, you pull out
Just
your
write
boogie
it.
board.
And
You write the message. You pass the boogie board around. It comes back to you. Okay, everybody's got the message. Delete
clear.
it.
Yeah.
Hang it back up.
Yeah, it's great. And they're cheap. I bought mine on Amazon for like $9, free shipping, and I like it. It did not come with dry erase markers for the whiteboard side, so I went and spent like $4 on a pack of like 6 colors of dry erase, and there you go. So like $20, I had all I needed to make the world go round in my palm.
There you go.
I mean, that's a bit
The world is in your
of an
hands. dude. That
overstatement,
sounds-
but I like it. It's a good product.
Her life is in
How
your
did we
hands,
get
dude.
on this? The boogie board?
We were talking about getting you a stylus because you were talking about science chat being.
Oh,
I don't know. You were going through what the show. You were talking about what the show is, and then you
There's an
touched on like the
OBS,
fact that you do.
There's an OBS plugin where you can draw on your stream.
Oh, that's. I just
Yeah,
want to see you be
Frost
John
uses
Madden.
What?
When- I want you to put
Yeah.
on your glasses, and I want you to be John Madden when you teach us science. That's all I'm saying.
Dude, well, I do the
And on the
lab-
screen would be awesome.
You know the cool. Oh man, dude, I missed.
Just drawing
It was a
diagrams
missed
next to
opportunity.
you, and then like wiping
So,
them away or whatever.
My roommates used to have this like stand up, full size, like it was like a 4 foot by 3 foot whiteboard, but it was like a double sided whiteboard that had like you could flip it around on a swivel,
Sure.
and it was on wheels, and it was like a wheeled like cart thing.
Yeah.
And my roommates
from,
had it,
like,
and they're like,
school
"We don't need
liquidation.
this. Do you want it?" I was like, "Oh yeah, I could find, I could do like science shit. Like, just draw on it for like the science talk." But then my roommate's sister, she teaches a class. It's not like a kindergarten or like grade school class, but it's like I think it's like a preschool type class, like daycare / like early learning class. And she wanted it, so he gave it to her instead. I'm like, I mean, you know, for the kids' education, but sad. I was really wanted that thing. And I was
So
like,
for
well, how
years-
much are those? They're like, it was like $700. I'm like, I don't need
So-
it that bad. But
Around here, and I mean, I think I'm around most major cities, which I realize you're not necessarily around a huge city, but there's like furniture and office liquidation stores and stuff, and I used to see it on Craigslist all the time. Places that would have like a storage unit or like a warehouse or something filled with like whiteboards and office furniture and stuff like that, and you could get like a, 6 or 8 foot by like 4 foot, like a school sized dry erase board for like $80, $120, you know, something like that. And I've wanted one for years, and like now that I have a house, I probably could like make an office, but like it's kind of hard to like find the space of a wall to like take a whole wall with like a school size dry erase board. But like over the years of living with roommates and stuff, we always kept them around because like, one, they're just functionally useful and stuff, but also two, when you're hanging out and getting drunk or doing, you know, all your fun activities, people draw on them and things like that, and you end up with cool art around them, and you know, just they're fun things to have around. My old roommate was a big brainstormer, just would be like cook up like fun, crazy ideas and inventions all the time, and like having dry erase boards and things like that around was you'd always come up with some cool stuff.
Yeah. But yeah, so one of these days, I do want to get some kind of a whiteboard thing. I know, although now with I may have to find this plugin for OBS because that might be a little bit easier. But at the same time, it might be hard because we have all cameras, so it would be a small drawing space, but I could still do it. But I would like to have some kind of a back. So if I get a place to rent, I might actually just invest in a whiteboard because just a hang up whiteboard might be pretty cheap. And therefore, I could just like wheel that out.
So you can get it as panel.
Go
at,
into
like, Lowe's
Science
and
Talk
stuff.
because I have the glasses and I have the lab coat. I just need the whiteboard.
You
Like,
can
it's
buy ones that
easy.
are
Yeah,
are
buy
not
a
made as-
whiteboard.
you can buy a panel of it, and,
Dude,
and like you don't need like the framed one unless you really just want it with like the little tray on the bottom. Like
We have a
Scooter or
giant ass whiteboard at
You
work
can-
too that we don't use. I might be able to just take that home. We got it from.
Well, yeah, of course you can. You're
Well,
vice
because
president.
my mom used to work at a middle school in the area, and she was a teacher, but she's retired now. But when she still worked there, they were getting rid of an old whiteboard. One of the big giant
Telling you,
class
that's
was
where they come
it's like 8 by 4 feet. It's like a huge
Yeah.
ass whiteboard. And they were
All
getting
that
rid
room
of it
for
because they're getting
activity.
new equipment, and they were like looking to just give it away and stuff. And we took it for our business, but we don't really use it at the shop. Like we started to a little bit, then we just like all the stuff we're writing on here is like we already know, and we don't need to write it down. It's just a waste of time to like write it down.
Yeah, but what you could do is just like get your whiteboard and get like your cell phone as a second camera on OBS and just like broadcast it in the middle of
Yeah,
everyone's
but
field.
I don't have a wireless adapter on my PC, so I'd have to figure out something like that and like to connect it with Bluetooth and stuff. So
No, well, actually, you can just use like a long USB to whatever your phone is cable.
I mean, like
And
USB cameras
use-
are pretty cheap, so I'd probably just get another camera and just hook it up, and then
Yeah.
like have it set up, just like turn on this and like it could show the whiteboard, and then
Exactly.
it'd be my science hour display, and then I could just be like drawing pictures of fucking.
Beavers.
Well, I was thinking more along the lines of like atomic nuclei and
More like physics stuff.
yeah, like atomic nuclei and like chemical reactions, and then also apparently penises.
That's biology. That's
Yeah.
my field.
I like biology. I like all fields. Here's the thing. I don't have a degree in any kind of science, but I love science, and I've kind of done like the self-education in some of the. Now, I'm not saying that I know everything. I just know some things. And
Drayden's big into the pseudoscience.
when it comes into
fucking quack.
the Drayden Talk Science Hour, it's more just me regurgitating stuff I've learned.
Isn't
But the
that
thing is,
what
like,
most
but the thing is,
scientists-
like, it's like the stuff I
Well,
learned is true, and it's like I'm not going to show you the calculus and the math because I don't understand that. But it's like, let me show you the general synopsis of the discovery here, and that I can't explain. So
Okay.
I try to do that.
Well, that's great because I got like the same thing. It's just that it's been into like some institution, but this is the same thing. Like I read stuff, I regurgitate it on a piece of paper, and they gave me like an accreditation at the end of it.
Yeah.
It's just longer, but yeah, same thing.
But it's like I chemistry and physics is like my favorite, but I that's the funny is like those are my favorite fields of science. Astronomy is actually like number one, but that's like kind of a side field of physics essentially. So astronomy, physics, and chemistry are like my favorites. I do like biology a lot, but but here's the thing: like when it comes to like the actual like integral, very nitty gritty, actual like the real discovery stuff where you're doing the data and the calculations. That's not the stuff I know. I don't know any of that. But
That's not the
um,
most interesting either. Like when you
but
get
that's
into molecular biology and stuff,
but that's the thing. It's like
like it's some
the
kind of
people that
special
actually
people
know
like those.
that, they go through the calculations. They do the stuff. They're like, here's our findings, and it's like that's the stuff I understand. Like, okay, that makes sense with your explanations. I don't get the math, but I trust that you did the math right because you know it better than I do. And they're like, okay, with this math, this is what we figured out, and this is how this works. I'm like, okay, in a general sense, that makes sense to me. I get it, and I like it. And then that's what I just basically regurgitate on the stream. And everyone thinks that I'm like some astrophysicist. It's like, no, I'm not. I didn't even graduate college. So
Do you want a trick? Just like say all the p-value is really great on that document, and everyone will be like, "Oh, okay, that seems sciencey enough." Because that's like one of the main value that we look at in paper to see if like what they've done it could actually make sense in the real world. We look at the p-value. So yeah,
right.
get points on that.
Well, so Overtop saying, what math is in biology? There's a lot of math in biology, I would assume.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yes. Well,
it's-
there's a lot of model in biology, mostly in ecology, because from ecology you got a lot of economics model that have been pulled out of it, and a lot of a sociology model that came out of ecology. So yeah, like a lot of those mathematical model that is now used in finance get their roots back to biology. So that's also one a good reason to like why to get me into like this table.
yeah. And I don't think Rain's here anymore.
Who?
She's not.
Where? Like in chat? No.
Yeah. She was in there earlier in the show. She was like, yeah, science hour, like, please explain why I'm sunburned. And I was like, I know the basics of this. I mean, obviously, so. I mean, you want to do it, Ben, or I can do it.
Chart.
What if I do? What if I do like the very basic layman's terms, and then you go to like the actual? Like,
Yeah. Start it.
You
And
go into the much more
sure.
in depth.
It's gonna be fun.
So essentially, sunburns are from ultraviolet radiation. I think everyone knows that. So ultraviolet is a higher spectrum of electromagnetic radiation above visible light. So you have like the visible light spectrum, and like violet is up on the top of that. Well, ultraviolet is past that, so that is essentially photons with a higher energy state than visible light, and they interact with electrons in atoms, but they are very much higher energy, and so they will penetrate your outer layers of skin. And then there's ultraviolet A and B rays. So there's alpha and beta rays of ultraviolet. I think the alpha are less penetrative, the beta are more penetrative, if I'm correct. Am I right, Ben?
Well, like for the alpha and beta, it's like just the wavelength that does the difference. But
Right.
like you're on the good path. But
Oh, okay. So beta is much more the deeper, more hardcore ones, right?
sorry, like I just lost something here. I couldn't I didn't went into like the beta and the alpha. We were more like into the wavelength because
Okay.
like we use that in thermographics and stuff. And like once you're like in the ultraviolet, like it's basically that's the important stuff. Like the wavelength is like really short, and what it does, it's actually like well, it cooks you up.
Right.
And the idea here is when you're behind a window or those kind of things, you actually slow the wave. So actually, instead of being like, it's go like whoa,
the phase
really
velocity
slow.
slows.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
that way you actually you don't get cooked by the wave. If you're in a car, you get cooked by the heat and the fact that like it cannot get out of a car. So that's why like never get your dog into this space because like it's like really hell for him or so. Yeah, but you're in good path. Like continue with
Okay.
the wave stuff.
Okay, so when it comes to skin though, just direct contact with the skin, alpha ultraviolet is a longer wavelength, so it's closer to the visible spectrum, so it has less penetrative, less energy in it, so it doesn't go as deep. But that's where you get like the surface burns. And then you have the beta ultraviolet. And those are the ones that are much more worrisome. Those are like the cancerous. Well, they both have a risk of cancer, but like the ultraviolet beta is much more of a cancer risk than the alpha, and those penetrate deeper. And so the reason why you're getting burned, like physically burned, so like that's the thing, is like when you have a sunburn, that's a physical like burn on your skin from energy. And what it is basically, like the ultraviolet waves are coming down and they're hitting your skin, and they might penetrate a bit, but they are eventually being absorbed by the electrons in the atoms that are make up your skin cells, and that energy is being transferred to your cells. And if you're getting too much of that, then so much energy is getting transferred that it then starts actually causing physical burns on your body. And
Well,
am I wrong on that?
well, like if we make it like simpler, just like remember that like the wave that is like actually like slowed down by a window is actually slowed down by your skin. So
Okay.
if like initially like you got like a wave that is like really like intense,
Mm-hmm.
is like it's gonna slow down through your skin, but it's gonna go deeper than the one that is actually like slower like in length.
Right. Yeah. So that's why
That's exactly it.
the oh wait, does it mean the alpha is deeper penetrating then?
I don't know if it's
I
the
don't
alpha
know which
or
one is
beta.
which.
It's like
I feel like
general
the alpha
setting
is
thing.
less than beta, because beta is more. I don't know. I'm thinking like radiation, because like alpha beta radiation decay is different, because alpha particles are just helium molecules, whereas beta is like electron and positron emissions. But that's different than
So yeah,
electromagnetic radiation, I guess. So.
maybe a complementary information on sunburns is like when you get those, the reason why you burn is that your skin and your cells cannot like rehydrate quick enough so
Ah.
that you don't have the sunburn. So it's basically dehydration that causes the burn. So that's why a lot of time people like that get the sunburn when you put like a hydration like a cream on it. It helps to regenerate because it stops
Oh.
the
Like aloe
burning
vera.
process, because you're still burning. So start by like getting the fire out so that you can actually start healing.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that okay. That makes sense. Um, as far as the cancer risk go, it's more of, so is it the same as because I know gamma radiation, which is way higher than ultraviolet.
Well, that's something else.
Yeah, it's totally
Um,
something else, but like that can blast apart like chromosomes and stuff like that. But that's much higher energy and much shorter wavelength than ultraviolet. But so the risk of cancer, like skin cancer and stuff with ultraviolet that is caused, is that still a similar thing where like you're having this radiation like damage the chromosomes in your cells?
So just imagine like when you just get in mind like this thing that goes like that can be like really short, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So when it hits your chromosome, actually it's the like the end of the chromosome, the telomere that we call, like that's the part that like you want to actually keep like as long as you want, so that your cell can actually it's hard to explain that. Basically the cells are programmed to actually die at a certain time, what we call the apoptosis, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And that's programmed into the cells. But if like you get like this wavelength that get into this genes that cell that say, oh, you're supposed to die at like for in those condition, and it just goes boop, well, the cell doesn't die. Then you like, if you got a lot of cells doing that way, then that they don't get like their programmed death, well, that's where like you start to grow cancer. Actually, like if it's only a few cells, like your immune system will take care of those, because that's the job of the immune system, and everyone immune system does that job. But at some point when you're exposed too much, you can, okay, develop cancer. It depends on
Mm.
how strong your immune system is.
Ah, okay. Okay. That's
keep in mind, like-
different than what I thought.
So keep in mind, like those kind of waves, like if it's an arrow, like and that you want to hit like that spot, it's hard. Like if you're like that way, but if you're that way, you might cause a lot more of damage because like it's short and short, like
Right.
wave.
It's more energy in it.
Yeah, more energy and more chances to hit the bad spots.
Ah, right. Oh, yeah, because that's... Yeah, so I never thought, because that's like how microwaves work. Like you have the microwaves that go in there. They're basically radio waves, but like high frequency radio waves, essentially. But that's why you have the hot and cold spots in your microwave, right? Because that's why you'll heat a burrito up and it'll be like molten lava on one side and then like an ice puck on the other. And that's because it's sending microwaves out in multiple directions, and where they intersect is like the highest points of energy, so that's where like the most heat comes in. But like you have these gaps because microwaves they're not that far apart. I mean, radio waves can even be as far apart as like this. They can almost be like half a meter apart in wavelength, but microwaves are not quite that. But microwaves can still be, several inches apart in like wavelength, I think, or maybe like an inch or two. And I think where they intersect has higher energies than other parts, and therefore like there are parts that cook hotter than others. And that's why people have this misconception like, oh, the middle cooks faster in a microwave than the outside. It's like, that's not true. Certain areas in the microwave where the waves intersect cook faster than other parts. And that's why you have like the rotating dish, because it basically reduces it. Basically makes it to where like those microwaves where they intersect is, as your meal moves around the microwave, those hot spots are like perforating through your meal, and therefore it's like much more chance of it evenly cooking. But if you just have like a no rotate plate and you set everything in the microwave, you're gonna have hot spots and cold spots, and that's because that's where like the wavelengths have intersected and non-intersected, I think, is what I remember being told.
It's far from me, so I won't even like
Okay.
talk about
So
that.
That's also why when you put something in the microwave and you put it on the rotating dish, don't put it right in the center.
Yeah, put it on the outside.
Put it on
Then
the
you get
edge. So it
Put
goes
it.
around.
That's actually. It sounds weird, but it's actually, I do that as well for food. Don't center your shit on the rotating plate if you can't. Now, I mean, sometimes if it's a big enough plate that you put stuff on, it doesn't fit otherwise, then, because you don't want it to rotate and then get stuck on the back of the microwave and just sit there and not move, because then it's the same thing. So you want it to move. But if you have like a bowl of soup, soup gang, and you're like, you have a bowl, well, that can fit on the outside of the rotating plate, right? And that's going to move around in an oscillation thing in the microwave. So you want to do that, because that will be a much more even cook of your soup than just putting it in the middle. So
I believe it's pronounced microwave.
yeah, it's microwave. That is the actual Aztec pronunciation, and they're the ones that invented microwaves. So
That's right.
yeah. So you should go with that.
I'm impressed.
So this science hour has been presented by Dredan and Ben Rush.
Yeah, dude, that's what I was saying. Like, dude, we got the I was gonna say it's not a trifecta unless someone else wants to jump in, but like we have the bifecta. Does that make more sense?
The what?
I don't know. We're a bifecta.
The
of
duo,
science.
an amazing duo.
Yeah, that's actually
Yeah.
better. We're the science
duo.
duo. Yeah, jazz hands. So that's the thing, is like I've heard a bunch of stuff and I have some like, basic level science, but I loved bouncing it off because I'm like, I've heard this, and then you're like, this is how it actually works. I'm like, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Someone that actually knows what they're talking about. So.
Lasers work on the same basis as radiation, right? That's all.
They are.
Lasers are straight, and
lasers
like,
are radiation. They're photons.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah.
So then you get into when you get into lasers, we're talking about pulse lasers versus beam lasers, and how pulse lasers are actually more damaging than beams.
Honestly,
and that's not just an EVE Online thing. That's a real thing.
I was like, are we
so
circling back?
And I don't know the reason because like the difference between pulse and beam lasers, like one is a steady stream of laser, and then one is a it pulses obviously. So
yeah, but with
why,
a pulse,
why
you
would
get
a
the,
pulsing laser have more energy instead of a steady stream?
You get the full energy of the laser in one shot. And then you get another one, and another one, another one, another one. Right? Whereas a beam laser will just apply the energy and then slowly apply it. They're weaker lasers, beam lasers, versus pulse lasers. And that's not just an EVE Online thing. That's a real
Maybe like
Is this some like
that's
scary
outside my
government
field.
military shit?
I had to take a laser safety course to go on this other fucking course, so
Fair
I
enough.
learned about
What
that.
other science
Also,
we got? We got more science, right? Oh, whoa,
Are we blasting shit with lasers yet?
no.
don't you got that telescope bullshit?
Yeah, that's what.
Oh.
That's what.
Oh yeah.
So James Webb,
Soon.
man.
Very soon.
Okay, so
So far so good.
this is one of those few things where I'm just excited and also just satisfied with the fact of like, okay, yes, the James Webb has had so many delays and so it basically
do it.
launched like almost a decade after it was supposed to.
You gotta do it.
And it was supposed to be so everyone's like, it was really supposed to be $500 million. Okay, but then they very soon after that refurbished the entire program and came out with a new proposal. So basically, I think it's because new technology came out. They're like, okay, before we haven't really started on this much, let's just make it better than the original proposal. So the increase in cost over $500 million is understandable, but the fact that it was not supposed to go up to like almost $10 billion. It was supposed to be like it went from like $500 million proposal to like I think like $2 or $3 billion proposal, and then a decade after it was supposed to be done, and then plus like $6 or $7 billion in budget, it's like getting close to finished. And then it had more delays, and then more delays, and more delays. It was like I called it the asymptote delay. So like parabola, you have the asymptote where it's the line that it always approaches but never gets to, right? So, because the delays were like, okay, it happened. Like we're supposed to launch in like 6 months. Oh, but we had a delay, so we have to move it back 3 months. And then like, okay, now we're like 3 months from launch. Oh, but we had a delay, we moved it back a month. And then now we're like a month from launch, 2-week delay. So it's like the closer we got to the launch date, the further it got pushed back, but the less it got pushed back each time. So it just kind of became more of like an asymptote. So it finally launched, and everyone's like, oh my God, it's a bullshit program. We spent way too much money on it. But here's the thing. It finally launched, and nothing went wrong. Which everyone was afraid.
Oh, you're sorry.
Everyone was afraid that, like, okay, we spent so much money, so much time, so many delays, and there's all these errors. It's like something's gonna fuck up because there was like they call it. It was over 300 points, like critical points of failures. I think what they called it, and it's basically like if this one thing fails, the whole thing is fucked. And so there was over 300 things that if that one thing, like they had redundancies on redundancies on redundancies on this thing, but they couldn't do it for everything. And so there was like 300 points of like, if this one thing fucked up, the whole program is fucked. And so everyone was worried because there were so many delays. The James Webb Space Telescope over the top, that's the program I'm talking about. So it's like the new... they're basically saying it's going to replace Hubble. It's not a replacement for Hubble because Hubble is visible spectrum light. This is an infrared telescope, but it's it's actually better. I'll get to that. But so they finally launched it. No problems with the launch. It's like, thank God. I would have been because it was launching on, I think it was an Ariane 5. So it was a European Space Agency launch, and it launched at a French Guiana, and it finally launched. Perfect launch. Nothing went wrong. It's like awesome. And then it traveled. It's like, okay, well, then we have these other breakpoints. You got past those other breakpoints. Everything went according to plan. And then it got to the L2 Lagrange point, which is basically a spot about 1 million miles out from Earth. It's basically on the opposite side of Earth from the sun, about 1 million miles roughly, and it's essentially like this gravity well where the Earth's influence and the sun's influence equal out, and therefore it can kind of sit there without any propulsion and just stay in that spot. So it's technically orbiting the Earth, but it's not going around the Earth. It's basically staying at the opposite side of the Earth from the sun completely for its entirety orbit. And the reason they did that is because the light and the heat from the sun is too hot. It has to be away from. No, that's not. That's true. That's not.
It's the light.
They couldn't put it in low Earth orbit because the reflection of the light and the heat from the sun off of the Earth would have made the telescope too hot. It couldn't have operated in low Earth orbit. Also, low Earth orbit, it has to constantly circulate, and for it to operate in the infrared, it has to be very cold, like 40 Kelvin, roughly, which is like negative 130 Celsius. So it has to be very fucking cold, and it can't do that in orbit of Earth because it would have to like use so much thrust to not face the sun ever. But even still, if it's not facing the sun, when it comes around to the front side of the Earth, the reflection of light and heat from the Earth onto the mirror would be too hot and it would not work. So they can't have it anywhere near the Earth, so they had to put it in the L2, which basically means it stays away from the Earth and never points at the Earth, always faces away from the sun, but its solar panels can face the sun, so it gets power. And then that's why it had this like, multi-layered like heat shield thing, so it protects from the sun's heat. And so it's finally out there, got there, slowed down into the proper, and it's in a halo orbit, so it can't sit directly between the Earth and the sun because the Earth's shadow will block the solar light that it needs for power. So it basically, like, the Earth is here, the sun is here, and it's sitting on this side, and it's basically doing a halo orbit to stay out of the Earth's shadow, but always facing away from the Earth. And so they had to put it out there so it could get cold enough, and they had to also calibrate all the instruments. They finally calibrated everything a couple months ago, and then also it apparently cooled down faster than they thought. They were expecting it not to cool down until like mid-June. It actually cooled down to the right temp a couple weeks ago, I think, or like 3 weeks ago. And so now they're ready to do like actual science. And I think they've been taking pictures and doing stuff. And I think the first actual color images. So the things with color images, so it's infrared. So it's only taking stuff in infrared. But they can extrapolate what the real color of things. I think they like do a weird translation thing into like visible light.
Algorithms are magic.
Yeah. So they basically use like a some kind of algorithm to like be like this is what is in infrared. It would just look like in a red tone. Well, they still have to take infrared and put it into visible light for us to see it because we still have to see it in a red form. But they transform it into like this is probably what it would look like in real color. And the first images of that are coming out in July 12th, if I'm not wrong. July something. I think it's 12th or maybe the 18th. So I'm excited. They're now basically doing full science with the machine. And it's going to... they've shown some pictures of, the things like the comparisons, like the old WISE telescope, which is the old infrared, and then Spitzer. And then now they have the James Webb, and they show the comparisons, and it's literally like looking at like something like 120p to 240p to like 4K. Like that's like the resolution increase that we've gotten with this telescope, and it's insane what we can see now. And now they're ready to like start pointing it across the universe and start looking at stuff. And the reason why it's infrared, that's the thing I was getting into. So the Hubble was visible light, so we could look at stuff, and it looks really cool. Like that's what we see with our eyes. Although generally, it's misleading because all the Hubble photos you see, they're not direct Hubble photos. They are 3 different pictures in 3 different spectrums, and it's because if you just looked at stuff in visible light, it would just be a black and white picture all the time from Hubble. That's all you get. Unless you're looking at close stuff like Neptune and Jupiter, like they've looked at it. But if you're looking at like distant galaxies and stuff, for the not completely, but like for the most part, you're gonna get like black and white pictures, just white light or not, because it's so far away that you're not gonna get the differences in wavelength of light. But when they basically take it like a near ultraviolet, visible light, and near infrared, because Hubble could do near infrared as well, and they would do a false, they call it false coloring, so they color certain wavelengths in certain colors, and then they combine all three photos on top of each other, and then that's when you get the really cool looking, like, you know, Eagle Nebula, the Pillars of Creation, all that stuff. Like, those are not actual true color. Those are like false colors overlaid on top of each other from different wavelengths of light that they measured to make it look cool.
When I found that out, it was hugely disappointing.
I was disappointed, but at the same time, like, it's disappointing, but at the same time, it's cool because it lets you see all of what's actually there. You get to see the low wavelength, the mid wavelength, and the higher wavelength all combined together and in a cool color format. So it's like, it's
Sure, but like, is
awesome.
there anywhere in, like, if we ever get to that point in space travel and stuff, are we gonna see shit like that with our own fucking eyes?
No,
That's what I'm saying.
Well, so when it comes to nebulas, not really, because the thing is, like, when you can see a nebula, nebulas are so dispersed. You think like, oh, it's a thick cloud of like, that is a thick cloud when you're looking at it from light years distant. When you're in it, it looks like nothing because
Right,
yes,
but we'll be able to
it's
telescope
it's a
our light
higher
years.
concentration of dust and gas, but it's still so diffuse that it's like, you know, low Earth orbit in what we call actual full space is probably 10 times the density of what those nebulas are. So like when you go into those nebulas, it looks like nothing. It looks like you're still like in a, you know, probably, you know, tens of thousands of molecules per cubic meter, which is nothing. I mean, like, Earth's atmosphere is like trillions of molecules per cubic meter. So
But I'm just saying, so we'll have those telescopes available to us one day, right? Like, I'm talking near, you know, not near future. However
I don't
far in the
know.
future.
I don't know. Maybe.
But I mean, for the common man to have in his, you know, in his living room or out on his deck or whatever,
oh,
badass telescopes one day, are any of those things going to look in such a way to the human?
maybe, but the downside with Earth-based telescopes is the atmosphere. That's why
Fuck the atmosphere. We're working on that. We're trying to get rid of it.
We got guys. We only got 41 years left until Zephram Cochrane
Space-
figures
we
out
got
warp
guys-
drive.
Space-
41 years and we'll have warp drive according to Star Trek.
Hell yeah! But oh yeah, the first flight.
Yeah, but
20
according to Terminator,
2063.
We should already be dead.
Jordan.
But
Jordan's
that's not
gonna be
real.
on
No.
there,
So
though.
what do you follow?
Excuse me. I like to think that we have, you know, the futuristic version of Star Trek to look forward to in a post
Yeah.
scarcity society.
Yeah, so Pat Noob's right. Yeah, there's light pollution, but the biggest downside with Earth-based telescopes, yeah, light pollution is one. Obviously, you're not going to put them anywhere near a city, and you know, if you're in a city, you can't. Even if you look up, like, Orion is one of the most noticeable constellations in the night sky. It's very bright. It has some very bright stars in it, and if you're like in LA, I don't even know if you can even see that. So
The most stars I've ever seen. So in the summer, I race on a 40-foot sailboat across Lake Michigan, and we do a couple overnight crossings. And a clear night with no moon in the sky, in the middle of the lake where you're like 45 miles from shore, it's the most stars I've ever seen. And
Yeah,
I
it's
wished I
incredible.
had a telescope out there so bad.
yeah, it's like there's a park that I live by that's it's I can't remember the name right now. But anyway, there's a park up by Lake Pend Oreille that's really, it's fairly far enough. There's no big city around in a long ways, but it's nothing like there's some spots in the Arizona desert and New Mexico and areas like that. Hawaii is another one. That's why the Keck telescope is up in Hawaii, up on the mountain, because there's really not much light pollution out there at all. Because it's like, well, you have Honolulu, but that's not even on the same island, I don't think. And then
Well, one
The
of the things
viewing,
that
when I was in Honolulu, you couldn't see much for stars, but I
Well,
could
Honolulu's
imagine,
a
like
big
on the
city.
Big Island, yeah,
Yeah.
that's a big city.
But,
Like I could
the
imagine on the
Keck
Big Island.
telescope is not near there, and it's up on a mountain, and it's like in the middle of Pacific. That it's not like you have light pollution bouncing off from other major cities in the
It's,
nearby. So
It's specifically it's Mauna Kea. It was one of the
Mauna Kea?
volcanoes, and that's on the Mauna Kea is the big
Kauai?
volcano on the island of Hawaii. It's the big island.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
it's the big island. Yeah.
well, I guess they put it there for, well, one, for money reasons, but also probably because it's still a low amount of light pollution. But the downside with the Earth-based telescope, it's not, the light pollution is a big thing, but they always put the telescopes outside of light polluted areas. But it's not just the major factor is not the light pollution itself. It's the distortion from the atmosphere. So when you look up at the sky and you see the stars twinkling and stuff, right? It looks like they're kind of like twinkling in and out and like shifting. And that is not the stars. Some people think it's the stars, like,
That's
you
a
know.
plane.
Yeah, that's no, it's not a plane. No, I mean, like, actual stars. Like, it looks like they kind of like shimmer and go brighter, dimmer, brighter, dimmer. You know, this color, that color. That, and some people think, like, oh, that's because they're stars. They're big balls of gas that are like flaming out and like that is not the reason for the color. The color is because that light is coming through the atmosphere, and the light is diffusing off of the moisture and the water in the atmosphere. So you're having refraction of all the light from the star, and so that's why you're getting some red light, some blue, because red is the least diffracting or refracting light through water. Blue is the most, and that's why the sky is blue and the water looks blue. But you do get some, but red comes through the most, but then you have some blue and some other colors that do come through, and that's why it looks like the star twinkles between different colors. And that's not because the stars, if you could actually look at it from space, those stars would look static, like one color. They would not change. But when you look at it through our atmosphere, they twinkle and shimmer and change brightness and change color, and that's because the light coming through the atmosphere is changing and refracting with the different currents of the air, the different densities of the atmosphere changing, clouds, all that.
It's
so
it's the same concept. If you're trying to look at something underwater at an angle, same concept, just different medium.
Yeah. So same thing. So that's why space-based telescopes are the best, because they get rid of the atmosphere. And so that's why James Webb is awesome. But the reason why it's infrared, I think I was going to get this before. So visible light is great because that's what we see. So it looks cool. But visible light is often blocked by the dust and gas in galaxies and nebulas and various star formation places. Whereas infrared is a lower frequency, so it somehow goes through. It does not interact as much with the molecules in the gas clouds of nebulas and other stars and galaxies and stuff. So we can look at star formations and planet formations, so exoplanets. We can look through the gas barrier that's in a new protostar system, and we can look at the star formation as the star is forming, and that's what we want to see. But we can also look at the accretion disk of all the planets forming as well, and we can see newly formed exoplanets, and not just be taking it on like differentiations of light from stars based on planets transiting. We can actually look at the light like the light coming from the star hitting the planet and refracting over and basically reflecting over to us. We can actually see that in the infrared. And so we can also see through the gas clouds into these star formation systems. So we can start to see new star formations, see how it works, see planet formation, and also see exoplanets in a better quality, and see the compositions of their makeup. And then also they want to look further back. That's the other thing. That's one of the reasons they're going to use it. And the other reason is to look further back at the edge of the visible universe, which means back at the beginning of the universe, and see the very early formation of galaxies and stars back then, and get more information on that. So
Yeah, that
this
sounds
is
actually quite
basically
fascinating.
yeah.
Like
So
like when you look at the stars, you're looking to the past.
yeah. The farther away you look, the farther back in time you're looking. That's how it goes. So the Hubble telescope was great for beautiful pictures and all kinds of information. This telescope is now it's going to have some cool looking pictures, and they're going to they're saying that the full color photos are coming out in July, and I think that they're going to basically be extrapolating the frequencies they're getting and just applying colors to them electronically. So the color photos we're gonna get is not what James Webb is seeing. Those are what we're seeing with the interpretation of AI, computers and AI. Like, this is what it would look like probably to the real eye in color, I think. But it's basically so James Webb's main mission is exoplanet discovery and exploration, star formation, and early universe exploration. Those are the three main missions of that telescope. And
So you
that's
mean
what
that we're gonna get like a new Project Discovery soon?
I hope so. That would be great. I would love that.
Yeah, we solved the
doubt
other
it, but-
one.
Yeah,
It took 2 years, but we
yeah.
got it.
Yeah, a lot of that data that was coming from, I think, Spitzer, if I'm not wrong, but I think it was Spitzer that we were getting a lot of that the data from those. But yeah, I would love a new Project Discovery with James Webb. But anyway, I'm taking the glasses off. Science. That's the science.
Sirens hour is over.
Yeah. I love that telescope. I've been excited for that thing for so fucking long, and the fact that it's launched, no problems, and it got to its place, and it's working fine, working better than expected and earlier than expected, and they're ready to start using it is like, hell yeah.
Oh, by the way,
Worth the wait.
while you were speaking, I was wondering, does the planet in Eve orbit?
I don't think they do. I think they're all static. I wish they would. That would be awesome if the planets actually moved in
Move
conjunction
and
with
like
the system.
actually turn on themselves.
No, they don't. But that would be cool. But it would be weird because
Bookmarks and things.
If
and
that's-
also
Oh, yeah.
centered on the-
bookmarks, but also so bookmarks would change, which would I think people would have. I think
I think it came up
science
years
wise
ago
it would be awesome. Gameplay wise, it'd be really annoying and obnoxious.
Well, we lost Niarja and it was fine.
Yeah, and the other thing is because then so you have the various jump gates. The only reason those are in those spots, if you want to get into like science thing, is like they're in those spots in the system because they're probably orbiting whatever orbital bot. So if there's a jump gate on planet 7 of a star system, it's not just sitting there, staying there. Like, you can't just have it sit there and stay there stationary. It is either orbiting the sun, but if it's near a planetary body, it's probably orbiting that planetary body around the sun as a satellite, and therefore you would have to have the jump gates all orbit and move around too, and that would also mess up
That
everyone's
would be
bookmarks.
quite more living. Yeah.
Yeah,
And you
like-
would need to actually anchor your bookmarks on something.
Well, you couldn't because if you anchor it at a certain point in space, so I think that you just have to bookmarks would change. Bookmarks would become invalid, or just what used to be a bookmark on a Stargate is now a deep safe, type of thing. So
Yeah. Stuff there. Interesting stuff. Also, it would be nice just to have an observatory point where you just look at some other system to see what was your enemy doing last night when you were not there. So since you can see in the past.
yeah. There's
Spy
there's
stuff.
no fixed location. Everything is moving. Everything is moving in relation to everything else.
Yeah, and it's expanding, so we should find new systems soon now.
Yeah.
Well, that was great. So it's a 3-hour show, right?
It's a 2-hour show, but we just kind of
How
go
long
Okay,
it
just
was.
making
yeah.
sure.
Yeah, we it's
I'm
like
amazed LB's still here.
once we hit the 2-hour mark, where it's like, you know what, we'll just go until we feel like we're done. So I ran
Yeah,
on with science for 40 minutes. I apologize.
Oh, he's sorry.
I love science. I love astronomy. I love that stuff. So
Yeah, I get you there. So, is it the end?
it might be the end. We usually don't do a
Closing shots. Final thoughts.
closing time. You
My
don't
mother used
have
to-
to go home, but you can't. Stay.
Because it's been a while since we
Here.
did a shot, and I'm ready for another shot. I think.
It's true, I don't have a
Closing
drink.
time. No, I'm sorry. I won't sing the whole
Jesus.
thing.
One last call for alcohol, so finish your whiskey or beer.
Yeah, yeah.
I was that person. So when I would work closing at the bar at the hotel, 10 minutes before bar close, I would do the whole like start dimming down the lights, fuck
My
with all
mother did the
that.
same thing.
Like like I'm sending
Put
you
the
a very
song on the
clear,
jukebox.
yeah, sending you a very clear signal. Like get ready to get the fuck out. I got shit to do.
My mom bartended when I was like various years of my childhood, and she used to do a similar thing, like put on closing time and start raising the lights.
You
Yeah, the
you
lights
gotta
will come
send
up, right?
you gotta send the message.
It's a fun message, you can sing along and you can say your goodbyes, but get the fuck out.
Yeah.
We also do a movie night often. Is there a movie we want to watch tonight? Some more shows. We want to watch The Boys season 3. We can watch some more Kenobi. We can watch.
How far into Kenobi did you guys get?
We watched the first two. The first two came out last week, so we watched the first two.
I already watched the.
Are there already
so-
more
I'd
out?
watch it again. Yeah.
I think
So it's
I think
These
dropping
show
every.
schedules are crazy.
It's
just
dropping
out.
It's dropping at midnight. When it turns to Wednesdays on the West Coast.
Okay, yeah. So
So
it's
3
just-
a.m. Eastern time Wednesday.
So just episode 3. They did 1 and 2 first, and now it's just 3, right? So
Yep,
yeah,
and
so
then
there's
there
only
will be
one
3
episode of
more.
Kenobi. That's only 40 minutes. The Boys season 3 is out. I don't know how many episodes they released.
Indiana Jones, I like that idea.
There's also. Is there anything else? There's something else. I like The Boy. I don't know if I'll play The Boy because I feel like The Boys is.
I'm not up to snuff on either of those,
it's
but I
like you're
probably
either-
won't be
you've
around the
either
whole time.
Caught up with it, or you. I feel like it's one of those shows you either really like it or you really don't.
Well, it's
Is it
diabolical.
Yeah,
polarizing?
it's like there's no in between. Like I love the show, and I've talked with a couple of my friends that love the show, and then there's a few people I know that are like I hate it. And it's like I've never.
Oh
heard
man,
a-
like the whale scene.
yeah, it's like I've never heard anyone. Yeah, the whales. Dude. I've never heard anyone that just thought it was meh. It's like they either love it or hate it. I love it, but wait, you watched Avatar?
Oh yeah, there's a new Avatar coming.
Well, that's in December. Yeah. That was like 2 or 3 weeks ago. We did watch Avatar because we were talking about Avatar 2 coming out. So we did watch Avatar.
Is it James Cameron again?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
James
Yeah,
Cameron
it's-
built- yeah,
That
he's
is
doing-
his baby.
that is
He's
his
sitting on that
franchise.
one.
Love Child. That he's doing so.
Like yeah, that's one.
It'll
thing
probably make $1 bajillion.
Outer Range. I have not seen Outer Range.
Well, but I'd like to propose a quick shot, and then I'm gonna go actually
Okay,
'cause I
yeah.
got to dip out. Shot to the fire fleet that we murdered tonight because they were being dumb, and Arcadios made it easy for us to warp battleships on top of the Serbs. Because I don't know why.
Okay, fair enough.
Shots to Carnage.
Who do you fly with, Scott?
Wrecking crew. I'm part of the Rogue
Oh,
Consortium.
right, that's right.
Actually, someone in my alliance, Kalari, told me to say hi to you. He used to
Is it
fly with you
Kalari
guys.
Kelvin?
Yes, that is
Yeah.
one of my FCs.
He was a nice kid.
He's
I
a
say
good
kid,
dude.
I don't know how old he is, but he seemed like he was younger than me at the time.
I was like, I
He
remember that young.
He was new to the game when
I
had
taught him
met
everything he knows.
Nah,
He was
he's
a very
good.
tenacious guy at the time. Like he outgrew us quick because he just wanted to go all the time. Like very tenacious guy back in the day.
He absolutely still is that. He's got a small gang out right now, so they're having some fun. I'm gonna pop up and see what they're
That's
doing.
awesome. Every once in a while, I'll see him like pop up in Intel or like on a battle report or something, and like I remember that guy. He was good people.
Yeah, he tuned in 2 weeks ago, the last time I was on, and he was like, "Oh, you're on there, Sky. You're on there with Akraroth." He's like, "I used to fly with him. I remember him." So
Small
want to
world.
make sure I said something.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
All right, see you guys next week.
Yep. See, man.
That-
Yeah, so I'm
Bye.
trying to figure out what to watch. If anyone wants to watch something, I mean, we don't have to watch anything. Actually, we can all just like call it a night. too.
I'm ducking out too.
All right. See you.
That LB. Be safe.
See ya.
Night.
Au
Love you guys.
revoir.
Bye.
Yeah, I don't know how much lateness I have in me as far as
Yeah,
watch
we
something.
can. You know,
It
what,
kind
we
of
can.
depends too.
We can just.
I usually try, but I mean, whether I stay awake for the whole thing is
Yeah,
tough.
no, that's fine. We can just call it a night. That's an
Yeah.
option. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
sure.
yo, I gotta talk about the James Webb for a good 30 minutes. So
Yeah, man,
I'm
you were
satisfied.
so into it. Like, it was wonderful to watch.
Drayden
like I
is
said,
very passionate.
I
Yeah.
love space. I love.
He's got a lot of passion. The
I
women
mean,
love.
yeah.
Like I like chemistry, I like physics, but astronomy, which is a branch of both of those, that is a special type of passion for me. So, and I'm not like any kind of I'm not an astrophysicist. I haven't gone to school for any of it, but I am just a very passionate amateur astro fan.
Have you
Astronomy, astronomy
ever
fan.
invited the Space Pope here?
Yeah, I think we've had him on the show once or twice, but one of the coolest things, yeah, I've talked with Max a lot. That's one of my things. Like when I went to Vegas, Vegas, they do like the game presentations, and the first couple years I was like, oh, got to see all the things, and then I started eventually getting to the point. It's like I'm not really here because I can watch all these on YouTube. I can watch the presentations on YouTube. I'm here to hang out with people that I don't get to see in person, except once a year when I'm here in Vegas. Like I talk with people online. I talk with my friends here all the time, but I don't get to see them in person and hang out with them, except for like when I go to Vegas. So it's like Manning's here, Rain's here, Dirk hasn't been the last couple of. I'm like Dirk was around. It's like Ackroth I've not met in person, but Dominark goes. So it's like all these people that I talk to online on the show, and I'll just like chat within chat. It's like they're here, so I want to spend time with them rather than sitting in a chair watching a presentation on a game that I can watch on YouTube later. So I kind of got this whole the first couple of years like, yeah, I gotta watch these things, but the one thing that I do try to watch every single time I go is Max's presentations, because he works for JPL. Like he's not just like a guy that likes space. Like he works with JPL.
Yeah. Like, indeed. But I think that like he didn't get any presentation in the last Fan Fest.
No, he didn't do a FanFest presentation. Scott Manley did though, which that's another person that I watch a lot of. He does. Go to his YouTube channel. His YouTube channel is amazing. It's so much information on space, like past and present and future.
Really cool guy.
And then, I mean, he does a lot of game stuff. If you want to watch Kerbal, he does a lot of Kerbal stuff. But I mean, like, he has so. I love Scott Manley's channel. I love it. I've been watching it for a long time. So, when I saw that he was presenting in FanFest and not just on Eve, but also just like kind of presenting, astronomy stuff on the side, I was like, I'm into this. I want to watch this. So when I go to Vegas, I'm watching, like, that's basically like my thing. It's like, I'll see all the other presentations later, but I want to go to Max's because he's usually talking about space stuff. I remember, like, probably one of my favorite, two favorite experiences with Max Singularity in Vegas. One was, I think it was the second time I've ever been to Vegas. I barely knew who Max was, but I saw that, like, oh, he's the space host, but he works for NASA. Well, I thought he worked for NASA, but he was like a JPL guy. They're intertwined. They're almost the same thing, but they're different but similar, right? And so he came out there and he gave a whole presentation on the ARM mission, which is the asteroid reconnaissance mission. That was the whole mission back in the day that they've already finished it. It's already done. But this is like, back when they're still planning it. And it wasn't even launched yet. And like he got basically 3 days before his presentation, he got the okay from his superior that yes, you can release this to the public. So like
That's
he had
nice.
this whole presentation planned he's like, I don't know if I can even say this. So if I get the no-go, I'm going to have to just be like, I have nothing to give you guys, and then make up shit for an hour. That was his plan. And I was like, I'm down with all that. But so he was like, so literally us at Vegas got the first presentation of the ARM mission than anyone else in the country.
That's
Because we
really
got it
awesome.
before JPL or NASA released it to the public. Because like his boss literally like hours before, or I think like a day or two before or something, told him like, yes, you can give that presentation now. And so we gave that presentation, and then like after that is when JPL and NASA put stuff out to the rest of the world. So yeah, that was really cool. So it's like we got this exclusive thing. Like we're gonna send this mission, and we're gonna land it. We're gonna grab an asteroid, and try and pull it. And get some. So it was.
You
fun.
got an idea for like a segment there, like getting like
Yeah.
Max here. If you want to speak about biology stuff, you get me here, and
Right,
everything.
yeah. So that's what I was saying when you came out. You're like, I'm a biologist. I'm like, oh, because I'm not. I like biology, but I'm not a biologist. I don't know any actual facts. I just know some things that I've read, but yeah. So I mean, like he did that thing, and then the other cool experience that we had in Vegas with Max was actually in the 2021 Vegas. No. It was the 2018. Sorry.
Yeah. There was none in
No,
2019.
2019. So that
2019, yeah.
Yeah, it was the one before COVID. So 2019 October. We went
The
to
really
Vegas.
last one, yeah.
Yeah, so we went to Vegas, and that was the last one that Dirk went to. And we went there, and it was like Dirk, me, Brisk, Rain were the main hosts. Manic was there as well. But Max came out, and so he actually brought, because back then we used to always like do the whole thing of like, yeah, Tito's we were unofficially sponsored by Tito's. We'd always joke about that, and we'd like, the funny thing is like Tito's missed out by not sponsoring us, because we actually, since we started this show, I guarantee we've converted like over 100 to 150 people to like, when they want vodka, they get Tito's now. Like honestly, like I wouldn't doubt that like thousands of dollars per month of income from Tito's is because of this show. But because we were a little bit over the top rowdy, obviously they wouldn't sponsor us. We tried asking them, and they just like, ghosted us. So, but we still did that. So Max, he watched the show once in a while, so he would come on, and like he came out to we always do live Vegas shows, or we did, and it was a fun thing. It was just like, hey, we're here in Vegas, and it's like us just drunk off our ass start because we're in Vegas, so we're partying, so we start the show hammered, and then we get even worse by the end. It was a bad format, but Max showed up because he's the Space Pope, right? So he plays the role of the Space Pope. So he shows up in his full Pope garb, and he brings a bottle of Tito's that actually he got custom inscribed to say Open Comm Show on it. And he brought that to us, and he opened it, and then like used it as like holy water and flicked it on like he flicked like holy Tito's on us.
That's so up.
And he blessed the show on site, and then poured a shot for each of us out of it, and then we all took a blessed Space Pope shot. I was like, it's like, that was fucking cool. Like that was like probably like the coolest thing that we've had Max do for our show.
That's great.
One of the other things, there was one other thing. So one of the the first year I was saying, or the second year I went to Vegas, he came out there, and I just knew who he was, and I was like, oh, JPL, and I was really excited for his space presentation, and he comes out, and he has his like remote control robot thing, right? Like it's like 6 wheels. It looks like a little like some kind of like weird high-end tech RC car type thing with 6 wheels.
Yeah,
right?
the thing for like I think Mars or something.
Yeah. So he's rolling around and he's showing people, and I come up and I'm like, wait, what's this? It was the actual legit prototype that JPL and NASA used for the Mars rover, the Spirit and Opportunity.
Yeah.
So those were 6-wheeled rovers. This was an 8-wheeled rover. This was the actual previous prototype they were thinking about using, and then eventually decided to not go with the 8-wheeled. They went with the 6-wheeled, and that's what they made Spirit and Opportunity out of. But so this is the precursor prototype for the Mars rovers, and it was not like a invitation. It was the actual one that NASA and JPL built it for NASA, but it was actually JPL's legit. This was the prototype they were testing to like send a duplicate to Mars with, and he was allowed to bring it to Vegas from his company. So he brings this thing out, and he's like driving around. And then he like had a few of us line up and like lay down on the ground, and he like drove over top of us with it.
Nice.
So
That's a legend.
I was actually like, and I was one of the people that I got to lay down with it. So I've been run over by an actual Mars prototype rover.
That's amazing.
He was like, laughing around. He's like, he's like, this is fun, but it's like, this prototype cost you guys $1.5 million of your tax money, right? Like, this is a $1.5 million prototype I'm driving over top of you right now. I'm like, I just got run over by $1 million of NASA shit. I was
beats a Mercedes all day.
I was giddy as a schoolgirl. I was fucking excited for that. So that was like one of the coolest things that I remember Max doing. That and the blessing the Tito's bottle for us. So
I've never heard about any of that, so that was really cool.
Yeah, it was fun as fuck.
Will you guys be there for the 28th of anniversary of Eve in Iceland next year?
I can only hope, but I'm poor, so
yeah, I would love. I've always wanted to go to FanFest, but it's just too expensive for me. Like that's why I go to Vegas, because like I can fly to Vegas round trip. Now I don't know what with fuel prices these days. I don't know what plane tickets are nowadays, but in the past, like round trip flight from Spokane to Vegas and back is like $200-$300, and then hotel. So it's like drinks and food. So it's like, everything's said and done, a Vegas trip is like $3,000 usually. Reykjavik, like Eve FanFest, it's like $1,800 round trip flight alone, and then like $1,500 for hotel. Food I've heard is like super expensive, so it's like
like it depends on what you eat.
FanFest, it'd be like $6,000, I think, for me.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, like check your stuff, because you can have that way cheaper. I know, I had it.
It'd probably be like $5,000 or $6,000, like for the hotel and the flight, and because I'm flying from Seattle, so it's like that's the farthest that Icelandair goes, but it's like $1,500 round trip. Hotels like $1,500, and then food and drinks for like 5 days is probably close to like $1,500.
You need to schedule it like a year in advance.
Yeah, so it's like $5,000.
Well, it's just September next year, so you're okay.
Vegas is like 2, but if I'm like if I want to be a little exuberant, Vegas is like 3. But like 2 to 3, I can do. 5 or 6 is a little excessive. And the thing is, like, I usually go to Vegas every year, but I can't do both. So it's like, if I'm doing the 3,000 at Vegas, I can definitely not do the 5,000 or 6,000 to Reykjavik also.
So, well, I'm in the same position. Like, I did Reykjavik, and I won't do like Vegas one in the same year. Well, at least not this year. I don't know what's
Wait,
going
Pull
to be
Out Couch,
happening.
is that in Vegas, Liz? I'm asking because I may actually take you up on that. Because I'm not buying a house. I've been trying to buy a house for a while, but now I'm just not going to buy them. I'm going to rent. So I might have, and I've been saving up money for down payments, which now I don't need. So I might actually. I was thinking I'm not doing Vegas this year. Can't do it with buying a house. But now that I'm not buying a house, like I might be able to go. I was like, it's gonna be real tight though. But if I can sleep on a couch, I probably can go. So, I might DM you, Liz, in the future if that is of it. I will see what my situation is when it comes up, if I can or cannot. But yeah, I might take you up on that if that's cool.
Great. Well,
Liz is awesome. I love Liz.
well, that's good. I think it's gonna be quite it for me, because 4.5. That's quite a show.
Yeah. I mean, you're East Coast time, right?
Yeah. Like Montreal. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's it's like almost 2 a.m, right?
Yeah.
I asked somebody at work one time. I was asking them where somebody was as far as which province in Canada, because I was trying to figure out time zone. And their response, and actually no, it was a customer that was in Canada, if I recall. And I asked them their time zone because I was trying to like reference like they were gonna call their bank or whatever, call me back. I was like, hey, well, we cut off shipping at such and such time or something. And their response was something along the lines, and I think the reason I think of the coworker, because I had coworkers who were also like, fuck, I don't know, something around, they were like Canada time, and it was just like, what the fuck are you talking about? Canada is as wide as America. There's 4 time zones, like at least that I know of. Like, what is Canada time?
Well, Canada's like all time zones.
Well, I don't know what all time zones means.
Which time
Unless
zone
you're
are
talking about
you
the Arctic
in?
Circle or something.
I'm in Pacific. I'm in like
that's what I'm saying exactly. Like,
I'm
there's
in like
no
one
Canada
of the most
time.
eastern, the most eastern area of Pacific time zone it gets. So like Pacific time is like California. I think it includes some of Nevada as well, because I think Vegas is Pacific time zone.
Yeah, like the BC for me.
Yeah, so it's like California and Nevada, and then like Oregon, Washington. But like like Idaho. Do you know Idaho? The shape, and all. It's like fat in the bottom, and it goes like a really thin top, pointy part.
It's like some sort of like cutting board or like maybe a hatchet.
So it's like a fat rectangle, but then like shivs into like this point. I'm in the top point. That very top point is Pacific time zone. Because there's a mountain range that cuts across central Idaho and then along the Idaho-Montana border. So central and southern Idaho are all mountain time, but the northern tip of the panhandle of Idaho is Pacific time, and that's where I live. So so yeah, so I'm Pacific time. It's only 10:30 p.m. for me, but that's why I have the benefit of this show. It's like, oh, we have an evening show? Fuck. It's early. The downside though is that it's like, oh shit, have a late day at work. I might not go home in time. Yeah, well, Alaska and Hawaii is earlier than us, but there's not that many people that live there. But
not even in the continental U.S.
Yeah, like mountain time is but Canada. But that's the thing. Canada has all time zones because BC is Pacific time, Yukon.
Yeah,
actually,
like here.
Is Yukon Pacific or is that Alaska time zone? Hard to say.
Seriously,
Northwest Territories is
I will have to look it up because
I don't know.
First, I've never been like that far west.
Yeah, I mean that's really out there, but I know BC is west.
Yep.
Alberta is mountain. And Yukon, I'm not sure. I feel like Yukon it's either Alaska or Pacific. I don't know. And then Northwest Territories, I don't know. It might be split because it's kind of wide. It might be split.
Northwest are not that wide anymore. We got the Nunavut.
It's split into none of it, right? So it's split. But I mean, like even the new Northwest Territories is just the western side of it, but it's still a pretty wide spot. So it might be split between Pacific and mountain. I don't know.
I don't know. Well, with the population that lives over there, like, will they really split it?
Depending on how long it is, though, because I mean, like, old Northwest Territories was like 1,000 miles longer or wider, but now it's like that and none of it. But none of it is. I think Central.
Maybe it
I
could
don't
make
know,
sense.
but I think that Northwest Territories might still be split between Pacific and Mountain. I don't know. It's kind of like right on that line, but yeah, I'm curious too. I might have to look it up because I'm one of those people. It's like when I have a question, I'm like, oh, I don't know this, and I'm curious about it. I can't just let it go. I have to go find out. Like that's
okay.
That's why I
So
know all the little tidbits
okay.
of things.
So Pacific's time zone is like only the BCs. The mountain time zones is
Alberta.
yeah, Alberta. You got the Yukon part of the
Yukon is
Northwest.
Mountain Time.
Yeah,
Really?
well,
I
looks
guess
like it.
that's.
Oh, in the winter, like okay, so that's what it's the winter section that I got in front of me. Might not be there. True.
Oh, so if they might not follow daylight savings then if they don't switch between.
I don't know. Well, after that you got okay, so Manitoba,
Was
Saskatchewan,
Saskatchewan
part of
is Mountain?
Ontario. It's
What about
no,
not Winnipeg? What about Manitoba?
yeah, Manitoba, Saskatchewan are central time zones.
Oh, both are central. Okay.
Yeah, then and a part
Wait,
of
so
Ontario.
Alberta is Mountain then, right? And BC is
Yeah,
Pacific. Okay.
yes. Then you got like the big part of Ontario and Quebec is Eastern time zone. Then you got the Atlantic after that for the the little
Oh,
provinces
right. 'Cause you're
there.
like Nova Scotia and
Yeah,
Newfoundland and
the Prince.
Labrador.
No, Labrador is the Newfoundland territory. You got like the Prince Edward Island.
Prince Edward's his own thing.
You, yeah, and you got
Okay.
like the New Brunswick too there.
Oh yes. It's like I know Central, like from like Quebec West. I know Canada. When it comes to like, I know Newfoundland. I know Labrador. I always forget Prince Edward Island, and I always totally forget New
New
Brunswick.
Brunswick. Well, once
Yeah.
you've been in Moncton one time, you cannot.
Yeah,
well,
that's so far east and not something
yeah,
that I
well, like
normally deal with that I
those
just
people
actually
are
just
so
forget most of that.
charming. Like
Yeah.
those people in Moncton are so charming. Like is the Acadian, like the Acadian people with their accent that they speak the both languages at the same time. It's extraordinary. Yeah, like you go there and like you ask them, where's Acadie? Well, Acadie is the place that you got inside of your heart.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
it's yeah, like I know, like that's the thing, is, like I know. So New Brunswick is one of those things like I know of it. I've heard of it many times. I just never remember it until someone says like, "Oh, New Brunswick." I'm like, oh yeah, New Brunswick. That is part of Canada.
Yeah, well, the thing is, well, with New Brunswick, it's real easy for my category of age as a Quebecer, because we call them Newfies.
Newfies. Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah, so
And then
Newfies it's like the French Belgium. So those are like your 90s blonde joke, like in the US. So we had the Newfies.
yeah, well, so now so that's oh no, so Newfoundland I know. New Brunswick is the one that I always forget. And
So yeah,
then
like
Labrador, I know Labrador Island, but so is Labrador its own separate territory or is it part of Newfoundland? It's Newfoundland and Labrador, right?
New Brunswick
Oh, it's
is
New
part of
Brunswick and
Labrador. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I screw up all the time. So
Anyway, no, Newfie. So Newfoundland, that's Labrador. New Brunswick is Moncton and like the happy people.
okay, but the island of Labrador, like what is that? Is that so that's lumped in with
Labrador and Newfoundland. Yeah.
so Labrador and Newfoundland are the same territory, right?
Yeah, like on the same jurisdiction.
Yeah. Okay. So, because I knew the island of Labrador, but I couldn't remember if it was lumped with Newfoundland or New Brunswick. I was like, it's lumped with something. It's like Labrador is not its own thing. Well, I mean, like it's a separate place, but as far as territory and legality and lawmaking and territory wise, it's not its own thing. It's lumped in with one of the two, and I could never remember which one. So Labrador is lumped in with
Newfoundland.
Okay.
Yeah.
Newfoundland and Labrador, and then New Brunswick, and then Nova Scotia. Is that its own thing?
Yeah, those are the Blue Nosers.
And those are the farthest east, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay, so Nova Scotia is like, I've heard from other Canadians that Nova Scotia is like the weird place. I don't know if that makes sense. I've heard it's like they're like the most like the hardest accent to understand. Which I mean, like I would have thought that like French Canadian in Montreal would have been harder, just because it's.
Actually,
the French accent is very thick, and I'm not saying I can't understand it. I'm just saying like just say like French accents are thick, and I thought that French Canadian would have been the hardest to
there's some
process.
places in Quebec that are like even harder. Like if you have issues with me, just imagine like we got people like in a place it's called Gaspésie. It's like really like those kind of places like with fishermen that are like really really far away, like on board the sea. Even I have issues with their French.
Oh really?
And I'm like the sound of it really sounds French, but I don't understand the thing.
Well, but so my thing is like it's like I can understand you like yeah you've definitely an accent, but well I mean like and the thing is like everyone has an accent. I have an accent. People that don't live in my part of America would think like, oh, you have an American accent. So my thing is like, but as far as like like English, I can totally understand you. There's a few words so it's like I have to like I put together different pronunciations that you would use over something I'm normally used to here, but like I can still get it. Like it's not like I miss anything, right? But from what I've heard is that like people in Newfoundland is even for Canadians is like I feel like I've heard that like even Canadians like I don't know what the hell they're saying. So I don't know.
Yeah, like some of like the like more like the gonna say like the fishermen's, but like some places. So like I've never been to not Newfoundland, but
Nova Scotia.
Nova Scotia.
That's what I'm talking. Not Newfoundland. I'm talking. I meant Nova Scotia. So when I said Newfoundland, think Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia is like so far east, and it's such a different thing that's what I've heard that even Canadians are like I don't know what Nova Scotians
actually
are saying.
you'll get people from Montreal that are speaking like with a really thick French accent, that it would be more like speaking like this, that they would be really intense on the accent. So
that just sounds more French than Canadian French to me.
Well, yeah, but that's the usual one that you're gonna get.
I mean, okay, so that doesn't sound too bad because like I said, like I don't have any trouble. I mean, like the entire show. I mean, yes, you have an accent. Like I've understood everything you said the whole show. There's been a few words where I was like, and I had to think about it, and then I thought the way you said them, like, oh, okay, it was this. So, but that was like like that sounds like a long process. Like that's like a split second thing, like where my mind just figured it out, type of thing. But that's just the way it goes with accents, where it's like it's not the way people speak where you speak locally, so it has a difference. But like that's what I'm saying. Like you're not unintelligible. Like it's not like people can't. If people speak English, they know what you're saying. Now, if someone doesn't speak native English, maybe they're like from Korea and they just learn English and they're kind of spotty with English, they might not. I mean, but that's a long stretch, right? So.
Yes, indeed.
But like like native English, like UK, Australia, America, and Canada, I don't think anyone, at least from what I've heard, like I don't think anyone would have trouble knowing what you're saying. Like,
well,
you have an accent, but it's not so thick that we can't understand it, right? So.
Yeah.
agree.
well,
So
It
for
just has
reference,
a tinge.
I have a Frenchman in my corp, like who lives in.
Oh, New Zealand. Sorry, Tamber. Yes, New Zealand. They speak English too.
And I will say,
he's a Kiwi. He's a very proud Kiwi.
I was just gonna say, I will say for my French guy, I do have to get him to repeat things here and there, and it's one, I don't have great hearing, but two, it's just his natural like speaking English. He speaks very respectable English, but it's just sometimes with his accent inflection,
Yeah.
it's tough. But I will say that yours, I don't know if it's Canadian, French or whatever.
Well, it's French Canadian. Yeah, it's
whatever.
Montreal.
Well, I'm saying
It's French Canadian.
I don't
Yes.
know if that's the difference there in the way it comes across or not. But I don't.
But
You don't seem like you're hard to understand at all.
Yeah. Well, so what I was getting with that though is not that you're hard. I was saying that. So your imitation of like Nova Scotia, it sounded like it was just.
No, the imitation was like some
sounded like it's
people
just
from
more
Quebec.
French.
Yeah, like from Quebec. Yeah, because
Yeah,
most people in Quebec speak French.
Yeah,
Like,
they
well,
speak French. It
may-
sounded like
maybe
it's more,
not in Montreal, that much, but like outside, what you get outside of Montreal, like it's mostly French.
Well, I mean, like, and I'm not saying there's. I don't know if there's an actual difference, but I'm saying like. I feel like I mean, like I've heard French people speak it. I feel like there's a slight difference in accent between French Canadian and just like European French.
A lot, like
Yeah, and
my
so
my
you're-
wife,
you're- I
like
was in-
she speak like Quebecer French, and we got like some people that are from France, and they just don't get a word of what she's saying because she really does have a thick accent, and it was
Oh.
like okay, so she said that. Oh yes, now I understand.
Does the accent carry through into French itself?
um,
So like,
is-
if you're so I'm like if you're French Canadian. So if you're speaking English, that's you have a French accent. But like if you're speaking French, like Canadian French, to someone from European France, is there a? I would assume there's a different accent, but
Yes.
is there a thick divide of like hard to understand between the two?
It depends on the people. My accent is easier to get across. My wife's accent, it's harder because, like she use expressions, intonations, and way of speaking that are really proper from her home region,
Oh,
and it's really like a way of saying things that they don't use in France. And there are some things that actually, let's say, when we speak about kids, like in France, like they say uh, like how can I say that? It's like saying like when we hear it like in with the Quebecer here, what we hear is like, yeah, mes gosses. It means like in Quebecer French, yeah, my nuts, like
Oh.
my testicles. Like, yeah, what about those? Like, yeah, they just came out from school. What?
Okay.
So like there's like the word usage at some point that are really not the same, and we're like no, you cannot say that.
So I mean, I don't mean to like be prying into too many questions. I'm curious. I'm honestly curious.
Yeah.
I love culture and I love language and I love all this stuff. So I love to probe and like learn when I can. So I hope you aren't taking these questions like some weird like personal thing. But so you were saying that your wife was from Quebec. So I thought that like Montreal was like the central French Canadian area. So is there a much wider Quebec? Is it Quebec or Quebec?
Quebec, like
Okay,
you
so
like it.
is there a much wider Quebec area that is like more French than just Montreal itself?
Well, Montreal is French, and like it's mostly it's half English, half French.
Right.
As soon as you get outside of Montreal, you're gonna get like 100% French.
Oh, okay. So the farther away you get from Montreal, it's actually just like pure French.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well,
okay,
like,
so
the-
so
the
that's
cool-
where
the-
that's where like the wife's accent is like she's like more
Yeah.
from like the pure French areas,
Yeah, well, actually, I am too, but for some reason, like I've an easier time to switch accents.
Okay. I like this. I like learning.
Yeah, I can tell.
Yeah. I'm one of those people. It's like when people always, because I always come up with like, you know, just random tidbits of like, oh, people are like, I wonder about this. I'm like, oh, I know the answer to that. Like, well, how the fuck do you know the answer to that random off the wall shit I just said? It's like, because I've wondered that too. And when I wonder something, I'm like, I wonder why this is. I don't just like, well, anyway, never mind. I'm like, I wonder why this is. And I'm not going to stop until I find out. And there I go to the internet and I go and bury myself in, sometimes for hours, believe it or not. It's not just like a thing where I'm like, oh, I'm going to go spend like a 5 minutes. Or it's like, sometimes I will find myself researching. Wikipedia is a nice quick access, which is nice, but it's not always accurate. But it's accurate enough in things that are very prevalent and like obviously like factually proved. If it's like, you know, something that's like on the fringe of like, you know, it's disputed, Wikipedia might not be the best thing. But it's like when it's something that's like very factually proved, like math and science says yes, this is the way it is, or, you know, chemistry says like we figured this out, Wikipedia is fine. But I will find myself not just finding Wikipedia, I will find myself diverting into like thesis papers and stuff from like universities that have been published of like findings. It's like I will sit there and be like, I wonder why this is this random off the wall shit that really doesn't matter to me or my life or anything. But I was curious about it right now, and now I'm curious about it, and I don't like to not know the answer. And so it's like, if there is an answer, it's out there, and I'm gonna go find it. And so that's kind of why I just have a lot of just bullshit like, oh, well, technically I know the answer to this random thing that you're like, why the hell do you know the answer to that? It's like, oh, because at some point in my life I thought about that and I was like, I wonder why that is, and I went and found out. So that's and then I often forget most of it. That's the thing, is like it's not that just I know everything. I find out a lot of things, and then about half of it I retain, and the other half goes.
Well,
out
if you
the
retain
other
half
year.
of it, like you're better than what I've been doing, like with my whole academic career.
I'm saying, like, I remember some of it, and then some was like, oh, that's interesting, and then a lot of it goes out the other end of the year, and then someone will bring up like, oh, I remember looking this up and I knew the answer and I don't fucking know it now. So
like if I
that
remember
doesn't help, but
5% of what I've learned in class, I would be like really happy about that.
yeah, I wish
It's not the case.
that was my downside. It's like I went to college. I did not finish college, but and the reason I didn't finish college is because I didn't take the classes I don't like. And sometimes, you know what, if you want a degree, you have to take classes you don't like. But I refused. I was like, I don't want those English classes. I don't want this other class. I don't want that. I want this astronomy class. I want this chemistry class. I want this physics class. I want that math class. Oh, shit. That's my downfall. I'm apparently really bad at math. I like math, but I'm not good at it. And I was like, I'm fine with calculus. I can pass calculus day in, day out. And then when it gets to trig and... Oh, no, algebra. Sorry, not calculus. Algebra. I'm fine with algebra. I'm good with algebra. Trig, I know basic trig. Unit circle, pi, some basic trigonometric functions. That's fine. But calculus, that's where it's like, I hit a wall. I'm like, I don't get it. And then I was like, okay, you know what? I failed that class. I'll just take it again. You know what? I'll relearn it. I took it again. I failed calculus. I'm like, I don't get it. I took it a third time and I failed calculus. I'm like, this is my stopping point. This is apparently where my math brain stops working. Like, algebra, yes. Half of trig, yes. Calculus, error.
Is that why? That why your shirt?
This is it's backwards. for some. Well, you guys don't see it backwards, but the rest of the stream will because I can't mirror my shirt for some reason. But yes, may the and then the equation for force.
Yeah,
be
may the
with
force
you.
be with you.
Yeah, so it's what was it? Force equals mass times what's D? Distance times velocity change or velocity over distance time. Something like that.
I need to head
It's
to bed,
force.
guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, my people needs me, so I'll have to go too.
All right, man. Well, have a good
Starting
night,
to knock.
guys.
Yeah, thanks for the show.
Yeah, thanks.
It was
for
a, it
coming
was,
on,
a,
and
was my
you've
pleasure.
been requested to return.
Yeah,
Oh,
you were a
really?
trooper.
Yeah, apparently you've hit a string of love of the people watching. So they want you to come back.
Yeah, sure. Well, invite me, and I'll
Yeah.
just
We'll,
yeah, like
Just hang around the Discord.
we'll get you on again. I enjoyed
sure.
having you here. It was fun as fuck. Talking
Absolutely.
To you, so
yeah, sure. I'll hop in, and yeah, sure. It was fun.
yeah, absolutely. But anyways,
So-
yeah. So if we can call it for the night, we're at the
Yep. 5-hour mark.
Damn near 5 hours.
5
Let's just do 3. Let's just do 3 more minutes.
You guys want to do final
Okay.
shots, final
Like,
thoughts?
what did you guys eat for lunch? Or
Okay, hold on. We
Kidding,
got final shots, final thoughts, and we have this.
I
Whole
need to
cool
get another
animation.
beverage,
We have this
dude. I
whole
was like
cool-
nodding off 4 minutes ago,
We
but
have
I'll
this
grab another
animation.
drink.
We'll just do it, and then we'll. Sorry, Ben. You guys stick around for like 2 more minutes.
Yeah. Just to hit the 5-hour mark. Yeah.
But anyway, we have this cool animation. Have you seen it?
Sorry.
Do you have the stream up?
Wait a minute.
Oh, no
Yeah,
rush.
to
I'm saying
reload
we
it?
have this
Yes.
cool animation. I want you to see the cool animation that man.
Yeah, I
very
saw it, and like the beginning one is really awesome.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's the intro. He made that too. Yeah, like you know
The
what?
funny
We
thing about this show
brought
is it
Manica.
has,
Manica's like teched us up.
it has some really cool polish without a lot of polish in the show.
Yeah.
Very informal, very
Yeah,
just
it's
I would
just
say relaxed
open
content.
comms, 2 M's, open
Good
comms
media.
show on Twitch. But I want to show you this cool animation that we got for final shots. It's a thing that we
Oh.
don't do very often anymore, but once in a while, it used to be a thing we do all the time. Like final shots, everyone just give a final shot and a final thought. Like do a shot to whatever you want and what you think about right now.
You know what I think it is? Is people kind of trickle out lately instead of it being like, hey, we're shutting it down kind of.
And that's fine because I mean you can't expect people to stay for 5 hours.
Sure. Yeah, I
So
would.
that's always been a thing since back in the day.
Yeah, no, I just
uh,
mean well, and a lot of times I think y'all would go into a more vocalized, like after show thing. So like
we
at
would
this point, it's
usually-
kind of
but-
just been drifting.
But the thing is, like back in the day when we didn't all drift off, that was like when it was like BC Dirk and I, and we didn't quit for nobody. We went to the fucking crack of dawn if we had to, but
You and I have seen the sun come up. Well, I've seen
That's
my sun
true.
come up. Yours
Yeah.
hasn't. Maybe I don't know.
that's
Well,
true.
wait a
Yeah.
minute. CCP Dragon, where is he? He didn't finish
probably
his
went to
shift.
bed- He went to bed. He lives in
Oh,
Iceland.
he- Yeah, he said it was 4 a.m. and he had to dip
Yeah,
out.
he went to bed.
like an
Like,
hour
I'm
or two.
surprised he even came. Like that's like anyone from Iceland coming on the show. It's like our show starts at like 2 or 3 in the morning for them. So
Yeah, trooper for sure. Anybody
so
from Iceland
any of
that
them that
watches
stick
this,
around.
a night
But
out.
anyway, so we're gonna play open shots, final thoughts. Here we go. All right, so basically what we do is we just call a thing we want to do a shot to, something we're interested in, impressed in. How he doesn't have to do anything with Eve, can or not, doesn't matter. And we'll go. So Akrath, you're first.
So mine's gonna be pretty vanilla, but I'm gonna do mine to the CSM coming up. I know
Yeah.
that's always been maybe not always, but over the years it's got a lot of mixed opinions over it, and some people think the CSM's good, some people think it's bad, some people think it doesn't matter, some people think that ebbs and flows depending on who's making decisions at CCP or how their culture's going at that day. But overall, I think it's still a really cool concept for a game, and also I think it's a fun time of the year to like remind and or show people that like some people are very passionate about the game, and I don't think that all 43 or whatever people take it as serious as can be, and you know, whatever, at the end of the day it is a game, but some people do take it very serious, and I think it's a really neat you know, just construct that we live with.
There you go.
And I wish all the candidates the best.
Thanks.
All right, Ben, you're up next.
Okay, well, the shout out actually would go to, well, actually the whole community, because I've been in Eve well since 2017, and I've seen like a few others like gaming communities, and well, ours like in Eve is like just so magnificent, and that's why I want to get involved, because like it's just amazing, like the quality of people that we get, like all over the place, that you start to talk with people and see like it's people that like know like their stuff, and like you get like a fun conversation with them. So yeah, shout outs to the whole community. Yeah.
Cool. All right. And I'm up last. I will. I'm just gonna do a good old shot to. I mean, Ackroth, you already did a shot to the CSM.
Sorry.
I'm gonna do a shot to the James Webb because
There you go.
I'm not gonna lie. I've been excited about that thing for 2 years plus, so it's finally did it. But I'm gonna throw a side out shout out to Ben. Thanks for coming on, dude. You've been
What a trooper, dude.
You've been a
5 hours.
fun. You've been a fun guest to have on, and
Thanks.
I wish you the best in your CSM candidacy, but also, aside from all that, yeah, if we may have to bring you back on because you've been a fun person to hang out with. So
Thank you.
you know, cheers to
sure.
to you and your campaign, and cheers to the CSM.
Thanks. Cheers all.
All right. So with that being said, it's 11 o'clock. It's probably later than that for you guys. It's probably what, 1 in the morning?
2
a.m.
Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, yeah. So we're out for the night.
Have a great one.
We'll catch you guys next week, and we will see you later.
Au revoir.